Greetings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. This is Let Cash Accumulate Over Days live stream here, and we are live right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get straight to it. The opening bell is about to kick off here in 3 minutes. And I just want to say this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. We are live, though, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a bunch of market news here, rolling out here early here. The SPY is up, you guys. Here, SPY is up in pre-market about 1% here. So we're gonna see how it opens up and what direction it takes off to. It looks like some stocks rebound here overnight, with more sanctions from the White House from President Biden here. Indices are in the green here, low green here. The VIX is at $23.77. So back to where it was about 2 days ago from the original sell-off from yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. But what you call news? CPI data is out, you guys. I'm gonna get that to you guys. It looks like the the actual was 5.2%. They forecasted about 5.1. The previous was about 4.9. So yeah, that's the U.S. core PCE. Looks pretty bullish there. What they have, but we just got to see how the market is gonna take it. The opening bell here is about to kick off in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it going here. Let's get it going. It's going to be a good day, good Friday. It is Friday, February 25th. Well, man, the weekend's almost here, you guys. But the market is open, ding, and we're off here. Let's see where things take us now here. So yeah, the SPY is above 426. We do know if it's below 426, it is bearish. If it's above right now, it is bullish. So let's keep that in mind as we start here. This first 1 minute here. I see red candles here opening up here. VIX starting out with a green one. The Dow starting out with a green one. SPY starting out with a red one. So let's see where it takes us here. So SPY starting out with a red candle here. Triple Qs as well. Big red candle with the triple Qs to start it out here, you guys. VIX big green candle right here. Let's see where this thing is going to take us here today. Let's see where this market is going to end up here today. So yeah, a bunch of pullback right here. The first 1 minute. So yeah, just pulling back here the first 1 minute for 2 red candles on the SPY, 2 red candles on the triple Qs, 2 green candles on the VIX here. But this is the start here, so it could be opening up to a dip here. And they might try to shoot this price action right up here if the SPY don't come a little lower than that. Looks like Amazon is down 20 here, right above 3,000 still. This should lead it to the downside right now. Some earnings plays here. Etsy, they opened up to the open market here at about 149, so they went up about $18, $19 there. Let's see here. Moderna still holding their gains. Who else reported yesterday? Oh, Coinbase. Okay, so it looks like Coinbase is right where they were yesterday. So those options contract uh, just got wiped on both sides. Still opportunity on Coinbase. Here, Block. So Block is big pop on Block here. They're up about $23, 24%. That's really big for Block right here. Yeah, might have been a bit oversold there. SPY caught the dip here at 428.62. SPY's going back up here today, ladies and gentlemen. We're not seeing a sell-off here at the open here. We're seeing momentum to the upside. Tesla's on the high, you guys. 817, Tesla's on the high. They're picking up here now. Amazon's picking up too with this. SPY's going 430 almost. Almost there. Trying to fight it, didn't touch 430. I think a break above that, we're straight bullish, you guys. It's bullish right now, so stay cautious. 430 it is right there on the spot. 437 here, so we're picking up here now. 430.10. Tesla's still going here 820. Yeah, it's looking really bullish again for Tesla. So that was the bottom over there. Definitely now it's confirmed here. Spot still going here 30 here. The VIX is coming down right now. Triple Qs is going up. So yeah, SPY is going up still 430.47. Stocks are picking up with this move, you guys. Amazon's only down 7 now. Amazon's picking up here. Yeah, we're looking really bullish here, man. Things are reversing really quickly here. The SPY's right back at 430, you guys. From selling off to 410, so think about that. That definitely was the dip. 430.90 here. They're going up here. There's only been 4 minutes. They're already kind of indicating that they want to go up here. I'm not seeing resistance today. 431.02 here. The market looks very bullish right now, and it's only been 4 minutes. These are strong candles to the upside right here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see how long it's going to hold here. I think now the real test on the SPY is 435 for today. You get back to 435. 440 is really bullish confirmation here. A break above 430 was a baby bullish here. But so yeah, we're baby bullish right now. It can pick up and turn into a grown bull here if it wants. But I think the SPY will have to. It's going to need a little bit more than that. It's only been 5 minutes and they already gave up that much to the upside, $3 up here. So yeah, it's going to be a long day. They're going to need about 435 on the SPY for the see these stocks hold these gains here today. It is Friday. Expiration is at 3 p.m. for options. 431.24 on the SPY. Stocks on the high here though. Etsy's still up here 145. Looks like Big Tech is really holding the weight here. Booking is up 42 here today, so they a little reversal there with them. A little reversal with Booking Holdings. Yeah, but I think you're gonna need more right here. This could be a top right here on the SPY. We don't know yet, but it's too early to tell. But it looks really bullish right now. Opening up the first 5 minutes, they started out bullish here. But I think you're going to need about 435 on the SPY. 440 will be max pain for the bears here today. I think about 425 you're going to need for the bears there, and I think about 420 would be max pain for the bulls. So yeah, that's just what it is right now. That's the new ranges. That's what it's set up to be right now. This is just how it opened up. So just going along with it minute by minute here right now. Hasn't been that long here, only been 6 minutes, but stocks were picking up here. Now they're kind of just cooling out here. Let's see where it leads them next. Let's see where it leads them next here, but let's see. All right, so we're seeing a reversal here now. Looks like the SPY topped out right there at 431.25. We do see Tesla pulling back now. Only up $4 now. Amazon's back in the red, down 25 now. So as I said, you're going to need a quite bit more action there on the SPY. That was a good start. It looks good to start out, but you don't want to show no weakness. Considering you were just at 410 on the SPY, So you got to think about all that too. Tesla's coming down here, 800 now. Tesla's down here. Tesla's in the red now. So those gains just got wiped that fast in 7 minutes. Amazon's down 26 here. They're trying to hold it here, right here. So let's just see what they do right here. Looks like VWAP would be 430 even here right now, considering they did touch 428 and went to 431. 430 is going to be in the middle now. So keep that in mind. No brief is out right now that I know of. Matter of fact, it might be something right here. Hold on, let me see. Anything. This is probably more about the Ukraine situation. SPY's fading a little bit here, trying to come back to VWAP here. The VIX is up here, $23.88 above VWAP right now. So the VIX is still, the volatility is still in the market, ladies and gentlemen. It's still up right now. The VIX is almost green here. The triple Qs is coming down now below VWAP. SPY's right here below VWAP as well. Amazon's down 30 now. Tesla's turning around as well. Tesla's down 3 here now, you guys. So the market is reversing here right now. As I said, the SPY can, if the SPY sit right here, these gains will hold. Remember that too, though. They'll consolidate sideways if they want to do that as well. These are all the case scenarios I'm trying to give it to you guys that they possibly can do here. It can also come back down, retest 428 for the day. That is the low of the day as of right now. It's only been 9 minutes. Keep that in mind. Still early, very early. They can easily retest 431.25, easy as well. So right now, we're kind of in the middle here. But that middle action ain't going to work here with these stocks, considering, like I said, you were just really in a crash phase here in the market. And it turned around very quickly here. So it doesn't look like nothing is live. They just showing a video over in Ukraine here. It looks like nothing's live yet. We will have anything pulled up if it is. So keep that in mind. But yeah, the data is out. That market data is out here. It looks like we will be waiting for now. I think personal spending and durable goods orders numbers. I think they come out here in about 20 minutes at 10 a.m. So that's the next thing that can possibly move the market. I say pre-market up until now. You got the core PCE price index. That's what's moving the market a little here right now. It's like I said, it's bullish, but the market can take it how they want here. They might not think it's bullish enough. Some people always think the information that comes out every week is artificial. Nobody's really paying attention to the data nowadays. So keep that in mind too as well. The market and investors can take data how they want. Even though the information can be bullish, they can take it bearish if they want. So keep all that in mind. But we just chilling out right here. SPY still chilling out. Didn't flush here. Sold off for 431.25, but still above VWAP. Right here in the middle, 430. So things can still go either way here. Not seeing a sell-off. Not seeing a skyrocket buyout here. So like I said, things can go either way here. Tesla did just pull back to 791 though as well. So I would keep an eye out on Tesla for that 800 resistance there at this point. Like I said, they can even go over 800 plus if they need to, but if it's not holding over 800 plus solidly, it'll easily just keep shooting back below 800, and that is your signal showing you that this probably is your top, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla did the same thing about 2 weeks ago with the 900 level, so think about it now down here at 800. Same thing if it can't get back above 800 and maybe 40 here. Tesla's going to come down, you guys, so keep that in mind. But as of right now, the ETFs are holding everybody up here pretty swell right now. The SPY especially, 431 right now on the SPY. So it's kind of saving the day here right now. Looks like it might be in consolidation spread mode here. I like to put it in terms as someone I follow up with. They say once the market sober up, they'll spread again, and this looks like what's happening here. The market has sobered up. A lot of news, a lot of stuff happened this week. Possible crash, then it turned around and went back up. So we got a war started, a bunch of stuff going on. But yeah, man, this market is just kind of sobering up here on volatility a little bit. But don't mean it can't just get right back turned up though. So keep that in mind too. Etsy's pulling back now. They're only up 9 now, so they're losing their earnings gains here a little. Let's see here. Lowe's not doing anything. Still the same spot, so they'll be wiping both sides here today. That's what that looks like. Nvidia is at 235 right now, so still at a critical, getting rejected right here at 240. Still critical area here for Nvidia. I think they'll still continue to be shorted right here in this area. If it can't break 240, I'm seeing most stocks still not break certain areas here. So, like I said, it's just going to take a while, maybe a couple weeks, maybe today for investors to really realize that, hey, we're not going up, you guys. So we might have to bring this thing down again. It's look like what might be happening here now. SPY's below VWAP 429 on the SPY. The VIX is shooting up here. Let's see here. The Dow is coming down right now. Triple Qs is down below VWAP right now. So this is what you want to see here. Tesla is dumping now. Down 13. They're pulling back here. Slight little pullback, only down by 1.6%. So Tesla is coming down now. A lot of allegations with Tesla and Elon Musk and his brother right now. They're definitely under a live investigation right now. Elon Musk and his brother they're being monitored by the SEC on why he tweeted that he would sell his 10%. That incident kind of got him in trouble here. It's not settled on what they're going to do to him, but they are watching them and watching Tesla's stock very sharp. So keep that in mind. If they do pull back, it'll be those headlines causing it. I really think, though, it could go either way. I mean, you got to think the SEC, if they feel like Elon stole money from investors or robbed investors by saying certain things on Twitter, they'll easily shoot it back up. They'll shoot price back up to where it was before that even happened. Or, like I said, if it was really, really bad and investors really just feel like, oh, well, fuck it. We'll take our money out of it. We don't like it. It'll go down here. So just be on the lookout for Tesla, man, making big moves. Obviously, they are right now. They're down 11, bounced off 785. So let's see what happened next. The spot's still right here at 429.60. Looks like that's why Tesla bounced, because the SPY's bouncing as well. No flush here. The bottom of the day on the SPY is 428.62. Remember, we're going to need below 426 if we want to see some more red action here today. With this right here, we can just really go sideways with this type of action here. Or, you know, if it get back, the SPY get back above 431.25 here, we'll see a lot more green action. Only been 15 minutes though, ladies and gentlemen. The market is mixed up. The NASDAQ is down 41% here. The S&P 500 is up about 36%. The Dow is up about 66%. So this is the Stock Market Live here with LCAOD. And we caught the first 15-minute action here in the market. We're going to take a quick break right here. Check and see if we got some data or any briefings, anything out. And we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. But stay tuned here. Stick to the numbers and charts. Keep your eye on things here, because, you know, things can change really fast when you just take your eye off of it. So get a break, but keep your eye on things here. Yeah, LCLD, we're going to take a quick little 5-minute break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't care nobody don't like it. I'm doing something, you know what I'm saying? Who is this nigga? Well, I'm introducing myself. You know what I'm saying? My name Goku. What it do, G? Hey, flexing. Hey, I'm flexing. Hey, flexing. Flex, flex, I'm flexing. Yeah, big body on me. Yeah, big body on me. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's how the motherfucking money all in my pockets. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. What? I'm flexing. Big body, it's on me. All this money is on me. It's a big body, it's on me. Oh shit, yeah, it's on me. I'm bidding hard. I'm bidding hard. Yeah, I'm bidding hard. Like a motherfucking Bowflex. Understand me, I'm flexing hard. And yeah, I'm up in the field. Call me G.I. Joe. Yeah, I came to kill. And I'm American sniper. Know me, I lay your head up on the grill. Oh, nigga, yeah, you flake. Nigga, yeah, you fucking fake. Put that nigga with the snakes. Couldn't say us off every day when I fucking cut the fucking grass. Understand me, I'm the realest. Understand me, I'm a killer. Nigga, yeah, I'm a villain on these fucking tracks. Call me motherfucking Grim Reaper, nigga. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Nigga, yeah, you know me. Understand I do this shit every day. I get them dollar signs. Look at that. Other things. Nigga know me, I change my ways. Positive things. Smoking dope is all my things. Nigga know me, I do these things. No give a fuck what you say, how my flow is. Nigga know I'm a rock star. I be part of hard getting money. All day I'm a rock star. Nigga know me, I'm living life. Drinking lean all day and night. Good shit, and I'm fucking yo bitch on motherfucking sight. And she know me, I'm a dog. Call me a fucking killer. And you know I like vanilla. Baby, come forward with this nigga. He be moonwalking like Thriller. Killing this shit every day. Talk about money, nigga, y'all see it every day. Yeah, I see it every day. And you know I'm Blaze. Matter of fact, I'm Blaze right now. Feeling like Wiz Khalifa right now. Real shit, yeah, I'm on a different cloud, on a Latin. Chilling with a bad bitch named Jasmine. Twisting up fucking Paula Patton. Ooh, living with them dragons. Nigga, yeah, we gone. And I feel like I'm in a race. Speed racing to the home. Yeah, you know I'm busting in like the Bengals. Call me Chris Smith. And real shit, yeah, I gotta get the Smith out the pocket, real shit. And if I had to blow it back, nigga, yeah, I'll put your ass on your back. And you already know all my niggas been about that. What? Been about the fucking cash. Been behind that shit. Been behind the fucking money. Yeah, we living in this fucking big world of shit. But these niggas don't really understand. What we really gotta do is put it to the motherfucking man. Nigga know me, yeah, I gotta get the money, nigga, but the money ain't everything. When these niggas shooting, man, niggas wanna kill niggas. What the fuck you doing, my nigga? You kill another nigga, black brother on brother. Nigga, yeah, what the fuck going on? Gotta put the shit out here on this song. Nigga know, yeah, I'm spitting from my fucking home. This nigga ain't right. These niggas ain't right. Them other niggas right. Survive with your fucking circle. And vibe with your fucking homies. The real niggas that got you. But you can't even trust nobody. You can't even trust your own niggas in that circle. So you gotta do your own shit. You gotta go and grind, put your own mind to it. Fuck the cops, fuck 12. Nigga, yeah, they got us in here. Like a behind bars, like we fucking monkeys and gorillas and shit. Nigga, I ain't no monkey. Nigga, white people monkeys. Understand, yeah, we get it. Nigga, yeah, we fucking get it. Nigga, yeah, I gotta live it. Yeah, I'm an Egyptian. Nigga, I love gold. I'm a rock star, so I don't give a fuck what I say, nigga. Understand me, yeah? I'm a rock star, bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I say. So listen to me, nigga. Ay, listen to me, nigga. I be smoking on the killer. That's that motherfucking Doja real shit. And you know me, I love chillin' with 4 cleats lovers, nigga. That's that love, nigga, with them lucky jaws. That's that motherfucking lip combo with the damn gold. Nigga, understand me though. Like I be up on the day. I be going in, getting all this cash like a bank. Real shit, fuck you think come back GTA, not today. Nigga, this ain't no game. We ain't playing no motherfucking games. No games. No games, little bitch. No games, little bitch.
Tree time.
Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Oh, yeah, I do this. Oh, yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. Yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, knowing this shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Ay, yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Ay, yeah. Getting so rich, so all of my niggas they with it, oh, all of my niggas they get it, oh, hey, you know that money stick to me just like motherfucking glue, hey, it was glue, hey, you know my team is the truth, hey, yeah, the most fucking famous classic, this is motherfucking drastic, Gold Cool came in on the fucking image, yeah, it's a drastic, I be killing this shit, I be ripping this shit, and your girl fucking pussy, I repeat that pussy, put it in the casket, yeah, no, I'm so rich. Yeah, getting that shit. Yeah, catch your bitch. Yeah, catch your bitch. Knowing the shit in the motherfucking mall. Yeah, we know we the mall. Yeah, we do it all. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Yeah, I do this. Yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Look at it. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. Yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, knowing this shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Ay, yeah, getting so rich. You know the shit.
The most famous classic.
Yeah, getting so rich. Understand me, you know I do this. And you know me, man, I always get my cash and I always look at it. Look at that shit. There's so many dead presidents, and I don't really give a fuck. I just love the dead presidents. Hey, yeah, Benji, best friend, nigga. Yeah, over there, my best friend, nigga. Hey, smoke loud, get high, and you know that shit. No don't give a fuck, you know already know that Benji roll me all day. Give me them halves, bitch, yeah, no do this. Hey, yeah, shopping with the motherfucking best, you know that. Hey, smoking no good loud, and I got it from Little P. Hey, nigga, yeah, you know I'm smoking no that sticky gas tree. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Ooh, yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Getting that shit. Yeah, cash on me, bitch. I am not a rat, nigga, but I love the fucking cheese. Real shit. Cash on me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here. We back from the break. The industry still mixed up here. The NASDAQ is witching here, going red to green right now, but it's down by 25% now. The Dow is up 53%. The S&P 500, is up about 35%. So we got a mixed bag right now, man. Mixed bag. Lot of question marks right now. Things can go either way still. We know that we've seen these levels here all week here. Yesterday, Wednesday, before the sell-off yesterday, we've seen these levels here. So we do know things can go either way from this point right here. So looks like Foot Locker had a bad earnings here. They're down about $13, down about 33% there. So that's not good. Looking good for the shoe makers there, shoe sellers there. Retail must not be doing good with shoes or something. I don't know. They're down though, about $13 to $27 here. Amazon is down 20. Apple is down 90 cents here. So we're not seeing any really no big movements here, no leaders or laggers here. So the market could be possibly credit spreading. Now, hold up, the leader is to the downside for the day now is Zaskler. This was an earnings play, ladies and gentlemen. They're down 50, you guys. They're down. They got a 20% correction. They really hit 206. So they're down 50 right now. This is your leader to the downside here today. There is nobody else down this much right now. Zaskler ZS ticker symbol is down $50 right now. This is a post earnings play here. They reported yesterday after hours. I do know they got a sharp effect on tech here. I don't know how much they're trying to make it affect them though, but I do know it's causing one for big tech. Amazon, like I said, is down 27 and there, but yeah, Zaskler is down 50 here, leading the way here down. Looks like the leaders to the upside today. Looks like it is Block here. They're up $16 right now. So Block is the leader to the upside today, ladies and gentlemen. We're a little strange here, a little strange day right now. But the spot's still below VWAP right here. The VIX just shot above VWAP here, back at $20.88. So looks like the market is just chilling out here today. The first 26 minutes, we just really got We got a up, little pop action down here, fade action, right back to really where we were when we opened at. So that's kind of where we are right now. We are right where we opened at, really. The SPY's at 428.94 now, so might be a retest at 428.62. They might break below it here and might try to stick it in the ground here and reverse and touch VWAP. But the momentum is coming to the downside here right now. So, yeah, the VIX, the volatility is shooting up here right now. VIX just shot up $24 now, you guys. SPY still coming down. Stock's starting to move with that now. Tesla's coming down here, 785 again. So, yeah, I think a break below 428, you're going to see more pullback here. At this point, it does look like the market might start the lower low pattern here today. We got that first top there at 431.25. They didn't do anything with it. Sold it right back off. We're right back here at 428. So let's just see what happens next. It's only been 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Only 30 minutes. Moderna's down 7 now, so it looks like they're giving up some post-earnings gains there. Let's see. It's really kind of it. Where stocks being on the move right now. Netflix is down about $11 here. So yeah, nothing too much, man. Nothing too much here. Nvidia is still right there at 236. Let's see. Bulls are still having a chance. Okay, we got some buyers. I mean, you're gonna need a lot more buyers than that. The Bulls, I would say they had a chance here at the opening. It looks like their chance might be slipping. If they break below 428, I don't think they'll have a chance anymore. If you break below 428 here. It is Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep that in mind here. We got option expiration, so if it ain't going one direction here, just know it's going to come the opposite direction. SPY's is coming down here, 428.37 now. New low on the SPY here. So this is the low of the day as of right now. So we had a pop up. Now we're right back down. SPY still pulling back, 428.28. New low here. Triple Q's doing the same here, 338. New low for today, that is. The VIX is right at Kobe Bryant here, $24.08. The Dow is down here at $332.53 now. Tesla's still pulling back here. They're down 16 now. So, yeah, like I said, the lower you see that SPY going, the lower you're going to see these stocks go here. 428.26 is the bottom right now in the SPY. Looks like everybody's losing traction here. Amazon is down 30 again, 32 now. SPY still coming down, 428 even, you guys. So the SPY is coming down right now. We're going to see more pullback here on the stocks. A little delayed reaction here with Tesla. There you go right now, kicking in. SPY still coming down, 427 here. SPY's coming down, 427 now. Now you're going to start to see some pullback here. If they get to 426, you guys, like I said, that is your support now. 426, 425 is your support. If it doesn't hold, it will flush here straight to about 422, maybe 420 on the SPY. And that's not going to be looking good, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be, we were still in a bear market. The trend was always still downward. It just looked like the SPY had a chance to break out there. Didn't do it. Failed this morning. Failed yesterday. So, looks like the momentum might be back to the bears here if they can get it below 425. Let's keep that in mind. So kind of back in the middle, really, still, but more towards the downside, but still in the middle here, but kind of more downside now, slightly here. So looks like we started out at about 420, where we are now, really. So we really haven't done anything. Just kind of ended up in the same spot here from where we opened at on the SPY and that's triple Qs, that is. But the VIX is still going up here, $24.18 now. So volatility is kicking in here. SPY still coming down here. 427.88 is your low. Looks like Tesla's pulling back now. They're down 2% here. Let's see what's about to go down next. It is 10 a.m. We should have more data out now at this point. It's been 2 minutes. Yeah, it looks like it out. So the UMich consumer sentiment is actually out. It was 62.8, you guys, versus 61.7. So I don't know if that's good. The NASDAQ did pick up higher red here. It's down about 73% now. The Dow is up 32%. The S&P 500 is only up 3%. Possibly can flip red here. So we got a mixed market, but it looks like it might flip red here. The first 30 minutes, I would just stay cautious, you guys. We definitely flip red here, though. We started out green. We are about to flip red right now. The S&P 500 just flipped red. They're down 3% now. The NASDAQ's down 81%. So the Dow is only holding up about 28%. So we're almost red, you guys. Major reversal here. First 30 minutes. We only got one pop so far. That has been your top of the day, that first pop here. And Bears got momentum so far here, the first 30 minutes. But we do want to see how the entire day is going to go. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break right here with LCLD Live. Hope you guys are enjoying the live stream so far. Hope you guys are on the right side of the trade, making smart decisions, man. That's really all it is about when you're investing here and you're trying to enrich yourself. You want to make smart decisions. So we're going to take a quick break, though, ladies and gentlemen. The market can go either way still right here. It is more downward momentum here. So I think, like I said, the SPY break below 427, break below 426.25 here. Now we're talking more bearish here. But I really think right here, it can consolidate sideways, playing with 427 and above. I think bullish momentum is above 431. So we're not seeing that at all here. So we're going to rule that out, though, right now. Unless you can get the spot back to VWAP. That look like what it might be trying to do here right now. The spot might be trying to fight back to 429.90 cent possibly. But we're going to see here right after the break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Good threats. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I really come on the back street. Only run with niggas and clappy. Play with the gritty, your ass with the 6 feet. Bro ain't clutching, I'm clutching. Room nigga is nothing. Mob put you in the oven. We ain't playing that chain shit. I'm a hop with the Drake's on. Call machine, it's nothing. Pull up on your first cousin. I just talked to TG the other day, said stay low and stay out the way. And run up this cake for your family. Every day, for food on the table, every day. I done fell in love with this cake. Percocet shell straight to the face. I just hopped on 85. Lean all in my Henny, man. Bitch giving me dumb neck. So the bitch just joined the ride. Mom smoking on 85. About to go holler at the floor today. He told me he got for 2 for 5. Boy, on him like, yeah. I need that nigga right now. Play card, I got 2 for 10. Serve a nigga like right now. Got my bitch giving neck. While I'm chasing this chick. Kobe Bryant in the 4th. All you see is straight nits. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I told my niggas, we gotta get it. Fuck out of here and get to the money. You know the fake hoes that gon' come with it. That's why I cut them, baby. Keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. This ain't even Elite 8. I'm already lit up at the gate. The snow bunny off the molly. I just let the fucking tropics. Met a plug named Jesus. Serve a 20 piece right in your face. She asked me if I lead a day. Will your family be straight? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Count it up, count it up, count it up, run it up. Me and DP, you already know we back to fuck the summer up. Money days under my eyes, cause I stayed up all night. Count it up. With a cookie BMW, just in case a nigga try to wake me up. Hit his ass real fast, like KP running the screen fast. I'd rather come first than last. Chasing this paper, I really got no plan. What you think they hit us for? From Jibra all the way to the boat. Pull up at the prayer, you know how I go. Serve a nigga, then you gotta go. You love hoe. Vivian diamond shining like a chandelier. Her singing and she started to choke. What do you mean, my nigga? I can never ever see myself going rose. And now I'm doing this shit. So there's the spirit in my soul. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. Fuck the election, better grab you a pole. That's what my niggas gotta get. Fuck out of here to get to the money. Go to figure out if you cope with. That's why I couldn't maybe keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 200. 200. I tell my niggas gotta get. Fuck out of here to get to the money. Go to figure out if you cope with. That's why I couldn't maybe keep it 200. 200. 200. Keep it 200. 2. 204 else.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, number 9 checking in. The evening special. Smooth vibes for you. You feel it? Guess you ain't no real shit. Tell me this, why I feel like it's gonna be too late when niggas wake up. I wash my face, I brush my teeth, and then I sit and blaze up. Coming for any motherfucker ever tried to play us. Built it from the ground up, so I can't take no pay cuts. Introversion got me missing, I'm solo like the breakup. The bullshit came at me, and I just had to keep my head up. The world is going crazy, I think niggas getting fed up. Nigga know your money, give a damn how much you got your bread up. They treat this misdemeanor like a fucking felony. You say you want my nigga, why the fuck you telling me? Oh my Kanye, shit ain't nothing you telling me. Well, you can speak it, but I highly doubt I'm gon' believe. Look with your eye, forget your eyes, my change what you perceive. I'm from the city, bodies falling like the autumn leaves. Over a bitch or some bullshit, and I'm like, niggas, please put them down, but keep them tucking like your enemies. This shit here, my nigga, is the revolution. These niggas too pussy for war, I do it through the music. Gather round, I need your focus, hope this make it to you. I'm like a Malcolm X and you more like a Martin Luther. You and I, we both the same, gotta watch out for the shooters. The difference is you unaware they out here trying to do you. Make them move smarter, drink more water, shit beyond the limit. I give you knowledge, turn their wisdom, really how you use it. They say you crazy, it's they bullshit and you call it to it. You doing it for the grandma, baby, don't you fucking do it. I got my mind secure and nigga, I would never lose it. I'm flex a rambling nigga, you ain't gotta ever push it. I always talked about the shit, but now it's time I do it. It's about that time that you to have some positive influence. It's like the music is the only way you gon' get to them. Half of them feel it, others hear it, is they go right through them. Niggas trained to love that shit by popping pills and shooting. How you go fuck on every bitch and ain't number you lose it. You feeling like the man cause you beat it up, you confused it. Told her it's love nigga, you know you just wanted to use it. The situation never blew, I was quick to diffuse it. I'm on this break, I'm doing straights and I'm feeling that's cool shit. The mind you got is a weapon, gotta choose how you use it. These niggas hating and plotting, gotta watch who you cool with. You gon' survive in America, how clutch is your toolkit? New slaves, Jesus pieces, labor, just bought them new whips. Tryna manifest so much that I don't know what to do with. Now I'm playing, I get that paper, I'ma build a school quick. Free education for melanations, then fuck your pulpit. It's allegory to your preacher, he can really stop it. These niggas lying to the people to protect their pockets. That's how we'll see you later in Houston with the Rockets. Hit your mom, don't buy no J's or Kareem, I'm copping. Now let's talk about options, man, this shit from the tropics. Intellectual mind, her list of ones microscopic. I call they music fishy cause they shit is really flopping. Check your approach, my nigga, maybe you should change the topics. Go spread some knowledge, my nigga, fuck what color you're watching. These niggas telling how the nerd to say the feds is watching. These bitches faking shots try to kick up, now she says she praying. I can't get on my way, it is too big a tsunami. I put the gas, I see the fish trying to creep up behind me. I know my rights, bitch, ain't no crime without no fucking body. Daddy left me, that's the reason that I don't trust nobody. They fake praising my talents just for pictures beside me. Hard to still love all this pain that I got built up inside me. What a disaster, do it really matter, cause I went and found peace. And peace. Do what I do, so it's best that you just watch me. Just watch. I feel great. Tell me why these niggas wanna hate. Why everybody got their fucks up on my plate, knowing damn well that I ain't even ate. Bullshit religion make the people wanna break. On some sacred, but ain't nobody getting saved. I'm walking down this path that it ain't even paved. These niggas sell their soul just for fucking fame. What a shame.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It's 10:12 a.m. And not seeing no briefings out right now. Nothing really striving the market right now besides the Russian action here. Excuse me, you guys. Russian action, the Ukraine action. That's really it here. But you're not really seeing nothing really take place too much here. So looks like the market might get weak and start to just sell off here going into the weekend. Possibility here. The SPY's not showing strength that it wants to break here above 431.25. It popped right back up through VWAP here a little bit, but got weak right there at 430.69. So it's right below VWAP as we speak right now, currently just a little bit. The VIX is like right above VWAP just a little bit as well here. So it can go either way right now. It looks like they want a credit spread here today. They're playing with the middle overall on all the ETFs here, triple Qs as well as on in the middle, right on VWAP on the line here. The Dow is doing the same here. But what I'm noticing is the stocks are already down here, even though that the ETFs are in the middle here. So just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. If the ETFs come down here, I think the stocks will get lower. They already are down right now. So that's where it looks like the market is wanting to head here. But at the same time here, we are on the line here, right in the middle of VWAP. So be cautious here. One pop here above 431.25 on the spot here will bring these stocks right up. So just keep it in mind here. It can really go either way. It's in the middle literally right now. Yeah, but it's 10:15 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. The market is mixed up, you guys. Like I said, there's really nothing going on, nothing really taking place. So we're going to continue to just really listen to music. We do have briefings later on throughout the day, but we're going to just play some music and stay silent here and watch the numbers and charts right now. Not really no data really to be getting out to you guys. The personal spending numbers, I don't see, it hasn't crossed my scanner here yet. I'm going to be checking on that. I know all the information is definitely out here. But I haven't seen it across my scanner here yet. Let's see. Yeah, the Ukraine refugees, they crossed into Romania, another country, I guess, or another. So yeah, that's just really what it is right now. That's all the headlines. Really, everybody's talking about the Russia-Ukraine situation. So it's not really looking good for the market still. SPY still coming down right now, back below VWAP here now. VIX is shooting right back up here. Stock still pulling back with the SPY coming down. We still basically kind of where we opened up at. That's just kind of where we are right now for the ETFs. The stocks are already pulling back though. They're not where the same spot they opened. So keep that in mind. If we keep dropping lower here on the SPY and stuff like that, we should see a sell-off here. I wouldn't say a huge one, but we can possibly see a little mini sell-off here, mini flush here. If we can get the SPY below 426, you guys. But with that being said, though, we're going to continue to play music. Like I said, pay attention right now. We're in the middle. It's coming down here right now as we speak. The VIX is going up. So just be cautious of the direction it's heading. It can literally go either way when it's in the middle. The ETFs, that is. So that it can cause the stocks to go either direction here. So keep all that in mind. But that's just where we are right now. Amazon is your leader, and Zasquare is your leaders to the downside here today and deep in the red. Let's see here. Tesla and Amazon. No, Tesla, excuse me, Netflix. They're only down about $14, $10, $15 here. So keep in mind here, we are kinda bearish, low key, but it's mixed. But it can turn full bearish here. So we're in the kangaroo market right now. They got us on a Kangaroo Friday, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like the market is sobering on up. But don't mean that there's more moves to come though, and still possible for something to happen here today. Just keep that in mind. It's still early, sorta. But yeah, this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. But we're gonna take a quick break though. When we come back, we'll update you guys on the indices. We'll be right back.
Bag, 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 bag. That bag, 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 bag.
It's another.
That bag, 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 bag. Spizzy, nigga. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want some dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking. Bitches call me Chaser Bad. Yeah, I'm stankin'. Smoking on that good bag. Yeah. Bitch, I know you love that bag, yeah. Bitch, I'm really blanking bad. Niggas hating, niggas thinking, cause I'm shooting at they pad. Nigga, I got that fucking bag. Little nigga, you wish you never had. You wish you had a dad. Go get a fucking bag. Spizzy, yeah, really about that fucking bag. Chaser, still chasing at the fucking rags. Niggas hating, bitches waiting in line. I'm pacing back and forth, chasing to the rags. Gotta get it, every day I'm with it. Niggas know I'm hitting everything, nigga.
Every day I'm hitting plays, making licks. Niggas out here talking all that shit, but ain't got bricks. Ain't got no smoke. I fuck that hoe. Now that bitch my trick. But you know those for kids, and I do not have kids. Nah, I'm lying. I got kids, and I got about like 6, but they don't tell my other BMs this. I be moving all the time, but I ain't Trace. I be moving all the way. They act like gays. These niggas is weird. These niggas is lame. I just took the AK to his face. If a nigga try me, I shoot him down. I shoot a nigga out of his place.
Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Say, yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky, I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars, I don't want no penny. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man.
Yeah. John. 704 on the 704 on the 704. That's right, I be that young nigga that you never heard. Spit on rhythms, I make you remember, now you know the words. Dropping his shit, I rack up them figures, but I hardly splurge. I'ma get it, my deposit hit, my pockets never hurt. I got gold up on my
my neck. I got gold up on my list. I got whole gold wrist, gold condom for my dick. Hey, you know I'm hella cold, but a nigga never shit. And my money hella old, we on that immortal shit. Working every day, I'm on a mission just to chase a sack. Cop a little weight and then I flip it, then I make it back. On a paper chase like I'm sprinting on the fucking track. If I take a break, it's just to sit and roll and smoke this pack. I be on my grind, know a nigga never slacking. Long as I got God, know a nigga never lacking. I don't be surprised, crazy shit, it always happens. I just verbalize all this shit into this rap. Running 7-0-4, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit is out of go. No sick of low choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Running 7-0-4, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit is out of go. No sick of low choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Yeah, I be going every day. Watching fly, you can't stop me, nigga. It's no fucking way. I be popping from the berry all the way to Santa Fe. Trending topic, I am trying to get to know my fucking name. Give me my respect, I'm underrated and they fucking sleep. I could drop a new project like every other fucking week. You think he the best? I swear these niggas are so fucking weak. No heart in my chest, but I never miss a fucking beat. Do you really know me or do you just know my story? I've been sipping on the 40 in my head, feeling distorted. Yeah. Is you really for me? Well then I need you to show me. I do not want to control you, I just want you to adore me, bitch. I need you to listen, give me your attention. I said I'm on a mission, trying to make the digits. If you got a proposition for the acquisition, put that fucking trippin' shit, I need to hear it. Running 7-0-4, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit is out of go. No sick of low choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Running 7-0-4, where them niggas throw balls, and them niggas both balls. Got you feeling so low, swear that shit is out of go. No sick of low choke, like it from a popo. We can't take no photo. Yeah, 7-0-4, 7-0-4, 7-0-4, running 7-0-4, 7-0-4, 7-0-4, 7-0-4, running 7-0-4. Johnny. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Yeah, I be spazzing on them. Knock on that bitch door, I eat her candy like it's trick or treat. She begging for some more, ask that hoe if she want dick or meat. She said, por favor, yeah, this Hispanic bitch, do what I please. Monday de rodillas, I just thought this bitch get on her knees. I need to hit that from the back, so baby, won't you turn around? I beat them cheeks, yeah, I'ma clap them shits because I love the sound. She a gunner, cause that pussy juicy, wet on drip or drown. Work the stunner, I'ma pop a perk and go a second round. I'll fucking shit up and I hit it wrong. Bunny on Hannah Montana mall. Block me top out in Panama. Dick at the whole speaking Chippewa. Don't fuck with the cops, nigga, fuck all the ops, yeah. This shit is too hot, I can't stay up in the spot, yeah. I am not soft, niggas playing, I'm not, yeah. Johnny took off, I'm the man at the top, yeah. Very scary, fairly odd, bitch, I don't go by the rules. Feel like Jimmy Neutron, but bitch, I dropped up out the school. This my power hour, yeah, I got her on the roof. And we burning purple flowers, all the smoke is going poof. I'm blowing up like a semi-swerve, blowing up how the spliffy burn. Growing up like I'm semi-turned, they going nuts like the demi-urge. Haters, they just wanna see me burn. All that fake easy to discern, no time to play, I don't need a turn. Accelerating like I'm being CERN. This bitch don't like me, this bitch don't like me. I used to pipe her, she used to bite me. I almost wife her, cut that like Spike Lee. Said I'm a liar, well bitch I might be. Bitch I might be. Don't believe a word, got that iced tea for the cocoa birds. But the bird is the word, you let it curve you like you swerving in the coupe. Nigga, who the fuck is you? Yeah, I got shit to do, these niggas hella lazy. Don't got shit to lose, true God don't do fugazi. Can't get caught with you, I can't be having babies. You thought we was cool, oh shit, that's hella crazy. I be snapping on them, ooh, getting ratchet on them, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't blasting on me, ooh, I be spazzing on them, ooh, I be blasting on me, ooh, bagging on me, ooh, yeah, get the lappers on me. I be snapping on them, ooh, getting ratchet on them, ooh, got the racket on me, ooh, it ain't blasting on me, ooh, I be spazzing spazzing on me. Ooh, I be blasting on me. Ooh, blow a bagel on me. Ooh, hit the labbers on me. Ooh, yeah. I be spazzing on me. Ooh, yeah. I be spazzing on me. Ooh, yeah. I be spazzing on me. Ooh.
I'm about to bend the edge just to get the sack. I'm about to bend the edge just to get the sack. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Cold boy quiz, all I do is spit crack. I'm ballin' like a Laker. Downstairs hood, call a young nigga Baker. HBK, I'm a young heartbreaker. Yeah, shawty bad, little nigga, don't chase her. If she actin' up, little nigga, just replace her. I'm about to shoot my shot with a light skin Dom. Young Tony Hawk, how I stay up on my grind. Remember being broke, selling nicks and Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I rock the phone like Brett. Niggas ain't shooters, they was ballin' at the rec. Shout out my Quan, man, my nigga is a jet. My new hoe 27 like Leonard Fournette. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. I had to cut these niggas off, ain't using no axe. I'm about my mama crib, I told her relax. How this nigga born in 97, them facts. Fuck with me, you better be a rider. I'm hype like Shada. Feeling like big bitch, call me Big Papa. I got that Shada flowing, no, I'm not chopper. I don't play hockey, but I am a slider. Fucking with my side bitch, yeah, it's time to hide her. Christmas, how I get the sack. Say you got gas, boy, you better have some pack. I got them chips, I ain't talking rap snacks. Know my side bitch, yeah, you know her ass fat. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track. Christmas, how I get the sack. I'm overlap these niggas, I ain't talking run the track.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. We about 1 hour into the market here, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, we went up here, down, found support at 427. Now the spot's on the high here, 431.88. So the market was in the middle for a while here during that break, and then just decided to show some upside here. Looking slightly bullish, ladies and gentlemen. The spot can creep up here to about 435, 440's max pain for sure. Spy get to 440. The market we bull rally here at that point. But 435, you guys, is a key level right here, right now. The fact that they're holding up this 431.99 here is our new high today. 432, 4 cent new high. 432.13, 26 cent, you guys. So it's going up right now. Just skipped on me. 432.26 cent is the high of the day right now. The SPY here. Stocks are holding up with that, as you see. Google's up 22. Amazon is only down 2 now, you guys. They're about to turn green here. Square is still, Block, aka used to be Square. Block is still going here from earnings here, post earnings. They're up $20, you guys. About a 20% correction to the upside. Yeah, market's in the green here, so looking really bullish here now. The Dow is up about 1.20%. The Nasdaq's up 20%. Remember, they were the leader yesterday at 3%. So if you get the Nasdaq going here, see ya, bears. S&P 500 92% here. So yeah, just keep all this in mind here. This is really not about emotions or ego here. This is really just about paying attention to charts and numbers. The market is going up. You can participate. I don't think you see a slight little reversal here. We went from opening up. We were already baby bullish. Came down here to kangaroo, you guys. Then the Bears gained momentum. It switched, went back to the middle here, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're back on that baby bull. This bull is growing, though, you guys. The bull is growing into a full normal bull here, especially if we can get to 435. We will have a grown bull at 440, you guys. So keep that in mind. The market is up right now slightly. Looks like a correction to the upside. As I was saying, corrections can be downside or upside. It doesn't matter. A correction is a correction here. But it looks like we're seeing a correction to the upside. Looks like the market might be stating we were possibly oversold here, and now they're just easing on back up to where they want to get it comfortably at here. We are at 431.87 on the spot. Triple Qs is at 341 here. The VIX is, like I said, still down here at $23, about 60 cents. The Dow is even up above VWAP at about 335 here, ladies and gentlemen. So nice little rally right there. Nice little small little rally for the little baby bulls right there. Got the spot to pop above VWAP here. So let's just see how long it holds here. As I said, remember 435, 440 is your targets here for the bulls here today. They want to hit these numbers here before close. So I will keep that in mind here. There's strong resistance here at about 435. You won't see it get there that easy. And when it does, it's going to test it. But when it's above it, just a signaling to you it broke it. So, yeah, that's just where it's at towards the upside here today. Downside, like I said, you're going to need the SPY. And for the bears to get this momentum going back here, you're going to want that 427.86 break right here on the SPY. So, still can happen here. We're still kind of close to the middle. The SPY is only up above VWAP just a little bit now. So, I would say the middle would be about 429 on the SPY there. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at the SPY here. Remember, it's controlling the stocks here. So when you're looking at your favorite stock to invest in, the SPY is that all in one. Foot Locker's still selling off here. They're down 14 now. Let's see here. Booking is down. Booking Holding that is down 20 now. They're down 20, you guys. So that was a good flip right there for them. ZS still post earnings here down 56, 21% correction here. So like I said, this was a earnings play here. Fell about $55 there now, right? So yeah, those put premiums paid out. Congratulations, Bears over there if you played that one. It was a low key one. I think I had about 2 people that talked about that this week. 2 people was right. Oh, man. So, yeah, that's just what's up right there. You lie to yourself so well. Hey, y'all need to chill out in the chat, man. He always get frisky when he loses every trade. Chill out in the chat, man. Be positive and respectful, man. I'm going to have to get y'all up out of there. Y'all be having my shit freezing, too, with all these comments. I'm about to turn it off. Y'all crazy as hell, man. Oh, man. But yeah, it's 10:35 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. Kind of a chill day for real. Really chill. Real relaxed. Nothing like I said, the market definitely sobered up here. Nothing like really like exciting turned up here today. That was kind of yesterday, the day before. All last week. The market kind of it's sobering up here. It's sobering up and it's chilling out here on volatility, it looks like. But that just can, pick up whenever it wants. So keep that in mind. But overall, we are chill here. Looks like the SPY might come back here to VWAP, you guys. So right back to the middle. Just getting clawed at resistance. Bulls still not realizing it here yet, really. But they are fighting here, are up. You know what I'm saying? Doing very well above VWAP. Trying to just stay above it here. It looks like now they just want to play a tug-of-war game. Doesn't look like they want to spread or can spread. So it looks like they're definitely playing tug-of-war here at VWAP. So you want to keep that in mind there. Theta Decay the Greek that stuff is real. That starts to kick in when stocks do this fight in motion here. Investors don't like it. Even the market doesn't like it. So that's why you see what you get in your portfolios from it. Excuse me. Fucking Amazon's back down, you guys. They're back down here. So another flip here. Booking holding is more to the downside here now. It's about $31. Let's see here. More stocks on the move. Tesla's still down here. Tesla's down 10. Google's only up now 15. Etsy's up 12 now. So everybody's just pulling back there. Kind of cooled out. Block is still going here, up 19. Up 19 still. Holding up in the air here. Holding that dip there. Let's see here with Meta. Meta's actually up about $1.95. Well, about 70 cents now. So yeah, Beyond Meat. That was a post earnings play too. Forgot about them. Little old Beyond Meat. I remember when they started in the market, they were about this was a good stock when they started, and it was just recently. Well, yeah, 2019, but the pandemic, dipped them and dipped everybody. They started out here, but they were definitely a stimulus stock here, pandemic winner. They were at about $222 at one point, man. This time last year, yeah, Beyond Meat was at $220 this time last year. So, see what happens in a year. Things can change in the market. Obviously, people became really rich here on the downside. People got really rich on the upside as well. So, just back in the same spot below here now, though, actually here. So this is their all-time low. They only been in the market for about 3 years. And they've never been this low Beyond Meat, so keep that in mind. Somebody was asking about that, so I wanted to get that described on the channel. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are back mixed. The NASDAQ is red again, you guys. Down about 13% here. S&P 500 is up 60%. The Dow is down about, no, the Dow is actually up, 85%. So the Dow is really your leader to the upside here today. Very interesting, right? Because they were down, what? 700 yesterday, right? Right. So now they're up here leading the way. Doesn't sound too swift here to me. I'm calling cap here. But at the same time, the more and more it keeps bouncing off this support here at 429, it does look more bullish. So that is what I'm paying attention to the most. The charts and numbers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm paying attention to the most. The charts and numbers. That is what gets you paid here. Looks like we got breaking. Putin said that the Ukraine military must not allow the government to use their children, wives, and loved ones as human shields. Tactics. He insisted. I guess this is a little small country over there. Kava was using during Moscow's military operation. Take the power into your own hands, the Russian president said, arguing that the army would be a better negotiating partner than a bunch of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who he claimed have entrenched themselves in Kava and have been holding the people hostage. So Putin, that's breaking news right there. Putin just said that. He just said, basically, he's just saying they're holding people hostage. He's saying their people over here are taking advantage of the other people and holding them hostage, and they think they're better than them. They're drug addicts. They're really bad people. So he said, don't use your children and wives and your loved ones as shields, meaning like don't try to don't be a coward. He's saying that's some cowardly shit right there. He's basically saying he's still going to attack. Regardless if you do that, he's just saying don't do that. He's not trying to hurt kids, women, and the loved ones, you know what I'm saying, that y'all love. So it's crazy, man. That's crazy. Y'all just pray for the whole situation, like I said, man. But it's crazy. Putin's crazy, man. He's shell. Everybody shell, I guess, at this point. But the SPY is going up off of this right now. They say history does date invasions do cost the markets to go up, prices to go up. It's been one time, one war that it didn't cost the market to go up, but you don't know really what's going to happen here. We're in different times, different generations. You just don't know, man. People are crazy. What I'm noticing though, things are being more recorded. Nowadays, back in the day when there was war, I didn't see any video footage of it, but now I'm starting to see live video footage, action of it actually happening. So it's crazy nowadays, man. It really is. So just keep in mind, things have changed, and just pray for the people that's going through that over there, because it could be you, man. It could be you. You never know. But that's messed up, man. The whole situation is. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live. And this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break. It is 10:43 a.m. Market just chilling above VWAP slightly here on the SPY and the triple Qs and the Dow. VIX is still below VWAP slightly here. So kind of still kangaroo market here. Still kind of mixed up here. They don't know if they want to go green or they want to just stick it red. So they're trying to do both here. And just milking time off the clock right now. So keep that in mind here. There will be a move. It might not happen here today, ladies and gentlemen. You got to think the market was just going crazy. So once you sober up, it's like a human at that point, You're going to need some juice. You're going to need some soda, maybe some grease to get on your stomach, after you drink. You know how it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to be right back after the break.
I got like 2 or 3 knots in my pockets, them hundreds and 20s can't fit in my wallet. Fans gon' hate cause they don't know I'm popping they man in their hand cause they cannot stop it. Remember them days I was broke as a joke, now little nigga take on like a rocket, plug in the socket. I'ma call Rick on the scene, he shooting like hard with rocket. Bitch, I'm a dog, missing 2 tons in them fletches in case the little niggas ain't know. Came from the field, they finna load them skills, I swear I'ma track in the post. Bitch, I'm gon' go, Jacks be finna for cold, I swear they ain't low with the snow. Niggas should know, I ain't no junkie, if I catch her out, I'ma just blow. Nigga, I rip it, nigga try me, I'ma rip it. Body bag, I'ma zip it, Glock out of 10, chop gon' take off the spit it, I'ma just let it be spit. Come to the hood, they can't come to my hood. We try when we hit on the sticks. I got a dick. If you try me, get hit. They'll been back to the trench, trying to get rich. Never plotting on lists like Robin is all that we know. I gotta blow. Niggas ain't touching my flow. Diamonds on me and it's cold. Niggas be bold. Plus for money and heat, I up it and niggas get froze. Big 4-0. I get the clutch in the poke. Duck while I knock it for fro. Nigga who running. Niggas should know who running. Running this shit that ain't nothing. Fucking your bitch. Swear she in love with his dick. She loving his dick on her stomach. Pack on my plenty. We in a party with Glock. She tried. I promise I'm busting. Fucking me hunting. I was be talking too much. These niggas is really on nothing. I got the drop. I'ma pull up on their block. Running when they hit them shots. I know I like. And I done seen a whole bunch. Still gonna like punching the clock. Killing this shit. I'ma just throw with the beat. This rapping shit easy to me. Blowing these streets. But I still stay with the heat. Like D-Wade as a 3. Stay on smoke. 3.5 in the wood. Blowing out watching them choke. He don't want smoke. He mad and I'm fucking his hoe. She put my dick in the throat. I do the most. Rocking this shit like a boat. I ain't had nothing but hope. But niggas should know. Bitch, I'm the hottest little nigga. I feel like I'm doper than coke. Bitch, I'ma make it. If I want it, I'ma take it. Think you tough, nigga say it. Bitch, I'm not playing. I go Super Saiyan. Cook a nigga like some bacon. But I'm a Mac. Cause I'ma get to this cash while niggas still sit on their ass. I got the key. Tell the face move out the way. I'm cutting the snakes in the grass. I am on top. Watching these niggas run up. I promise I won't come to last. RP bro. Thinking about all of this shit. You this shit up in the past. It's on my mind. Now's my time to shine. I'm finna run up me a bag. Popping them tags. I'ma just do what I do. Trying to get shit I ain't had. Niggas is fast. Niggas is all on my dick like nigga. Why the fuck is fast? Gotta go get it. Nigga, I gotta go get it. I'm trying to pull up in the jag. Bitch, I go crazy. So I'm losing my mind like I popped a couple of Zans. Fuck it, I'm on it. Doing this shit for my mama. Big rats and quit bands. Bitch. Hey, big 2 times. I know what the fuck going on. Y'all know who run it.
Look at the sense.
Yeah. Fine, not Jamie. You already know what the fuck going on. Gang. Yeah. Girls dress like I'm Medusa, make your nigga fall in love. Mama wrong like rulers, boy. Fuck you, where your plug? My nigga, bitch, some shooters. I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds. I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm a Medusa. When they shake, he fall in love. He fuck me, flight to Paris, smoke a blunt and get some brunch. Yo, Vato, this shit hitting type of weed that had you sprung. He coming back like replay, cause he know that I'm the one. These other bitches corny, no Fritos, ain't got no chips. I been swagged out, these bitches dipping in my drip. They wonder why I'm smelling, cause I know that I'm that bitch. Consistency and timing make a young nigga rich. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money low like rulers, boy, fuck you where your plug. My nigga bitch, some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. You want me with my bag and I ain't fucking with no scrub. If you got it, that ain't nothing, you ain't fucking with no bum. Bitch, I bet I flip a stack and watch my niggas run it up. They bring me back my profit, I ain't gotta do shit. Ugly hoes always talking, bitch, your legs must smell like piss. Young boss, bitch, coming straight from out the bottom. These hoes beef me make believe, they don't really got no problem. Can't fuck no regular nigga, they be looking for some clout. Can't put shit near this pussy, cause they can't close they mouth. They be talking like they bitches, no real niggas, it's a drought. When I come across one, I be sure to point them out. Green dress like I'm Medusa, thick red bitch, I hear you love. She cry just like a baby, damn, what you wanna hug? I gotta make it happen, you can't get no handout. Everybody watch me struggle, left me starving in a drought. Green dress like I'm Medusa, when they shake, he fall in love. My money long like rulers, boy, fuck you where your plug. My niggas been some shooters, I advise you don't run up. I'm counting blue hundreds, I ain't fucking with no dubs. Green dress cause I'm that bitch, I make your nigga fall in love. Yeah, bitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and the SPY is going up, you guys. As I said earlier here on the stream, 435. This baby bull is growing. Yeah, I'm telling you, it breaks 435, 440. We're looking at a grown bull now. Just think about what just happened, you guys. We were just at 410 here yesterday. We are back right now at 433, like literally nothing happened. So this could just be the really confirming now at this point. 435 would say yes, that was the bottom. We're about $2 away from that now. SPY's just creeping on up. It's breaking out now, 433.50 here. They're still going. Everything's picking up with it, you guys. Amazon's up 21 now. Everything's picking up with this move here. The bottom of the day is 427.86, so no bearish momentum at all here at all. That was support there. Looks like the bears might have sold yesterday. Possibly what we're looking at here. We got about $2 left to see if that is true. Looks like it might be true though at this point. Charts and numbers don't lie really. But I mean, yeah, at this point, it's just doing what I'm saying. So as I know what I'm saying must be right. So 440 definitely is going to be a grown bull here. I think if you get to 440, you'll actually see stocks break their resistance here. They'll let them run here today. We'll have day 2 for being bullish after 6 days being red. So keep all that in mind here. Right here at resistance though, at 433.52. Don't think that's really resistance though. I think the real resistance is about 435. They're gonna definitely test it before the day is over with. At this point, so just be prepared for that. We got Euro close coming up. The market is in the green here. It's a lot of volatility in tech stocks. That's the headlines. Diversity in tech and finance. The Dow's up 1.32%. The Nasdaq's up 63%. So they're picking up. Remember, they were up 3% yesterday. The S&P 500 is up right now about 1.2% here. So about 1.20 to be exact on the S&P 500. Meta's picking up here, up $2 right now. Etsy's picking back up, still up 14 though. So let's see here what happens. Looks like they're going to chill it out right here at resistance. There will be a retest, ladies and gentlemen. before the day is over with at this point. So keep that in mind. Why do I say that? They have shown strength more towards the upside here, to the point where it's going to hold it for about a couple more hours to let the American people decide what they want to do. So you got to keep all that in mind. Now we'll be up to the United States to decide if we like this price action or we don't. So that's coming up here shortly. Still no briefings, you guys. Still no briefings right now. But the market is baby bullish right here. The bulls have slight momentum here to the upside. That is what's taking place. But 435 here, you're looking at a teenage bull right there. If you attack 435 and 440, you're looking at a grown adult bull right there. And ladies and gentlemen, we can rally if we break that. So we're going to take a quick break here. Stocks on the move right now, man. SPOT's back on the new high, 433.58, 433.60. Here they go again. So we're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that niggas talking about the game? What's You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. You wrote it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. And you told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I stole it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch. People talking to them bitches. They end up with them hoes. You ain't getting no digits. I'm out here in the trenches. Chopping up with the Migos. I'm moving out of peace. I know how I'm living. You can tell me I ain't getting it. I've been doing this every year. You don't see my money here. You don't see my money. I'm switching up cars every year. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck they wanna talk about? What? What's up, nigga? I got the 32. Nigga, I ain't no snitch. You a bitch. Your bitch snitched on me. Damn, set me up. Got me in the fucking shit. Now I wanna fucking kill a bitch. I don't wanna kill a dog. I just wanna say I don't even love the bitch. She love my dick. She just love my dick. So she got addicted and she got a trip. So I told that bitch take another route. She a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a statement, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a statement, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it.
Yeah, who a snitch?
You a snitch.
Not me. Who a bitch? Not me. But I seen you on that paperwork, and I seen you telling niggas about that paperwork, and then you turned around and then you told on me, and then you told on me. What the fuck? Oh, homie, the fuck? What you gave me was old, homie. Don't act like you ain't old, homie. Slay me, and now spray me. Nah, come and spray me. Shoot your shot. This ain't raid, roach. I smoke your ass, roach your ass, put you out, then roll your ass, then mow the grass. Then hold it last, yeah, one rack shit. I'm just looking for a one rack bitch that ain't snitching, like that nigga bitch. Got a name on my paperwork, like a wind trail. Type of shit is that? Send that bitch to hell. Oh snitch, fucking bitch. Got that 30 on my hip, and I'ma hit at that bitch. And if you run up, I'ma punch your ass with that dick. On that stick, yeah, that 30 is gon' hit on your shit, little bitch.
Yo, bitch. It's another one coming, man. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Hot the pressure and smoke out the pound. Got the drop on the op, Ray gunning them down. Racks in it safe in it sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in knock out for Brown. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure and smoke out the pound. Got the drop on the op, Ray gunning him down. Rex in it safe in his sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in knock out for Brown. Unlimited shots, straight out the Glock. We fire 2 minutes to duck. Block full of shells, I'm cleaning it up. Police ain't picking it up. He running for me, Glock with a beam. Hell nah, I ain't giving it up. He acting tough, I know it's a bluff. That Glock make him piss in the cup. I'm doing these solos, catching the back end. I turn up the crowd when I tap in. Fuck is a jump, I got a pack in. She wanna fuck the Rex in. They calling me Sam when I bring the sack in. I'm serving while you get your nap in. I'm serving while you get your nap in. I'm keeping it 2 cause I got a check. He gon' get jacked if he flex. Since I show dogs, you like a vet. I shoot, bitch, I don't need a net. Basket of greens, you like
Market picking up here, ladies and gentlemen. 433.98 on the SPY.
Shred. If you need it, I got it on deck.
Stocks rise. Stocks rise as investors eye Russia data here. That is the headlines crossing.
She give me face, no time to rest. When I'm done, she cleaning my mess. You wanna be down, get put to the test. You better just stay in your nest. Leaving them shit, Glock at his chest. Them hollows just ripping his vest. You wanna be down, get put to the test. You better just stay in your nest. Leaving them shit, Glock at his chest. Them hollows just ripping his vest. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure and smoke out the pound. Got the drop on the op, Ray gunning him down. Rex in it safe in his sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in knock out for Brown. I'm fucking this stunt, I'm busting it down. Got the pressure and smoke out the pound. Got the drop on the op, Ray gunning him down. Rex in it safe in his sound. He tried to hide, he getting found. Put him in place like a noun. Picking up back here when I get in town. When I'm in knock out for Brown. Look at this go. Poncho!
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her tape, know it gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough, like fuck is a dough. Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her tape, know it gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough.
Mama know who Cub
Like fuck is a dough.
I roll me away and I'm getting lifted. I pop me a pill and I'm getting tripped. I fucking that bitch and you know I'm dipping. I smash on her gas, yeah, I gotta get it. I beat up that pop, man, I'm water whipping. Every day I wake up, yeah, I'm in the trenches. If you start the problem, no, I gotta finish.
Big bait, yeah, they call me the slum. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Shady ass nigga, you ain't real. Catch this motherfucking heat, catch this motherfucking steel. Little nigga ain't real. Nigga on the real deal. My time is money, so where's the bitch? Undercover boy, go bitch. Undercover boy, you a bitch. Talk to 12 boy, you a snitch. Hell nah, you a snake. Get the fuck on my face. Chopper spraying like some fucking mace. Commit a crime with a fucking race. Thick bitch, I just wanna taste. Her pussy so good. Salisbury, that's the hood.
Yeah.
I'm copping.
Yeah. Salisbury, that's the hood. It's 11 a.m., y'all. Oh, man, we got 30 minutes to Euro close. We do see the SPY turning around here. It got rejected at 433.98. So, as I said, that resistance at 435, you guys. It felt the heat right there. Turned around. 432.77 now. It looks like some stocks pulled back instantly when they noticed that. So volatility is still high here. As long as it's above 20, yeah, it's always still gonna be high. But it has its moments when it wanna, cool out and speed up and go slow. It's volatility. That's what it is. So yeah, it looks like a bounce right back to VWAP on the VIX might be in play here. If you can get the VIX back up at about $23.69 here, that would be in action. But if you can get the SPY back to 430 now, I think that's your new middle. Since they just took it to 433.98, you're gonna have to fight to get the SPY to about 430 now. a harder battle there for the Bears with so much bullish momentum. But it can switch, it can switch. So it just is a matter of time when who wants to give in first here. That's what it is about. But yeah, we got Euro close in about 28 minutes. Russian missiles hit Kievan, that's that little country, I guess, small, I don't know how to pronounce it, but they hit him. I'm seeing footage here now on it. So yeah, Russian missiles hit them, yeah. That was crazy, man. Russia willing to talk as Ukraine opens to discuss neutral status. So Ukraine is now Russians willing to talk about a neutral status here. And Ukraine is open to discuss it. So they just invaded through missiles. Now they want to talk. This is crazy. This is a crisis, you guys. But the market's in the green here. The Dow's up 1.42%. The Nasdaq's up 50%. The S&P 500 is up 1.22% here. So it looks like we found some support in the air. Ouch. Bears getting closer to 435. So yeah, even though they know they got rejected, they felt the heat at 435. They felt it. Trust me, it's mad close right now. They are going to test it still. It looks like here it's 433.82 here, going into the Euro close here. Looks like the Euro market is doing its own thing, considering that the little block didn't really affect. I looked into it. It didn't really affect all of Russia or whatever. So not really. You just kind of got their leaders. So you gotta understand that too. Think about that. All that is in effect here for the upward momentum right now in the fight to the upside. So with that being said, let's get into some stocks on the move. Looks like Apple is up here about 32 cents. Amazon is up about $16. Boeing's up about $1 here. Alibaba, they're down about 2. Booking Holdings is down about 35. Beyond Meat still down about 4. eBay is down $1. Etsy's up about 13 right now. SPY's picking up here, 434.06, you guys. High today, 434.09. So like I said, they will put that pressure on that 435 level, you guys. It's coming here. Stocks are picking up here now with that. 434.15, you guys. Oh, man, new high today on the SPY. Oh, man, look, did y'all just see the growth of that bull all in what was that, an hour, maybe 2 hours, almost 2 hours? Right there, did y'all just see the growth into that bull? We started out, we saw it be born. We saw it be born down here at the bottom, you guys, and it grew up. It grew up. It just became a teenager, you guys. It's about to become a teenager bull here. So keep that in mind here. You get to this adult bull status, these stocks will break resistance. We will see a rally here to the upside today. That is in play right now. The way they're looking at, the way they're throwing that needle. But as I said, it got to get there first. It's just getting very close. So just giving you guys a little heads up. That's 434.15 is the high on the SPY. The VIX is coming down. Volatility chilling out. You see what I'm saying? $23.17 here. So it's going down. The VIX was just at 27. So they done lost $4. They now back at 23 here. So it looks like the market is taking advantage of that. Excuse me. Some water. So let me take a quick break. I'm about to get a little water break, a little parched here. So yeah, you know, drink more water. Gotta clear the throat, gotta get the lungs, gotta stay sharp, gotta stay healthy, you know what I'm saying? Health is wealth. You feel me? So yeah, with that being said, I'm gonna take a quick break. Y'all should too. You should get up from your screen right now, move around, stretch out, do some jumping jacks, sit ups, push ups, whatever you can do. Move around, just jog for a second in place. Go check the mailbox, get some fresh air. Do anything really here. Just move around here. Get the blood flowing, get the body moving. It's not healthy to just be sitting looking at a screen here all day here. Things will happen your way. Trust and believe. Whatever you pick, it's going to happen in your way. Trust and believe. You just got to have some patience with the market. That's it. That's all it is here. The market has a mind of its own. It's doing its own thing. So you have a mind of your own. You should do your own thing as well. Get up and move around. Get the blood flowing, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
And I'm peed. Poncho!
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her team, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough, like fuck is a dough. Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her team, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough,
Mama know who Cub
like fuck is a dough.
I roll me away and I'm getting lifted. I pop me a pill and I'm getting trippy. I fucking that bitch and you know I'm dipping. I smash on no gas, yeah, I gotta get it. I beat up that pop, man, I'm water whipping. Every day I wake up, yeah, I'm in the trenches. If you start the problem, no, I gotta finish.
Big Bay, yeah, they call me the slum. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Shady ass nigga, you ain't real. Catch this motherfucking heat, catch this motherfucking steel. Little nigga ain't real. Nigga on the real deal. My time is money, so where's the bitch? Undercover boy, go bitch. Undercover boy, you a bitch. Talk to 12 boy, you a snitch. Hell nah, you a snake. Get the fuck on my face. Chopper spraying like some fucking mace. Commit a crime with a fucking race. Thick bitch, I just wanna taste. Her pussy so good. Salisbury, that's the hood.
Yeah. I'm copping them peas, fuck is a zone. Throwing them peas, I'm in the end zone. She calling my phone, she won't leave me alone. We pull up with sticks, y'all pull up with stones. These niggas be fat, man, these niggas be clones. These niggas be clones. I run to the money, I get to the cash. I'm speeding, I'm feeling like Flash. Shotsbury, nigga, I'ma get to a check. They hating on me, but I know I'm a man. Ice a nigga who gon' get to a fence. Shot that nigga in his face and I put him on his head. Got rid of it and I had that go cop a kid. If we go hit a lick, we gon' split all the bread. We gon' split all the bread.
Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her team, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough,
Mama know who Cub
like fuck is a dough. Up on the ops, get a scope, calling her team, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O, smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low, I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough, like fuck is a dough.
Came from the west and he fought with the foe. They serving the fiends, man, he serving the flow.
4 locals on go. Fuck me a hoe, yeah, it's a show.
I catch me a op, I'm up in the scope.
No piece of hub, but we at your door.
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
Yeah. I already know what the fuck going on. Had to get on here, goddamn, talk my shit a little bit. You feel me? Yeah. Pulled up in a new whip. Big bang, take a little shit. Nigga feelin' way, they ain't feelin' this. Grim River have killer shit. Little whole week, couldn't take a stick. Give me back my nigga, bitch. We swappin' hoes like chump change. Big sex, I like to be touch man. Feelin' on his dick through his ball maze. Ask me if you wanna be my star player. Shoot my shot like Stephen Curry. Little touchy, I ain't got no words. I am not a human being. Rock ships tied to a limousine. No, I don't gotta be on everything. Nigga hate me, but I don't feel the same. Finna take off, no Migos. Love it, she sound like Debo. Coming at your neck like Steve-O. What they mad at me for? It's cause I flow like a river. Cause my pussy wet, it's a dripper. Maybe cause I call all the shots. Niggas ain't running they block. It's coming hot and they not. Like I'm straight out the pot. Nigga wanna fuck with my rock. Oh, I ain't knocking on socks. Nigga wanna fuck, is you loyal? I'm a brat and I like to be spoiled. Tell them take all that rap trick. Put on my new shit. Hit a bitch only 4 times. And I cut ties. Round with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine. Tell that hoe, put it 4 times. Put it 4 times. Hit a bitch only 4 times. Then I cut ties. Round with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine. From the 4, put it 4 times. Put it 4 times. Run it back like a highlight. Smoke a middle of the highlight. He got bread, but ain't my type. Ain't no bird, we can't take flight. Man, I got so high last night. Swear that I remember my past life. Big white bitch, so salt life. House on the beach, can't stop by. You can't sit with us, you ain't lit enough. Pull up Bentley truck, don't try your luck. Bet you will get struck. Gonna give you book, no karma. But I got them shooters, and bitch, trauma, dude, don't trust niggas. They gon' try to fool you. Switch up when that script, you gon' flip that shit. Act like it was you. You know what to do, go take his shit. Call up all your niggas, pull up with them triggers. He don't be a dog, put him in the cage. Make him feel that pain. Fuck niggas, my heart in the grave. Bitch, I take your chain. Bitch, only 4 times, then I cut ties. Round with like 4 knots. They plot on my shot. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times, then he ain't mine. From the 4, play this 4 times. Play this 4 times. Hit a bitch only 4 times, then I cut ties. Round with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Fuck up 4 times, then he ain't mine. Tell them hoes, play this 4 times. Play this 4 times.
Whoa!
I got like 2 or 3 now.
Oh man, we back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:15. The spot just tagged 435-13, you guys. Whoa. Teenage bull here now. Industry's picking up. Russian willing to talk as Ukraine open to discuss neutral status. So Russia's willing to talk, and Ukraine is willing to they're open to discuss the neutral status. So it doesn't sound to me like we're fighting anymore. It's maybe what they might be trying to hint at here. Market's taking it straight positive here. Everything's going up here. The Dow stocks higher as investors eye strong data, Russian attacks. So look at the headlines here. Stocks higher as investors eye stronger data, Russian attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, we were at 435 right here on the spot. The Dow's up 1.83% now. The NASDAQ is up almost 1%. The SP 500 is up 1.60%, you guys. So all the strong data came out this morning was it was bullish, and they actually took it bullish today. That's really good. They actually took it bullish today. It was bullish when it came out, and they took it bullish. So that's what's going on here right now. The VIX is down here below VWAP, a lot of space below $23.08. So volatility is just cooling off here. It's chilling out. It's to the downside right now. Nothing to be bearish about right now. Apparently, the VIX is telling us that. So let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Stocks on the move now. Amazon's up 30. Wow, Amazon's up 30, you guys. Fuckers. Oh, man. Do not like the wait, do you? It's fine, though. I know where y'all going. Because, yeah, they can take it there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Amazon. Yeah, that is your leader here, basically, to the upside right now, too. Amazon and Google. Amazon and Google right now is your leaders today. Google's up by $26. Zaskal is still down about 55, man. That's your leader to the downside. It is the only leader to the downside with Booking Holdings back down about 35. Those are your two leaders to the downside. This is where it's set here. This is where it's at right now. Tesla having a hard time here with 800. Ladies and gentlemen, it is mad resistance there. Keep in mind the SEC is investigating their CEO. So it's like all eyes on that stock there. Just kind of really strange how that will play out. Like I said, SEC, they can feel bad for investors at this point if they feel like Elon did that situation wrong and shoot the stock right back up here to like where it was at before. And that would be the 1200 level. And that would just be to reset it and make it fair again before all that even started to see if it would happen again. See if it would come down. But I think if it's good, if it's not good, if they let them go, I mean, really just investors can take it bad too. They can take it to the downside once they realize like it's a fight to even get back to these levels. That's not fair. Then they might give up, and you know. But we just really don't know here. But as far as we do know, charts and numbers, the market is going up here. Stocks are moving with it to the upside, trying to correct more to the upside. The SPY is at 435.02, you guys. So we are here, you guys. This is a teenage bull now. No more baby bull here. A lot of buying here today. The market is picking up, you guys. Amazon's up $35 right now. Coinbase is even up here now after their beat on revenue. Their Tesla's picking up here, you guys. 807 here. They were at about 819 this morning, so you're gonna have to fight back there for Tesla to really get back on that bull train there. So keep that in mind there. About 820 might be your real resistance now. Looks like 800 possibly is your middle support maybe. But it looks like really 780 is your super strong support really. So the Bears are going to need Tesla back below about 780 here before close. Going into the weekend above 800 is not going to be a good feeling. But I mean, can go up here up till about 820. Can retest 820 if needed. See the SPY go up. The SPY break 435.46. If the SPY go to 440, yes, stocks are going up here right now as we speak. Tesla is just hit 807 here. Amazon's still going here. Let's see here. Everything is turning around, going green. Microsoft's up. Netflix is about to turn green, possibly down $1 now. Moderna's only down 2 now. Tesla's still only about 5, so really not in the clear yet. But like I said, a break above 820 would put them there. Nvidia above resistance right now, up $3 here. Nvidia is up above resistance right now, you guys. Tech 241, Nvidia is. So looking like they might want to retest that 245, 246 level they used to love. possible. Google just picked up here, up 40 now. Google's on the high. Google's the leader now. It was Amazon, now it's Google, you guys. Google is the leader here. Google just shot up. They're up $42 now out of nowhere. They're just spiked up. Amazon is right behind them now. So the SPY is picking up here. I think Google and the SPY picked that up just now. Google is up 40 now. Yeah, 435.52 new high on the SPY. The market's just going up, you guys. This is an uptrend here. This is a bull flag. They're getting short squeezed. Like I said, a break above 440, they're short squeezed. If it runs to 450, they're really short squeezed. So, man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy to even think that we're almost that close here again to these numbers after just saying 410. Brought the dip so instantly here, reset the market, and now it's going right back up here. 435.70 on the SPY is the high of the VIX. Volatility's slowing down, still going down. $23 even now. Not looking good for the bears. Not looking good. Not looking good. Oh man, I think they're gonna have to. I don't know what they're gonna have to do, man, but they're gonna have to figure something out, man. SPY is really above 435 even right now. Let's see how long that holds. It's mad resistance in this area, ladies and gentlemen. On this block right here, this is your ultimate battle right here. This is the round one fight. And we got Euro close approaching here in about 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be tuned in for that, but the market is on the high. Hit that target number that I said earlier from this morning at 435 above it right now. We're looking at a teenage bull, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, all the indices in the green here. The Nasdaq's up 1.15%. The Dow's up 1.86%. The S&P 500 is up, you guys. 1.75%. So we looking at a green market here. The bulls have momentum. They're all up 1% right now. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCA OD. And it's 11:24. We'll be back right before the Euro close. We're gonna catch that action live here. Let's see what the United States is gonna do. Are they gonna hold on to the baton and run and get to the finish line? Or will they drop it on accident or trip on their feet and all stumble? We don't know. About to find out. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, I'm with JoJo off the Doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean, I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. And I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they toting big gun, they scared to use them.
I'm with Savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Glock 23 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking take me.
I smoke gas that smell like piss. When I see the bitch I diss, I don't really got time to taste it. But if you see, I'ma take it with these bands. I make it turn the thigh to a model while I bake it. He gon' bake it, he gon' shake it. I had a little cuz come through and fucking take it. He gon' take it, got that quaker. I send you to your motherfucking maker.
Good gas, good lean, nigga roll good, big bad bitch, fat ass, and she like to lick the team.
She can't roll with the team unless she toting on the beam, and I got a bad bitch for the team. Pass it off like Elliot, who store it up and he gon' hoop, swear to God on truth. When I shoot, you gon' shoot, we gon' lace you like a boot. You already know how we fucking do.
How we do what we do, major gang, we the crew. Got your boo, and she rolling on that boo, hey. Yeah, my niggas, we got lean in the cuts, hey. Dirty up, double cut, nigga, what the fuck? Like fuck is up, if you wanna bust, I don't discuss. Just up and bust.
We up them posts, underlay, let's go. Got shooters up the road, my niggas, they gon' score. Hey, and that's for sure, and that's on bro. I gotta take care of the fam, gotta get it how I go. Gotta get it how I go, get street them the bros. So you know I'm coolin' with my fucking loads. Major gang, that's for sure. We gon' send them at your nose, you talking slick, we gon' send them at your throat.
game.
Oh yeah, Maja. This the one right here.
I'ma go harder.
Now that's a wave of destruction that's easy on the eye.
I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I'ma go harder. 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 I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches.
I cannot fool with you straight niggas, y'all be asking for handouts. It ain't no handouts in this game, you would get blammed down. Use a clown if you think my pockets ain't sound. Use a clown if you think my money ain't going around. Ferris wheel, I got the deals, I got the Zans, I got the pills. What you wanna do? Don't squeal. If you squeal, you know the drill. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. You bitches hating like niggas. You niggas is acting like bitches. That's why I don't fuck with fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. Cause y'all ain't getting no money. Niggas ain't getting no money. Walk around looking like dummies. Still walking. My money talking. My pistol sparking. The loudest balking. What you wanna do? What you wanna say? What you wish could? I don't give a fuck about your flagging, boy. You get popped just for trying to flag it, toy. I cannot fuck with you fuck niggas. I cannot fuck with you fries. I cannot fuck with you guys. You still using iPods. Upgrade your podcast. I am not gonna tell you no more. I ain't gonna tell you again. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I'ma go harder. I'ma go harder. Duck like Vince Carter. Cut you like a barber. You niggas ass barbecue. Cause y'all ain't sauced up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the European market is officially closed. There will be a movement about, you're going to see a market direction here in about, I give you about 20 minutes a day, man, about 20 minutes. They've been very swift and sharp here today with it. We are at 435 on the SPY, and you are seeing that resistance I was telling you guys about here. It won't be an easy test of 440. Now, they can consolidate here, and that'll just kill time off the clock for the Bears because it's in the air. But at the same time here, they can realize they're getting rejected. We can possibly see the SPY lose about $4, retest the middle here at 431. So keep that in mind here. The volatility can easily just spike right up here. It's at $23 even here, so not seeing the volatility really go below that. So we just kind of floating here at 435 resistance. Maybe they're trying to realize that is resistance, or is it support here? They're trying to figure it out. But we do know they're getting rejected there. We didn't see the breakout above it. So stocks just chilling out at the top end until they do figure that out. Euro close is here. It's the European market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. So the United States is in full control right now. Keep that in mind here. Will they bring it down, try to get them a nice little dip and run it up here, or will they bring it down just thinking that it's too high here and moving a little too fast, or will they just do nothing from this point and just consolidate slowly at this point and stick these numbers here on the board to the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen? One of those three things will start to happen here as time goes on. So keep that in mind, though. The European market is closed, though. This is the United States action right here. Let's see what they want to do here. SPY back still above 435, so it's holding in resistance like pretty strong here. Hasn't been here too long, but it just got here. But for the time being, it's just been holding pretty good here. Holding pretty good at 435 right now, you guys. So let's see what it do here. Was that the dip? Will the SPY come back? The VWAP? We're going to see here shortly, but we're going to take a quick break. The Euro market is closed. Keep that in mind. I still see y'all in the conversation. I see y'all. I see y'all. Y'all talking about the SPY too. I know. Y'all hear me. Y'all know what's going on. Okay, so I see. Just look at the 5-day, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month MAC. They all pointed up. Yeah, okay. It is pointing up right now. You might be correct. You might be on to something there. So we're going to see, man. We're going to see, but we're going to take a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, Tesla just popped there out of that channel there. Might be retesting that 820 level. That's what I saw early this morning. At 807 right now, up 7 now. Amazon's picking up here now, still up, about 40 here now. Amazon's picking up. Google's up 45, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY's going up here. 435 is not looking like resistance right now. It's looking like support here, you guys. They're breaking out still. This teenage bull is growing up fast, man. He's going to be an adult soon. He's going to be an adult soon. He keeps moving like this. NVIDIA is still above resistance, you guys. So things changing around here right now. Amazon's on the high here now. It just broke out up 42 now, 40 now. Oh, man, it's getting crazy now. Volatility is getting lower, you guys. Below 23 now, $22.95. So volatility cool out. Stocks take advantage. Tesla's on the high, 809. Here we go, you guys. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Everybody know I'm better. Yeah, I'm better. Always trapping. Any weather. Your homie gone. Did you write him any letters? But when he out, that's your homie for forever. Smoking his gas. This shit is fantastic. My daughter's birthday coming up. You know I'm spazzing. I'm just living life. How can you hate on me? No matter what, I'm standing tall like a maple tree. Sipping syrup. A lot of niggas change on me. My time coming. I'm just waiting patiently. 5 years old. And now I'm alone in the studio with my man, bro. Ain't nobody stopping. Ain't no competition. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Damn. I used to record in the kitchen. Been doing this too long. I used to record in the kitchen. Bro, don't pass me the blood. 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 Yeah. Bro, don't pass me the blood. Yeah.
You see me with this pistol, oh. Do not try your boyfriend, man. Come and talk. Don't be shy. I put my city on the map. You can see where I reside. I'm up in the morning getting it. I feel nice. It's got it ain't nothing like that waking baby. Now I need a blunt before I start the day. Phone ringing. Already morning play. No sleep, gotta get paid. Make sure the baby's straight.
Here's somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Yeah. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Wow. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. I got you. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Another one. Here, bro. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Here, bro. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Somebody rolling on the blunt. Yeah.
Get that bag, get through.
I'ma get us out the hood, but I promise. Well, I promise. But I promise. Get us out these slums, but I promise. Yeah, but I promise. But I promise. Let the beat take over me. Cause these streets can't hold me. Chase a bag is the old me. This busy chase a bag, homie. Gotta get it for my brody. These streets can't hold me. I'ma listen to my OG. I'ma listen to my OG. Chasing the shit. I'm chasing that money. They hating on me. You niggas funny. It's chasing bag. I get it, homie. Don't chase my bag. I'm stingy, brody. I love that money. I said I love that money. You niggas can't take it from me. You niggas, y'all can't take it from me. Cause I'ma keep it coming, yeah. Gotta get that bag, man. Gotta get that bag, man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Pac-Man.
They used to call me Boo Boo. Now I'm the shit like Boo Boo. Why you don't save me? Can I get 2 for 2? I'm like, hell no. You know your trap out. Oh, you can get 2 for 30. Yeah, get 2 for 30. Niggas ain't worried. We getting birdies. I'm telling y'all bye-bye. Go act sorry. I never frisk them. I ain't checking you for nothing. I'm getting checks in, check something. I'm getting checks in also. Get money. In the winter too. Power. Before that thing gonna be all red. Like your head. If you keep trying me, it's bulletproof R.I.P. R.I.P. them. I'm gonna make your ass bleed. You gon' bleed all over the scene. And I'm getting green.
ladies and gentlemen. We back from the break. It's 11:42 a.m. and you're already seeing that market action and the euro close take place here. Looks like the United States is holding that baton here strongly today. They got around their corner and they're all to the races here. So let's just see if they can get to the finish line, though. That's what we're waiting on right now. We are in resistance still here, heavy here. But the fact that they're fighting in it, the stocks are taking advantage here, you guys. Stocks are taking advantage of that. Google's a leader here in the market, up 40 here. Amazon's up 37 here. Tesla's picking up here, up 9. You know they can get up 30 really quick here on you. Keep that in mind. Essie's up 18 right now. Booking Holdings is only down 34 now. And your leader to the downside as well as ZS, they're down $53, you guys. Yeah, man, we're looking really, really bullish, though. It's holding 435 really well. Not even looking like resistance here. Looking like support right now. But it's still considered a resistance because it hasn't broken above 435.79. So that will be your confirmation if this 435 level is resistance or support. But we're just still waiting here. The market is in the air, though. The indices are all in the green. What is a Swift banking? What is a Swift banking? So that's a question mark there coming across the scanner there. That's what it is alerted. The Dow's up 1.77%. The Nasdaq's up 1.5%. The S&P 500 is up 1.65%, ladies and gentlemen. So looks like the spots right here at 435, 4 cent here. Might be getting rejected here. This might be resistance here. This might be your top, ladies and gentlemen. This might be your top. This could be. It could find support. This might be a dip. This might be a new bottom here. They keep taking off. But we're gonna see here shortly. We're gonna get with a homie of mine, another streamer. His stock market live channel. See what he's talking about. There is no other live briefings out right now currently. So it doesn't look like Secretary Jen speaking later on out today. But right now, nothing's going on. So we're going to tune in with the homie and see what he's talking about. Really a chill day overall as far as news and stuff and data. But let's just see what the homie talking about.
Legalize weed? Okay, that's a good solution to this problem.
That would be the first thing he say when I say that.
Maybe if they smoked a little, they'd chill out. Maybe Putin will relax. I love the Kenya speech in the UN about peace through common goals and combining and working stuff out. It does. I mean, I feel you, but it's just what would make somebody.
And see, he's just reading his comment section, ladies and gentlemen. So he has a little crowd that he's talked to in his stream, like I talked to you guys. Yeah, man. Let's just keep listening to what he's talking about here.
No one's forcing him to not do it. So then that's it. The minute we're either going to ban him from it and then we inflict the damage, or we try to stop him in a way. And if he wants to do anything more, he pulls his oil off the market and then sells it directly to China. That's it. That's the thing. And that's where China's the outlet in all of this, honestly. That's one thing. If you cut off China, then maybe. But then again, that's a whole nother political discussion. You can't even do that. But China is his back door. That's all he's gonna do. That's it. Just like even North Korea, they use China. It's a back door for anything. Russia's need Philo. Problem solved. Everybody could use Philo. Everybody could use Philo, man. Go 100% solar, renewable. It would take less time, create more jobs. That would solve the problem in 10 years, but it would not solve it in today. It would unfortunately, you could not go 100% solar EV. By pretty much what I'm trying to say is Russia could take over Ukraine and probably build a tower by the time that we could complete that. Again, I think now let's pair up some of your ideas. So maybe if we could get the Saudis to give us more oil, and then you do that initiative. But then again, here's the problem. if you wanted to go full solar and full EV and electric, how much money is it going to cost? And then the question is, if it's funded by the government, would that increase inflation? Again, the question we're trying to solve is we don't want to bear any further cost of inflation or higher prices. MTZ, Tesla got a little bit of a pop. SPY's holding up. Things are chilling out. Volume is very, very low compared to yesterday. How do I predict it'll end? In a weird way, I haven't really thought about it. If that makes sense, I don't know. I think I'm more Fatih. I think, you know, before I say anything that's based off logic, reasoning, or anything, I will tell you to, you know, everything is in God's hands, and I really think there's a time for everything. And even if I can't understand everything, whether, you know, there's a lot of pain, suffering, whatever it may be, you may not be able to see it now, but there's always a timing and plan, and that's why I think, you know, more Fatih and God's plan. You know, that's the first thing I'll start it with. But if I really was going to say how this is going to play out, I would say one, this is no particular order. I don't really prioritize one or the other, but I'm worried about the worst case scenario. I am genuinely concerned about it. I'm genuinely concerned that if this situation slips out of hand and it leads to these price moves, and again, everything we just talked about, the worst case scenario would be people dying and the prices going up. You see what I'm saying? Then you don't get anything. That's where I'm saying that's the worst case, where commodity, oil, everything starts to go up, but then you also have an onslaught and invasion and all of that. So that's the worst case scenario, and that's what I'm worried about. And I don't know if it's what the real probability of that would be, because essentially it's not the red button. It's just oil. It's a literal super cycle on commodities in a high inflation environment, where just there's a lot of already financial weakness and even weakness in the social fabric, more or less. It just would not help. Again, inflation, very psychological, but that's the worst case, and that's what I'd be worried about, just because it's like right around the corner. But everybody knows this. I'm telling you, Biden is not dumb. Biden even understands this. That's why they said what they did yesterday. They understand the risk of this. So, and even if they don't understand it as much as I think they do, they still have midterms, and you don't want to deal with this shit. So that's the first part I could see. Otherwise, second part, very simple, very textbook Russia. They go in, make a big deal, they take a little, and then that's it. And then we're still in the same position, with Putin just having 2-3 more pieces on the board in Ukraine than he did before. Just like Crimea, again, just like Georgia, everywhere literally comes in, hits hard, makes a big deal, keeps the little that he got, it doesn't advance anymore, pulls back for a couple years, and then takes Crimea, goes in, makes a big deal, has all of that. Everyone gets worried he's going to take more, then he calms down. And then a couple years later, and then boom, and then does that. Yeah, just literally run it up, and then he takes profits, essentially, and go from there. So that's what I think could be two possible scenarios, more or less. SPY 436, or it's right there at the cusp.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, man? You got to keep going up to the point where you can do this for you.
No, he's advancing on Kyiv. Yeah, so again, even let's say in the next couple days, couple weeks, let's say he takes Kyiv, right? And now everyone's going to be worried, and then people are like, what's the next step? If there's a way where he finds a way to take Kyiv and then negotiate or de-escalate after taking it, then he got stuff. He made his move, he got something, and then he pulls back.
It's
too early. I don't know. I mean, This is the same energy. We talked about this. This is the same energy as yesterday. It's been straight up. The volume is substantially lower. You're at 48 million. It's not bad, but we're probably going to do like 80 million to 100 million on the day. And then for Friday, it's good.
That's if it's way above like 8, 9.
HD is lagging because of earnings 2 days ago. Margin, supply chain scarce. The CEO of HD was even talking about, he was saying higher sales are like higher profit isn't translating to higher sales in a way. And they had a really bad guidance off of inflation and supply chain. So people were really, really rattled about the margins. So that's why it's probably in its own little world here over the last couple days. You seize all Russian oligarchs' assets. It would end it, maybe, but you can't knock on Switzerland's door and say, "Hey, Switzerland, yo, can you guys violate your whole entire history of banking privacy and banking confidence and give us all the money of all the rich Russians?" It wouldn't. Yeah, again. There's too many moving parts. You guys have a lot of good answers. But the problem is the moment we get another good answer, it usually involves another party having to agree with us and acting in our best interest and not theirs. And that's the problem of politics. You see that? That's why, again, that's why Canada, oh my gosh. That's why even, I think Jordan Peterson even said it. Like what Canada did the other day, it's shame on them, and I'm not even saying it from a conservative or democratic view. It's not. It's shame on them because for finances and banking. They pillaged their banking system to a degree, or they literally, again, they restricted money, so they literally froze accounts of anybody even for donating to the truckers, and they went on that onslaught. It just right there, you got 20-30% of the banking institution, you have 20-30% of your population instantly lost confidence in your banking system. That's the worst thing you could do financially. That's why I'm saying this has nothing to do with politics. This is all money. It's literally you have just a portion of your population now, 1/5, is gonna not be confident in their banks, and that's what happened back in the day. When you used to have bank runs and stuff like that, the last 50 to 70 years, there has been, for the most part, there's been banking. The confidence in the banking system has been very, very well built. I mean, even 2008 destroyed a lot of that too, but we were able to really rebuild with a lot of stuff. But they did it because they needed to stop the protest, which, I mean, that again, and this is back to politics, you have to pick what cost you are willing to bear. So they weren't willing to bear more inflation and their borders shut down. They said, right now, it seems like the best thing to do would be we're going to have to sacrifice 25% of our banking system, or at least the public confidence in it. News quiz. Should we do it while we're hitting high? SPY, 436. I'm waiting to 437, and then we're going to analyze where we go from there. Because after 437, it'll really give us a green light, or if it hits resistance there and then chills out, we'll really see what's up.
That's a smooth little straddle right there. Straddle, get a straddle. 857. At this point. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the homie right there. So he just kind of summed it up. I mean, on his channel, what he's saying, what he feel like. But ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to the SPY here. We do have a live briefing going on. Looks like taking place here. Might have some action to do with it. Yeah, might be moving here. It looks like NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg delivers update on Ukraine here. Looks like this briefing is about to start. The market is going up though. The SPY just tagged 436.62. That is the high right now. So 435 has became support, not resistance right now. As long as this momentum continues, so it can still come below 435. It's not really that far from it. Keep in mind, stocks are playing that right there. Yeah, we do want to get back to the 50 moving day average on the weekly. Huge resistance. Yeah, seeing that, kind of describing that right now. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, we're gonna have to like show some mad space between that 435 level and trying to get to 440 really. So that's really the real key levels there. But it's holding. It's showing upward momentum right now. It's holding up here. I think as long as it holds up, the stocks will continue to hold up too as well and go up. Amazon's on the high here, up 47. Now that is your leader again in the market. Google's right behind them though. Amazon and Google's going tit for tat. I was trying to be the leader here today. Google's right behind them, $45 up here. SPOT's back on the high here, 436 here. Tesla's way above 800 here right now, about $13 away from 800. So keep in mind that is Tesla's resistance at 800 here. They are channeling out here. I think, like I said, you're going to need that open market break away from about 819 there. That's what it opened up to be here in the open market, about 819. So you're going to need a break above 819 for Tesla here to get really bullish. It looks like the SPY is going to have to continue that momentum to 440. 435 is still really a head scratcher right now. It's not really showing if it wants to be support or resistance. Really, still kind of. But there was a nice bounce here. But it looks like it lost momentum and got rejected at 436.64 here. But it's right here neck and neck. Can easily just go by right now if it wants to. Just did it. 436.64, 68 here now. It's skipping on me. So yeah, now we're looking at this type of momentum here. Now this momentum will turn Tesla back to the upside here quickly with that right there. So keep that in mind here. The bulls are going to have to keep this same momentum just like this. This is what they've been doing since 10 a.m. They've been just going up here for about an hour here and 30. We got a Wall Street lunch break approaching. We do have a live briefing coming up, like I said. This looks like it's going to start here shortly, and it's about Ukraine here. So when they walk to the podium, we're going to tune in and see what they got to say. Until then, we're going to take a quick break here. New high on the spot, 436.82. Ooh, we're getting closer to 437, you guys. Tesla's holding up now. All the indices in the green here. The Dow is up 2% now. The Nasdaq's up 1.40. The S&P 500 just tagged 2%. Oh, man. The market's going up, ladies and gentlemen. The market is going up. We got a 2% market now. So we're getting higher here. Yeah. Invasion causing the wars to go up here. Invasion causing the war to make the prices go up here. That's what it looks like. That's what we're getting here. Everything's in the green right now. Let's see. The leaders to the downside still is ZS ticker symbol. They're down still 50 here. The only one look deep in the red is them. And Book and Holding is still down 29. So that is only two leaders to the downside right now. Everything else is green, ladies and gentlemen. Everything else in the market is green, ladies and gentlemen. Square is on the high here. I keep calling them freaking Square. Excuse me. AKA Block here. They're up $23. Block is up $23, you guys, up 25%. So got a correction to the upside on earnings. Good for them. Good for those calls right there. Nvidia is still above resistance, about by $1, up $4 though. Netflix is picking up here, up $1 now at $3.91. Microsoft is picking up here. Big Tech is holding the market here. Square's Block is going up here right now. The Block is going up here right now. Tesla's right here at 813, 814. So it looks like they're going to retest that 819 shortly here. Give it some time, but they right here in the area can do it if they want to, or they can call this tops if they need to, but they don't look like they'll do that. Momentum is bullish here. Keep that in mind. We're above 435 on the SPY. This might be a dip opportunity, you guys, or this is the top here if you're bearish. So just pick and choose wisely right now. Yeah, looks like 819 is a possible coming here for Tesla if you just hold tight there. 436.94 on the SPY. SPY's going up 436.95, new high. VIX volatility is coming down right now. $22.98 now. What's out the way here? Triple Q's going off my screen here. They're going up tremendously. 345 on the triple Q's, causing the market to go up. The Dow is the leader here to the upside today, up 339. Oh man, so what a turnaround, you guys, from yesterday. 410 level on the SPY. Remember that. Triple Q's was at 318. Now they're at 345. Man, wow. These bulls are amazing here. So this is the looks like we're gonna have a 2-day rally at this point. 2 days just really got half of the all those 6 days down back. You know what I'm saying? Got it all back in 2 days here. What an amazing turnaround. Still more room to the upside here. A lot. Plenty of room to the upside. That is good. It looking good for the economy here in the future. It's bright. That's what they're telling us. Investors are going to invest. The market is going to continue to be here for us, supporting every cause, war, peace, sleep, and rain, whatever you need. But it's going to be here, you guys. It's been here for over since longer than we've been here. So it's going to continue to stay here at this point. Amazon is up $44. That is your leader to the upside. You're seeing the euro move. I told y'all about 20 minutes here, right on time today. They showed momentum straight to the upside there. Let's just see what they're gonna do with it going into Wall Street lunch break now, ladies and gentlemen. And you have the West Coast starting to trade over there. Their stores are opening up. So let's just see how that has a reaction here. And about 25 minutes here from now, we got Wall Street lunch break approaching. We still waiting on this live briefing here. When it pulls up, like I said, when they walk to the podium or whatever this is AI. This is a nice screen for real. But when they walk there, we'll pull it up. We'll have it live and ready so you guys can hear what's going on here or going on out there in Ukraine. A little update. It's going to have an effect with the market. Always does. Yeah, SPY's coming down here. So got rejected. It looks like at 437, you guys. 436.98. Felt some pressure, felt some heat. Turned around here. Now we're at 436.30 here. Stock's turning around here. Just a little slight pullback. Maybe some profit taking. This might be a dip by opportunity still. We are in the air. Keep that in mind. We're going to take a quick break, though, ladies and gentlemen. All the indices are in the green still. Dow rises 700 plus points. Russia sanctions. Oh, handling your 401k. Oh, man. They want you to handle it correctly now. So the Dow is up 2% here. The Nasdaq's up 1.40%. The S&P 500 is up to 1.92%. Biden unveils more sanctions as death tolls climbs in Ukraine. So these are the headlines coming across my scanner here. That headline just got alerted here. Biden unveils more sanctions as death tolls climb in Ukraine here. So we're going to see how that reacts to the market too with the lunch break on Wall Street. See how they take that during their break. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. And we're going to take a quick break right here. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Greetings. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to try to make it 25-8 productions, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it.
No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though.
Headed to the money, though.
I'm headed to the money, though.
Yeah.
I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money,
Headed
though.
to the money, though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just drinking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I'm smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Ooh. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny, leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up, yeah, I'm on that lane, yeah, you know I'm double cut. Yeah, I got the green, yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on the yeah, I roll that gas, yeah, I'm smoking on that pearl. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it, yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back before you get fitted. Yeah, your boy, I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you not gonna take me out. Yeah, you're not gonna take me out. Yeah, you're not gonna take me out.
I can too. That's what I'm saying. I can too. But that's what I'm saying. It's more closer to 850 to me than 7. It's better.
I'm texting a thought right now, nigga. I'm in the studio, man. Be patient. You know what I'm saying?
Probeats Productions.
Digging her down while I'm grabbing her head and I'm pulling it right now. Hitting it from the back. She like it like that. She like it like that. She telling her man she go for the night. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. Giving me top, straight off the top. Damn. I love that shit, nigga. It excites me, bitch.
Probeats Productions.
Good water. Hella wet. Mouth cold. All she make me think about is when I get home.
Is you home alone? Can I come over? Fuck you in the shower? Hey. Hit you on the couch, yeah. Hit you in the room, yeah. Nut on the pillow, damn. I left him right there. Hey, now my kids is napping right on your face. Ooh, I just hit it today. Ooh, I just hit it today. Picked up a new pack yesterday. Hey, smoked the eighth with her. Now I can't leave her alone. Head is a babysitter. Damn. Hold up. Stop. Don't think I'm slipping in here. I got that rocket in my sock. Ooh, kick the door if you want to. I might have to squeeze on you, niggas. Ooh, here is who is you? Lay it down, money in your pockets now. Bands on me like I got a lot of bands. Bands on me cause I keep a lot of bands. Mad up, nigga, what is you saying? Your girl over there screaming right now. I just waxed him, nigga, he ain't know it. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Pull off, that's another jewel. Just hit my side hole up in Charlotte. Told me to come through right after I leave over whatchamacallit. On a highway 85, smoking no good threats. I just got a new pack. I just got a new pack. Don't forget that. Pull up on the mama. Ooh, she like it like that. Hair long, I like it like that. Red bone, I like them like that. Yeah, and she naked. Water dripping all over her body. No lotion, just straight hydraulic pumping up in her stomach. Up in her stomach. No cartoons, little nigga. I'm up in her stomach. She all open, soaking wet, water dripping. Damn, she wet. Fuck her good, cause you know she the best. Fuck her good, cause I love her.
Yeah. Yeah. Get it. That just was a bad big money.
No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, no love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, young nigga, smoking Cali bud, counting Cali money. You niggas know what's up. Since they youngin', tell them pull up at the Wendy's. In the back, I show you Grammys. Then I'm driving off in Granny's whip. Hey, still rolling up. Hey, I still know some plugs. You can get what you want, just come and start with us. I feel everything that I drop on this beat. Smoking good weed. I already told you that. Come pull up in the 4, I'll show you where that dope be at. We smoking good threats. Ain't no love for the plug, he can't get nothing back. Hey, ain't no love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young niggas keep the steel, shoot that chopper at will. Shoot that chopper at will. No love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will.
Yeah. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It looks like the SPA just got rejected at 436.98. We're still at 435.75, so it looks like they might be trying to even find a dip right here. Still in the air here. Keep that in mind here. It's still bullish momentum right now. They're just trying to figure out if they want to break out here to that 440 level, it looks like to me here. Or do they want to just consolidate here in the air until close possible here. We might have a pullback at most, like I said, now on the spot to about 432. I can see a retest at about 430 possibly here, getting back to the middle.
If that happens, the stocks will come back down here to their lower ranges here. So keep that in mind here. Really can go either way still. Nobody's really out of the woods here. Bulls or Bears are really still fighting for real. This fight is very interesting here though. The battle for units right now they're having. But the volatility is cooling out here. The VIX is down at $22.91. All the indices are still in the green. The Dow still up 2%, leading the way. The Nasdaq's up 1.11%, and the S&P 500 is up about 1.80%, ladies and gentlemen. So still high greens here. Looks like the SPY is finding support here at 435 strongly here now, and it's bouncing up here. It's going up to 436 now. So still in the air, like I said. But like I said, I think you're gonna need to see a break above that 436.98 level and really just taking it straight to 440 here. Stocks will pick up if that happens. But that rejection right there at 436.98, the Bulls hate that, so they're going to retest it, obviously. If they break it this time, things will move. But we got about 10, 12 minutes here until Wall Street lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, and we will just be playing tunes here today. No live briefings have started here yet. Still waiting on this one here. When this one starts, we'll play it still during the break. But LCOD lunch break is in about 10, 12 minutes, so we're going to get a bite to eat here, and we're going to cool out. Still keep an eye on the charts and numbers. But overall right now, the SPY is up here, $7, almost 2% here today, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a wonderful comeback here, man. They're really confirming right now that was the flagpole in the ground there yesterday at 410. Haven't seen that level since then. Haven't seen it yet. But Triple Q's is up here at 344 as well. Finding support here off the dip there. The Dow is up as well here at 340. So yeah, everybody's up right now. Off their little dip in the air. So that's just what it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon is the leader here to the upside. Google's right behind them. And then you got Etsy right behind them. That's crazy today, right? Etsy's the leader here today, you guys, in the retail section. Actually, you got Block here. Block before Etsy here. Block is up about $22 on the high right now. So that's good for Block, man. I got a homie of mine. He's going long on Block. He's going, I think he got like 2 years on Block. He's going really long on Block. He really likes that stock, yeah, man, I can see a future in it now, man. That's a good earnings beat right there. A 24% correction to the upside. That's fantastic. It is 12:20 p.m. though, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take a quick break before the lunch break. We still waiting on this live briefing here on Ukraine. Looks like it's not ready yet. So with that being said, we just gonna take a quick break. Not seeing any more briefings live right now. No news, nothing coming across my scanners. You guys, just a bunch of like Russia, Ukraine stuff. People showing, people from that country, that area, they're showing outside footage. That's all it really is right now. So it looks like the Eiffel Tower lights up with Ukraine's flag colors. So they did something a little special for them, the Eiffel Tower there. That's cool right there. That is cool. But yeah, the SPY is still getting rejected here though at the 436 level though. I do see resistance there. So it looks like we did find that wall. Not even wanting to feel that heat at 440 at all. So we did find that wall on the SPY 436.98 so far right now. Let's see how Wall Street lunch break gonna take it though. Will they really hold here during the break, or do you guys think they'll book profits and go eat and say, fuck it, it's Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? We're going to figure it out, though, here. We're going to take a quick break, though. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I like that.
That's your
Top Squad.
Yeah, crazy ass world, all this shit that's going on. I can't even lie. Real nigga, yeah, I do some wrong, but this shit that's going on ain't even right. Seeing people dying every night. Niggas fighting for their lives, trying to get the strike like Adidas. These niggas spot your ass out like a cheetah. And they smoking on that reefer. Niggas popping pills, lose their mind, blow your top. Run up in the house, shoot everybody for that fatty wop. These niggas tryna ball while I'm a jock. Yeah, I'm on your ass, put blood in your shoes, call your ass a red sock. And I ain't from Chicago, but my niggas blow. Yeah, this the Windy City, Shotsbury, what they throwing up them foes. They kicking in your doors, they fucking all your hoes, and they stealing all your weed and all your coke. I cannot tell these niggas sit down. Shit, sometimes I'm provoked. Wanna run up in the house and slit these niggas' throat. It's hard to be different when you see the same shit. Niggas on the corner, niggas scheming up a lick. Other niggas whipping up a brick. Shit, bitches popping pussy, man, that's some sick shit. This the shit that we see every day. I don't know what to say, so my blunt, yeah, I blaze. Sometimes it get hard to look further. Man, I be worried that a nigga might come and serve me. Or the feds, yeah, they might give me 30. This bitch I'm fucking with, yeah, she might do me dirty. Police get behind me going fast, yeah, I'm swerving. Young nigga spinning, getting cash, yeah, I'm splurging. Damn, this the life that I chose. This the hoe that I chose. And I ain't doing no blow. But the niggas that I'm with might set me up. Shit, I don't know. That's what's going through my mind every time that we roll. To go and roll, you never know. Look at motherfucking Alpo. Look at Kanan Lynch. Nigga, you come up with, be out here trying to fuck your fucking bitch. Look at nigga boss. Man, fuck this shit. This shit crazy. Niggas out here fuck this shit, man. Niggas out here lost their motherfucking mind.
I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a river. Frack alley blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leak him leaking. Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaking. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat alley blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him cleaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed sick.
Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break here. About to take lunch here in about 4 minutes. Just wanted to kind of give you guys a quick update here before the lunch kicks off here. Wall Street lunch break is about to start here too in 4 minutes. So yeah, we still consolidating here on resistance / support right now. Still questionable, head scratcher. Don't really know right now which way this can take it here. But it's consolidating. That's what we do see here. It is going sideways on these numbers here specifically. So we'll continue to hold these stocks gains here as much as it can. But I think one sharp downturn back to VWAP on the SPY, which would be like 432, might kill momentum here. But as long as the SPY stay up at 436 above 435, Bulls in good shape right now with the consolidation. So keep that in mind. If you got some shares right now, really you good. You know what I'm saying? You good with the shares. The opportunity for the shares really was yesterday to get anything at that dip at the opening bell yesterday. But nothing to even be tripping about with shares. You got the future is yours if you got shares. Remember that. The SPY is picking up right here. 436.44 here. So 436.50 right here just topped out. What the U.S. sanctions mean for Russia's debt markets and investors? I mean, it could mean a lot. Obviously, it can mean a lot, but I think the main focus is how this war will end. That's going to really turn the tables here on a lot of things. It'll have a huge effect on the market. Definitely will have a huge effect on the market. Yeah, man, just really giving you guys an update on the markets here. Nothing really rolling through here. Just kind of waiting for this briefing here. Nothing from the United States. Nobody's going live or anything like that right now. So kind of a chill day here. Chill little Friday. But we are still in the air right here, undecided on if it wants to break above and break out at this point to 440 on the SPY here, or will it retest the middle at least on the SPY, about 432 at this point. But we're going to see here. Lunch is approaching in about 1 minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take that lunch. It looks like, Starlink is on a mission here. Let's see, we on the right Starlink mission? I see some people talking about that. I don't know if I want to watch that. I don't even know if I want to watch it, really. I guess we'll keep it pulled up, but we're going to play music, too. And then we'll just see if the other briefing starts. And then we'll pull that up. But it looks like Starlink is on a mission about to launch a rocket into outer space. It looks like they're about to show us here. So we're going to see. We're going to see what that's about here. But yeah, a brief is still not ready quite yet. SPY's on the high right now, though, almost at that 436.98 level. It is 12:30, ladies and gentlemen. It is officially Wall Street /SCAOD lunch break. I'm going to take about a 30-minute to hour lunch break here today. We're going to keep the charts and numbers pulled up for you guys. We see any information rolling through, we'll get it rolling here during the break still. We are live here. This is the Stock Market Live, ladies and gentlemen, with LCAOD. I hope you're enjoying your wonderful Friday. It is mid-Friday. Oh, man, it's starting to be the weekend. February's almost over, y'all. Hey, February's a short month, but it felt shorter than it's short, right? Crazy. SPY's on the high right now, though, 436.86. So, oh, man, it looks like it might break, you guys. Stocks might pick up with that move. I'm telling you, if they can get the spot to 440, stocks will rally here. They're already up technically right now, just kind of chilling in the air. Can really just go up if they want to. But I think they want to see if the spot can break up and the triple Qs as well. They want the triple Qs to get about 348 there. So keep that in mind during the break, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to play some tunes here. Y'all enjoy y'all lunch. We'll be right back in about 30 minutes to an hour.
I get the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a river. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leak him leaking. Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaking. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. And he hit us, he gon' tweak. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. And he hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the hoe, ain't no cuffin' no hoe. So the fuckers you talking about with us? I'm trying to get to the bitch. I'm trying to see me a million. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the business. What you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home. Bad boys back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a phone. Got me a map for your zone. Try me nigga, then it's on. All I know is taking get to that dough. My mama need her better home. Got you for it. They tryna see me to an early grade. I got some niggas that's gon' cut away. I got some niggas so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure on. Can't trust a nigga who changed on this brother song. That bitch wasn't loyal. Same niggas say that they love your profile for your mother. You 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you riding nerves. I come from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He ain't hit this, he gon' tweak it. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowed semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He ain't hit this, he gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it.
It's the one right here. Punch me in, drop.
Produced by Create.
Home in the city with killers and sticks. Country the block that we sleeping and shit. Throwing on foes, we lit as a bitch. They got by my side, we like Lilo and sticks. Some fuck with the bros if you trying to get rich. We up in the mall, we ain't taking no pics. Hell nah, bitch. We ain't taking no pics. These niggas ain't aiming, they shooting their toes. Trapping all night, but you know it don't close. I just got the pack and it's already sold. When you get in that jump, boy, you know you gon' fold. He writing them statements, you know that he told. Just hit in my DM, I'm fucking that hoe. Look talking crazy, she might get exposed. she might get exposed. Up in the trenches, I didn't have no pops. Fuck is a bitch, fell in love with the Glock. I'm stuck in the city, still functioning clock. 4 pockets full, I still never stop. I just bought a phone and I still got a knock. I got the key to this shit, now they call me Glock.
Like fuck it, we fucking it up. Pints of the lean and I double the cup. Drop a few dollars and sour it up. Gave up break, now she powering up. If he want to smoke, he know that it's up. I'm a big dog, that nigga up. Had to give me some bread, jump right in the street. That nigga can't rap, he can't hop on my beat. I'm with the bros, we playin' for keep. My bitch go to sleep, then it's on the creek. Gotta come with some bread if you wanna feed. If she wanna fuck, then I'm charging the fee. Bitch.
Yeah. Hey, Two-Way Street.
Leonard P and OG Zeus.
It's some Two-Way Street. I'm on front way with it. Yeah, nigga, I be geek. Yeah, day. These niggas just sweet. They ain't understand they self. That's why they getting deleted. I'm undefeated. They wanna be me. I'm chillin' in the white beater. Slurp me up. And my Adidas. Oh, yeah. I'm just telling you, I'm the realest. These niggas hate on me, I'm the chillest. They cannot ever kill me. No, I ain't doing no dumb shit. Who are you? Got caught up in it one time. And I never talked to one time. I was just smiling through it all. I'm a giant.
I'm a giant. Yeah, I'm about to riot. It's on site. It's gonna be on site. Yeah, I'm a giant. Yeah, my word's so strong, I'm defiant. Yeah, I keep that heat. Yeah, listen to this, yeah, put it on repeat. Yeah, I'm with my boy, it's a two-way street. Yeah, on the beat, we can't be beat. Yeah, in the streets, you gon' have to see us. Yeah, pull up in that rave, you cannot beat us. Yeah, we undefeated. You can't see it. Yeah, you think we cheated? Nah, we the realest. We just dealin'. Yeah, all we know is win, and we stay killin'. Yeah, she slurped me up. Yeah, like a slurpy nigga. Yeah, slurped and then she burnt. Yeah, she swallowed my ball. She did it all. Yeah, my nigga, I even made the panties fall. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin', hey, ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin', just like Smallin', I be ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin', like I'm Jordan, 2, 3. When I shooter, yeah, I'm scoring. Swish. When I pull off, it's a foreign. Foreign nigga, you can hear the engine roaring. Yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan. Running in circles round you niggas like I'm Gordon. Yeah, I pull off in my foreign. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan, cause I'm ballin'. 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 Yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. 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 Just like ballin'. I be ballin'. 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 Yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. 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 Just like ballin'.
I be ballin', they free fallin', I'm like House Jim. I'm so possible, they more rats, naked axe Kim. I got no friends, cause it all in. I'm just getting big and riding windows tinted. Don't wanna see sin, but gotta face sin, or I can get pinned. And I get it, they ain't getting, they must be missing the whole image. We be ballin'.
Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like ballin', I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like ballin'.
When they get back from the machine, you see them move
to provide support.
We'll go to the
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, in the current situation which we observe now in Ukraine, does NATO preserve its desire to assist Ukraine with defensive equipment? In particular, can we expect that NATO will provide Ukraine with so badly needed anti-aircraft equipment? Thank you so much.
So NATO allies continue to provide support to Ukraine, and was actually at the meeting today at the NATO summit with EU and Finland and Sweden. Allies announced and also informed other allies about the type of weapons, the type of support, and some of that also includes air defense systems. So NATO allies have and continue to provide support, military, but also different types of equipment to Ukraine. Then we all realize that, of course, in this very evolving and difficult situation, it's hard to predict what will be what are the possibilities in the future. But allies are providing support and are very committed to continue to provide support.
Okay, we'll go to NBC, just behind the cameras.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. There's concern that NATO could get pulled into this conflict if Russia were to shut down electricity or other services in Ukraine that could spill over into Poland or Romania. Can you say explicitly whether a Russian cyber attack of that nature would trigger an Article 5 collective defense?
So we are sending a very clear message to Russia that we provide support to our partner Ukraine, and allies provide many different types of support. NATO help Ukraine also with their cyber defenses. But then for NATO allies, we provide the absolute security guarantees under the Washington Treaty, Article 5. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. And we are clear on this distinction because it is important to make sure that we don't have an even bigger crisis in Europe, where Russia challenge or is threatening or attacking any NATO allied country. And that's the reason why we so clearly send a message that we are there to protect all allies and every inch of NATO territory. When it comes to cyber attacks and the risk for incidents and accidents, for instance in the Black Sea, we are pursuing mechanisms of deconfliction to prevent that from happening. We have, as NATO allies, especially the United States, have done that, for instance, in Syria over a long period of time. And we, of course, are very focused. I spoke with Sakur, the NATO Supreme Commander, on that issue recently, and he is very focused on the need to deconflict to make sure that we don't have incidents or accidents that can spiral and get out of control and create a very dangerous situation. On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of defining exactly when we trigger Article 5. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are very much aware of that that's a risk, and therefore we are stepping up both the protection of our cyber networks, but also providing support to Ukraine, and we are very focused on the need for deconfliction.
Okay, we'll go to NPR Deutsche Welle.
Thank you. Terry Schultz with NPR DW. I want to know more about the deployment of the NRF forces, please. How many will be sent where, from where? How long will it take to get there? Thinking about military mobility as always. And also, what has changed in your calculation about the threat to NATO territory that has led allies to make the decision to deploy this for the first time in history for the purposes of collective defense? Thank you.
Well, what has changed over the last days is, of course, that there's a full-fledged invasion of a partner, a country that borders several NATO allied countries. And this is the most serious security crisis we have faced in Europe for decades. And therefore, we have the High Readiness Force, we have the NATO Response Force, and that's the reason why we are deploying it to, again, prevent any miscalculation, any misunderstanding that we are not ready to protect and defend all allies. And of course, this is something all allies have agreed to do. 30 allies agreed. But of course, especially those in the eastern part of the alliance are extremely concerned. They are close to this, the fighting in Ukraine, and they also border Russia, and have seen not only the military build-up and the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also seen the very threatening rhetoric. Because this goes far beyond Ukraine. This is about how Russia is actually challenging, contesting core values for our security and demanding that NATO should withdraw all forces and infrastructure from almost half of our members. And they have stated that if we don't do that, if we don't meet their demands, there will be what they call military technical consequences. So we have to take this seriously. And that's exactly why we are now deploying the NATO Response Force for the first time in a collective defense context. And we speak about thousands of troops. We speak about air and maritime capabilities. They are already actually part of the standing naval groups. We have many planes operating in the eastern part of the alliance, and then several allies have partly already assigned troops and forces to the NATO Response Force. We have the lead elements, which are led by France. We have the United States, which has assigned thousands of troops to the NATO Response Force. And these will be deployed to different places in the eastern part of the alliance. Well, they are partly coming from the United States, but these are also very much European troops. For instance, the lead element, the VJTF, the High Readiness Joint Task Force, is now led by France. There's a strong German component there, and other allies also part of that.
Associated Press.
Lorne Cook, Associated Press. Just to follow up on that, Secretary General, the VJTF can only go to one place, and you have 8 allies that are extremely nervous. I mean, where might you send it? Have you identified a particular weakness on that eastern flank? Thank you.
But I think we have to understand that we have many elements, components of the NATO response force. We have increased the readiness of the NATO response force, and then I don't speak only about the lead element of the VJTF, the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, but we speak about more elements than just that one. Second, we have allies, the United States, but also United Kingdom and other allies that have increased readiness of forces that are assigned to NATO and the NATO response force. So, of course, these are additional forces that we can deploy as part of the broader deployment of the NATO response force. I'm not saying that we are deploying the whole force. The size of the NATO response force has been tripled since 2014 to roughly 40,000 troops. I'm not saying we're deploying the whole thing. I'm saying that we are deploying elements of the lead, also the VJTF, and elements of the rest of the NATO response force. And then it is for SACEUR to make fine decisions exactly where the different elements are deployed. But we activated the defense plans yesterday, and now the elements of this force will be deployed, or is being deployed.
Okay, we'll go to TV2. Lady in white. Thanks, Elin Sørsdal, TV2 Norway. I'll just follow up on AP and what Terry from NPR said. How quick can these troops and this force be deployed?
Well, some of these forces are already operating because we have sea and air forces, which are also already part of the NATO maritime forces operating from the Barents Sea down to the Mediterranean. Some are air forces, the air component of the NATO response force, and then some of the land forces are also can move within a few days because they are part of either the lead element, which has already high readiness, or the other elements that has been put on high readiness. So we speak about days, and some are already operating because we have increased our presence already.
Okay, we'll try to take a couple of questions online. We'll go first to Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, Thomas Kuchka.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. Secretary General, in the statement that has just been released, it is said that Russia's actions are flagrant rejection of the principles enshrined in the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And then it continues, it is Russia that has walked away from its commitments under the Act. Does that mean that NATO now considers the NATO-Russia Founding Act as obsolete, or do NATO member states are they still bound, do they still feel bound by this document? Thanks a lot.
Also, NATO leaders decided today a statement where they clearly state the fact that Russia has walked away. The NATO-Russia Founding Act is based on some core principles enshrined in the Founding Act. And that is the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries, including, of course, Ukraine. And this has been violated not once, but twice. And actually been constantly violated since 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the continued presence of Russian forces and Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukrainian Donbass. And this is further violated with the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine that we have seen over the last couple of days. So what we see is that Russia showed no respect for the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And of course, if you have a founding act between two partners, NATO and Russia, and one part doesn't respect that agreement, that the agreement doesn't work. It doesn't function. It doesn't help us to improve our relationship with Russia. Because even if the founding act has good provisions and good intentions, if these intentions and the provisions and the Founding Act is not respected, it doesn't work. So that's the reality. The NATO-Russia Founding Act doesn't work because one side, Russia, has violated it over many years, but now we see a extremely blatant and flagrant violation of the Founding Act with the invasion of Ukraine.
We'll take the next question online also from Greg Palkett from Fox.
Thank you, Rana. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Two quick questions. One about war, one about peace. Do you agree with some reports of intelligence officials that Kiev could fall within the next, say, day or two? And despite the bravery of the fighting that you have cited among Ukrainian soldiers, do you see a defeat inevitable if war goes on? And the quick question about peace, there is discussion of President Zelensky offering to discuss with Russia an approach to peace that might include neutrality for Ukraine. Would you agree to something like that? Thank you.
The first on the situation on the ground. It is a full invasion of Ukraine. They are moving towards Kiev, and the stated goal is to change the government of Ukraine. It is a very unpredictable situation, therefore I will not speculate, but I will pay my respect to the Ukrainian armed forces, which are really proving their bravery and their courage by fighting and standing up against the much larger invading Russian force. On potential talks between the government of Ukraine, President Zelensky, and Russia, my main message is that this is for President Zelensky and the government of Ukraine to decide. What we need to see now is that Russia stop the attack against Ukraine, that they withdraw their forces and cease all the attacks on Ukraine. That's the easiest, the fastest, and the best way to peace. So if they want peace, then it's just stop to attack Ukraine. And therefore we call on Russia to do exactly that.
We go to NTV.
Yes, Sonomot from NTV. Secretary General, two short questions. First, you're a statistician, and so far with regard to risk, you have already evaluated the risk and the threat against NATO coming from Russia. Particularly, you foresee the playbook of Russia. And so my first question is, what is the risk that this conflict spread where, and what might be the end goal of Russia? And my second question is, you have at the tip of your fingers the security of 1 billion citizens in the transatlantic area. So you met with on BTC all the leaders. Can you reassure the public opinion that if there is a genuine threat coming from, because the aggressive rhetoric of Russia, its behavior is unacceptable, that all member states are committed to defend and protect every single centimeter of NATO? Thank you.
In the meeting today with NATO leaders, it was a very strong message of unity, a very strong message of resolve that we need to stand together, not only in words but also in deeds. So we agreed a strong statement calling on Russia to stop the attacks on Ukraine, to withdraw its forces, but also we agreed to continue to provide support to Ukraine and also continue to strengthen our presence in the eastern part of the alliance to prevent any attack on any NATO allied country. We have a defensive presence in the east. We are increasing our presence not to provoke a conflict but to prevent the conflict. And as long as there is no doubt about NATO's readiness to protect and defend all allies and our commitment to the core message, the core task of NATO, one for all for one, an attack on one ally will be regarded as an attack on all, then no ally will be attacked. And that will prevent the conflict. And that will preserve peace for NATO allies and for 1 billion people. And that's the reason why we communicate so clearly, and that's the reason why we are deploying more troops in the eastern part of the alliance, to make sure that there is no possibility to misunderstand our readiness to protect and defend all allies. And again, this is to preserve peace, to prevent an attack, and to prevent that the war which is going on in Ukraine spill over to any NATO allied country. And that was the message from NATO leaders today. That was also the message when I met with many of them in the G7 yesterday. And that is also, of course, a message when we speak to close partners, Finland, Sweden, and the European Union, because we all are concerned, and Russia's attack on Ukraine is more than an attack on Ukraine. It's a devastating, horrendous attack on innocent people in Ukraine, but it's also an attack on the whole European security order, and that's the reason why we take it so extremely seriously.
Deutsche Welle. Thank you, Alexandra von Nahm, Deutsche Welle. Secretary General, one question on Ukraine's request for Turkey to close the Bosporus for Russian warships. Was that discussed today? And one follow-up on the question just asked. We heard today from the Lithuanian foreign minister saying that when we lose Ukraine today, we will be fighting for NATO later. Would you say that the statement is exaggerated? Thank you.
So on the Bosporus, that was not an issue. The potential attack or any potential attack on a NATO allied country, well, that has been my message throughout the whole day. That was the message from the NATO leaders in the summit today. Is that we are there to protect and defend all allies. NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world. And make no mistake, we are there to protect and defend all allies and every inch of NATO territory. And we convey that message again and again, both in words but also in deeds. And that's the way to prevent war, that's the way to prevent an attack, to preserve peace, and we have done so for more than 70 years, and we will continue to do it, also in the light of the attack on Ukraine.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Or that was just your private investors. That's what they took. But now you got the open market. They like, nah, well, we want that too, plus more. That's what it looked like. Open market wants that 2 plus more.
Straight bucket. I don't want no problem with no pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Hey, don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problems. I don't want, cause I might have to solve them. Yeah, you want a riddle? Taste the rainbow, yeah, you pop the bag of Skittles. I don't want no problem with no pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Nope. Don't push me, nigga. Push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with no. I don't want no trouble. I got static. I wreak havoc. You can have it, yeah, my nigga. You can have it. You can have it. You run up on me. You end up tragic. Yeah, when I smoke a double baggy. Yeah, this shit is potent. Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. Cause I'm smoking on that gas. Yeah, stay smoking that pack. Cause I don't want no power with a pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with a pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga.
Hey, I don't want no problems with no pussy ass nigga. Niggas getting hit up. Damn, what's going on? These niggas, pussy ass niggas, pussy ass niggas. Hey, is the karma really have to get you? Hey, which side you on? Who with you? Hey, who slide? Who riding with you? And who vibing going against you? Better watch me to pay attention. Niggas jumped me and I knew it. After that, I had to get missing and add it up. Stack them digits. Stay on that. Never pretending. When that money coming in, yeah, you gon' see who your friends. When that money going out, you gon' see what they really about. It's Leonard P. and OG Zeus. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the millions. Since we was little boys, our clubs had attendance. That mean we been getting injuries. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the millions. Hey, bro told me chill, we got some millions. I said I'm sitting still, I'ma figure out how to get a trillion. And we gon' get that trillion. And I ain't got no deal yet. I ain't signing no deals yet. You wrote on a statement. I ain't with it. I'm feeling I ain't even with it. So I mean I gotta disappear from it. And add up this money quick. Hey, rest in peace to Quick. And Rex. I'ma rag it up. For Rex. Chris do make him back it up. And that's facts.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. Since little boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest. Stack it to the ceiling. Rack it up. Stack it to the millions. Tryna rack it to the billions. Tryna rack it to them billions. Yeah, my nigga tryna rack it to them trillions. You know just how I'm feeling. Yeah, my nigga, I'm sitting on the hill, man. Yeah, I'm tryna get a billion. Yeah, tryna be on a filming. Yeah, clip. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, ooh. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm fresh as you. Yeah, clean. Yeah, get a meal. Yeah, my nigga, fuck a deal, like fuck a deal. I ain't got no label. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, I'm tall, yeah, just like a fable. Ooh. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. Since little boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions.
Yeah, man, it's your boy OG Zeus. Don't ever try to play this nigga. Nah, cause you might die. I'm telling you.
Richie on the beat.
A lot of people try to play us. A lot of people try to betray us. A lot of people try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose that favors. Stick in love with who's major. Stick with love ones who major. A lot of people try to play us. A lot of people try to betray us. A lot of people try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose a high favor. Stick with the loved ones who major. Stick with the loved ones who major. Who paid you? Yeah, you a snake. I hate you. Yeah. Cut the grass on the daily. No, my nigga, don't play me. Yeah, my nigga, you wanna play me? Yeah, my nigga, you can't play me. No, you can't. Yeah, my nigga, I'm nice. Yeah, I changed your life. Yeah, I'm so nice. I did the what, so you know I'll do it twice. I'll change your life. I'll pull up on you with my fucking crew. Yeah, my nigga. Yeah, who the fuck is you? Yeah, you don't want it.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the lunch break. Looks like this just started here. It's been on for quite a while here. This is just the aftermath. I think he already spoke here. The indices are still in the green here. Slightly. Yeah, the indices still in the green here. Stocks kind of just chilling out though. Really just kind of found resistance all over the charts. Stocks came below their middle ranges here, and that's really caused by the this Russian and Ukraine tension is really doing this here. But the indices are actually holding up here, still in the green. So you do got the Dow still up about 675 points. The S&P 500 is up about 72 points. The NASDAQ is still up about 99 points. The Russell 2000 is up about 30 points, ladies and gentlemen. So we do still see green here. We're back to that resistance / support area right here on the SPY at 435. So like I said, just a little pullback from the original resistance at right now is 437.14. That is your high of the day right now on the SPY today here. We are back, like I said, consolidating at 435. So stocks just took a little pullback here. That is not a sell-off. This is a pullback here, a little dip by maybe. But I mean, I think another leg lower here on the SPY, like if the SPY comes back to VWAP, you might see stocks pull back a little bit more. Green might start to lose traction. So keep that in mind. Amazon's only up about 17 now. So we are seeing a little pullback here. Like I said, we're consolidating at 435. Market may not be liking that here. Like I said, you were going to need 440 to become a adult bull here. We're still looking at a teenage bull here right now. We know teenagers still like to be babies sometimes. So keep that in mind. The spot can come back down, basically right back to VWAP if it needs to retest some lows there if needed. And once that happens, the stocks will pull back. As you're seeing right now, futures plunge after Russia attacks Ukraine here. So that's breaking news. They're talking about yesterday. So it's still continuing on today here. Looks like the war is still going on or whatever. But yeah, man, no briefings right now. Lunch is over with. So this is the second half of the day. It's going to be very important how it closes here today. Like I said, I think it's very important if the spot can close right where it's at. It'll be good for the bulls. If not, if the spot closes below 428 here today, I don't think that'll be good going into the weekend for the bulls. But we're going to see how this plays out. We are still in the air, though, above VWAP here. Volatility still almost back at VWAP, almost back to the middle here. So the VIX picked up here. That's why you got a little bit of pullback with the stocks as well, too. The VIX is trying to get back to the middle range. Looks like the Dow pulled back here just about $1. So, yeah, it's still above VWAP. Slightly there still. So there's a lot of consolidation right now. Market's just going sideways here. Credit spreading, no action, no up and down movement here. We're going sideways now. You're starting to see things slow up a little bit here as they go sideways. But the Russia, Ukraine is causing all of this right now. So keep that in mind here. There'll be another move soon. You just got to stay patient for it. The move that just happened, it was people who had to stay patient for it. So the next one, just got to stay patient for it. Really just kind of, it's just a time to just be calm. Let the market do its thing. It got a mind of its own. Really nothing you can do about it. It's going to bounce off support. It's going to get short at resistance. We know that. So eventually we do know one will break through there. One side will break through and help that other side so that can stop. We just don't know when, but we do know it is coming. It will happen, ladies and gentlemen. So just stay calm out there. The market's still in the green here overall, so keep that in mind. Looks like stocks are bouncing here off of there's supposed to be resistance / support here. That's what I'm seeing a lot of here, all across the board here. With NVIDIA here at 238, they got resistance at 240, but it's been showing support here as well. So we know we can go either way still. At NVIDIA, with Amazon, they're up about $25. They've been doing the same thing, just bouncing here off support levels. Amazon's at a real. Their support level is usually about 3,000, so they're up about $54 above their support. So keep that in mind. Let's see here. That's really Apple the same as well off their support there, but like I said, it can go either way really, because they're at their support / resistance levels. The SPY is coming up right now though, 436.18 on the SPY here. So we're starting to see some stocks pick up with it here. If the SPY can retest 437.14, like I said, 440 would be max pain there for the bears. If they can get there and close above 440 going into the weekend, man, that is a bullish signal there. You wouldn't want to miss that. Because right now we got the bottom confirmed at 410 here at this point. SPY is holding up well at this area. So, stocks are just consolidating here. You're getting a buying opportunity right now as well. Keep that in mind here. But be very precise with your entries and how you exit, you know. So just if you're trading or investing or whatever you're doing, just keep that in mind. That's the nature of this business. Be cautious. Be cautious. Stay cautious. But ladies and gentlemen, it definitely is 1:21 p.m. And since we got back from lunch, not really seeing too much movement here. It looks like they just brought the dip up coming back from Wall Street, but nothing really too much going crazy. Still in the range here, consolidating. The spread is to the high end here. 428 is the bottom right now on the SPY. 437. So the long spread has already been just got done taking place at 437.14. So means they still are holding, and this thing can possibly spread again here. It's about 4, maybe even 446 at this point. But 440 definitely first. I know that is major resistance there. If you get the SPY there and above it, stocks will definitely pick up. So that is a wait right now. But the bears would be looking for that 432 level on the SPY, and definitely below 427 back to 425 on the SPY for their momentum to kick in there. But Bulls got the lead here. So we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see if we got any market briefings out. I doubt it. It's been a chill day here today, but we're just going to double check just in case, because we got to catch all the news here live. This is the Stock Market Live with FCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break. Little quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
No, my nigga, no opponent. Yeah, my nigga, you don't want it. Yeah, my nigga, I be haunting. Yeah, my nigga, I be taunting. Yeah, my nigga, I be flaunting. Yeah, my nigga, in the ring, my nigga, it's just like the gauntlet. Yeah, it's going down, my nigga, yeah, just like a clown, my nigga, yeah, I'm laughing around, yeah, my nigga, roll around town, yeah, my Lexus, yeah, I'm flexing, yeah, my nigga, yeah, she texting, yeah, my nigga, yeah, she sexy. Yeah, she's so reckless, yeah.
A lot of people tried to play us. A lot of people tried to betray us. A lot of people tried to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose to have favor. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people tried to betray us. A lot of people tried to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose to have favor. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people try to play us, but I can never let that phase us. Every day I'm riding around, I'm faded. I got multiple cars, I switch foreign whips. And man, I'm like, what you gonna do about it? Shoot the gun in your butt. Yeah, I don't wanna hear this and that about butt. So I don't wanna talk about nothing else. I don't wanna hear the subject. You fuck me over too much.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. We have coming up, President Biden will be announcing the nomination of Ketanji, I don't know if I'm pronouncing her first name right, Brown Jackson, to Supreme Court seat, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we got live coming up at 1:30. President Biden will be announcing the nomination of, I'm going to just say Miss Jackson. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh. Biden a fool. He know what he be on. To Supreme Court seat, though. That's coming up live from the White House, you guys. I think that will make the market rally right there. Or that's a possible indication to a market rally. Or definitely it's a move. It's going to make the market move, ladies and gentlemen. That is huge. That is coming up live from the Supreme Court nomination there live coming up. It's going to be from the White House. So yeah, that's coming up. That will be important here. They've been waiting on this right here. This is big, man. This is big here, considering it is Black History Month. He putting some color in the Supreme Court, you know. So maybe some things might change, you know. We're seeing the market pick up right now, preparing for that in about 4 minutes. So we're going to get the video pulled up, ladies and gentlemen. That is breaking news. We're going to play some more music. In about 4 minutes, we're going to pull that video up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
And I was too loyal. That was too much. I ain't gonna do that, girl. No, I'm good over here, girl. Mistake is mistake. And the snake is a snake. I call my line boy. He want the grass on the daily. I ain't just famous. Don't get this shit twisted. I'm twisted like ankles. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people gon' try to betray us. A lot of people gon' try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose and have favors. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people gon' try to betray us. A lot of people gon' try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose and have favors. Stick with the love and the ones who made us. Stick with the love and the ones who made us. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. Yeah, no way nobody gonna kill me. I never be that. But I pray that and I hope that. Yeah, they hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't be playing. This shit going down what I'm saying. So you better listen up, or your body going up. Yeah, spirit gonna ghost, yeah. You can give pop, nigga, you don't want the most, yeah. You don't want to do that, nigga, we don't brag a post, yeah. We ain't faking or frying, we own.
Yeah, we own. Don't call on my phone. Trying to get me down. No girl, just leave me alone. Yeah, I'm at the crib. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, roll up blunt, maybe two. Yeah, we gon' do what we do. Yeah, cause we the illest crew. Yeah, we riding. Yeah, we be vibing. Yeah, vibing on the island. Yeah, young niggas, we be wildin'.
First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me.
That Papa Taker. Short squeeze. Fuck it.
Pull off what you save. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Pull off what you save. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Pull off with your safe. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Hey, I'm about to catch a case. She done snakes, but I ain't tripping. I call up Chase. He send them checks through the mail. He told me, don't worry, you'll make bail. I told her she gon' go to hell.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Here it goes. Looks like the event is starting here.
On the nation's highest court. This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. President Biden is fulfilling a campaign trail promise by nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson was confirmed by the Senate just last year to serve on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Let's start with national video reporter Hannah Jewell this afternoon, who is outside of the White House. So, Hannah, set the scene and backdrop for us of this announcement, especially as it comes at this tense and fraught time.
Libby, fraught is an understatement. Today's announcement is coming at a time of intense international crisis as Russian troops advance on Kiev even as we speak. And in fact, outside of the White House right now, I just stopped by and saw a few dozen protesters with Ukrainian flags who are chanting more U.S. sanctions on Russia, cut Russia off from SWIFT, the international banking system, and chanting no war in Ukraine. So this is the backdrop before which Biden makes his historic announcement 2 years to the day that actually he made that campaign promise to nominate the first black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court in its 233-year history. He's decided to press ahead in spite of the situation in Ukraine, wanting to get this announcement out before the end of Black History Month, wanting to mark that anniversary of his promise as well. And so about 2 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be expecting to hear from the president, to hear from Judge Jackson as well. And if she is confirmed, she will be joining a conservative supermajority court. She will be joining the 3 to 6 on the 3 side of liberal justices if she is confirmed through the Senate. Democrats are hoping for a speedy confirmation by April. However, we know that Republicans will put up a stiff fight and on her record, which we will hear more about from our colleagues. But Biden knows that he has to push ahead now, knowing the importance of this pick to his legacy, as well as looking ahead to the midterms at the end of this year, hoping that this pick will energize his base. Libby?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so there you have it. The event actually will be starting at about 2 p.m. From the White House. So I did see that from the White House subscription page. So yeah, so we're gonna be tuned in for that event, and that's gonna move the market. That's big, man. Shout out to the culture, man. Get some color in the White House there. That's what it sounds like. It needs to be done. It's time for a change here. They're gonna do it right here before the end of Black History Month, as you heard from me earlier. I said, and now they're saying it here live everywhere. This is the Washington Post here saying it. But that event starts at 2 p.m. You heard, so we're gonna actually take this off the screen right now. It looks like there is another live briefing just started from the United Nations here. United Nations is live, so let's tune in and see what they're talking about. It just started.
2 questions. First, is it, as you said, nobody knows how long this conflict is going to go on. Is it fair to assume that the United Nations, particularly your office, has done or is doing long-term planning in case it does last for weeks and months? And secondly, in light of the impact, particularly on energy prices, which will affect countries like Afghanistan and Yemen, but also donor nations, how concerned are you that this could impact how generous donors can and will be?
Good questions, Needy, as usual. On the second one, we're at the moment doing an assessment of what the secondary impact, as I put it, of the consequence of energy prices and other prices, wheat and others going up, for our humanitarian programs in the world. We are not in the business of doing an assessment of what it looks like for a donor country, but we do keep very closely in touch with them on the scale of their generosity. And I think it's going to be clearly a lot of difficult conversations are going to happen over the next weeks or months. On the planning, it's a very good question. And I had the benefit of a meeting this morning with the Ukrainian permanent representative here, who emphasized to me the need for urgency and immediacy. Act today in terms of humanitarian assistance. I said we are, but we're also, and so we are present. We have not left. We're acting today. We are putting together, however, also, in addition to that, a 3-month appeal. So that is looking at a 3-month process. If the situation changes again, and goodness knows how would we know that that may not happen, we will reprogram. We will come back and we will say this is what's happening. Even if in that 3 months we, God forbid, discover that the need becomes less than we fear, we will also come back and say that the displacement was less, or the needs are less, or the disruption is less, whatever. So we'll go out with a 3-month program, but we will keep a very close eye on seeing how it adapts to day-to-day circumstances.
Thank you. Dulcie?
Yeah, I was just wondering how much contingency planning had you done to anticipate this crisis? Thanks.
Good question. We have done quite a lot of contingency planning, but I've been 45 years dealing with conflicts all over the world, and I'm an older man for it, and I have never seen a situation like this in terms of the parameters of contingency planning. I've been involved in contingency planning in Iraq, in Cambodia, in Yemen, in Syria, in many, many different parts of the world, in very big programs in Afghanistan. Contingency planning for what might or might not happen in Ukraine was of the highest degree of uncertainty. So what we have been doing is imagining possible scenarios, obviously, but what we've also been doing is also looking into the ways to respond to whatever the needs, the level of needs may rise to. That's my reference to cash, for example. We have, with our friends in the agencies, World Food Programme and others, been standing up the logistical support for any operation. We have sent in, both OCHA, my own office, and agencies, sent in experienced staff into Ukraine. We have an experienced deputy humanitarian coordinator going in, hopefully tomorrow, by road. He was deployed a couple of days ago. He served in a similar role in Afghanistan back in the fall. So we built preparedness, but that's different from knowing the future and knowing what your plan looks like. And that's what we're doing right now, is looking at the plan.
Thank you. We're going to take 2 questions from the screen. Abdelhamid and then Maggie. Abdelhamid?
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. This is Abdul Hamid Sayan from the Arabic daily Al-Quds Arabi. I think this conflict will have an impact on the energy prices. News say that the gas prices went up 6 times and the oil prices went up about 37%. That will have devastating effect on the poor countries. They might not meet their demands for their public, so that might be more miseries and more tragedies we will see in the next few months. Are you aware of these developments, and how you can deal with it, sir?
Well, right now we're focusing on Ukraine this week and next. We're going to focus on Ukraine, where the crisis is at its highest. As I said earlier, we're looking into the possible consequences of economic shocks, energy prices increasing. I didn't give any figures on those rises, but we're looking into what that might do for our current existing humanitarian response plans for 2022. And as you know, that's already a $41 billion a year set of programs in various different countries. But clearly, one of the aspects, as you know better than me, of the United Nations is it's present in all countries, and staff in all countries will be looking very, very carefully at this. And other colleagues inside the Secretariat are looking already at the issue of shocks and how they may reverberate out into, as you're rightly pointing out, possible increases of poverty and destabilization.
Thank you. We'll take two more questions. Margaret and then Stefano. Maggie?
Hi, Mr. Griffiths. Thanks so much for doing the briefing. If you could give us any more information on numbers of displaced and refugees. I know it's really, really fluid, but I've seen various numbers circulating in the press. So if you could sort of give us some sort of, other than I heard you say hundreds of thousands are on the move, but I just sort of want a number that we can all agree upon for now to kind of use in our reporting, basically. And if you could just talk to us a little about the logistics of what's involved in your aid response, because the country is on the move and multiple cities are under attack. And how do you, I mean, it seems a bit worse than some of the other situations you've been dealing with recently. Can you just give us, because it's very active at the moment, can you give us an idea of how, like, talk us through the logistics? And do you have any concerns about coordinating with the Russians after the problems you had with them in Syria and the deconfliction areas? Do you see them, are you afraid of any problems really working with them in Ukraine? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not going to be drawn on the numbers, and Filippo Grandi is really careful with us on this. I totally understand, Maggie, your need for one to pin that. But it's really too early to tell, and just it's so fluid that we don't want to. UNHCR doesn't want to give out numbers which then are either too risibly low or too alarmingly high. We know that there are outflows. I think as of some hours ago, there were 50,000 people who had gone into Poland and 20,000 into Moldova. I think those are UNHCR numbers, IOM numbers. But I'm afraid I'm going to not be very helpful to you on that. How to deliver? I mean, Ukraine is different, obviously, from Afghanistan, Somalia, and so forth. And in some ways, that they may give us some advantages. Many of the people who are leaving, for example, fleeing now, are people who are going with resources to other places, who are not in immediate urgent need that you would see very differently in Yemen or Somalia, where I was supposed to be this week. The delivery of assistance to those in need, as I said earlier, are going to be partly to those who are displaced, but also partly those who remain in place but need help. And we'll be working, the method, to answer your question, is to work through local partners, the many local organizations, NGOs, faith-based organizations. That's why yesterday, when I had this interagency standing committee meeting, we had the big international NGO and national NGO networks present. They are the ones who know the people in their communities and know where the need will be highest and how to reach those people safely with money, if that's possible, and with goods in kind, if that's necessary. As you know, we deal with any and all authorities necessary for the protection and delivery of humanitarian assistance. And indeed, that includes, in this case, the Russian Federation. And I have had conversations myself this week with them. We will be needing to establish some kind of notification system to allow for the deliveries of assistance. And I'm assured, and I believe that we should be able to do that. But it's too early for us to. I mean, it's 2 days, right, or day and a half. It's too early for us to say exactly how we're going to deal with who at this point, because we don't know. Just like all of us don't know what may happen tomorrow. But we're ready, and the principle of humanitarian assistance, and the one that I have lived by myself for so many years, is to work with any and all people who can help for that safe and principled delivery of assistance.
Thank you. Last question, Stefano Vaccara.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Griffith. Stefano Vaccara, La Voce di New York. My interest is more, I mean, of course, relief is important to give goods, to give food. But my question is about your role, the UN role at the moment in Ukraine as a witness of what's happening. I mean, is your personnel there, is it ready to tell the world what it's saying if human rights are crushed? We've been watching now this morning videos where already you can see that. So are you giving instructions to your personnel to have also this role? And if did you have contact with the Russians, and in this case also Ukrainian authority, about this role that the UN can have in this moment in Ukraine?
I think what you're talking there is about human rights monitoring, not humanitarian. And my lane is humanitarian, not human rights. And I fiercely defend that line. It's important to keep us in our lane because we have different principles. But there are, I want to add, to answer your question, that there are human rights missions in Ukraine. They've been there for many years because of the conflict in the southeast. They remain there. I believe that I understand that the High Commissioner for Human Rights has issued a statement today of concern about certain arrests of protesters, if I understand it. So you can be damn sure that they will do their job under these circumstances as well. The humanitarians, my colleagues, we will also be clear when we see infringements of international humanitarian law, which is different. We'll also be clear in our advocacy, which includes direct contact, to answer another part of your question, in our advocacy with all those who can help us get the aid to the people in need. And, you know, we do this all over the world, as you know. I mean, this is not new. This is a story that has been part of my life all these many years, and a story that's been a part of all our colleagues. So we're ready in Ukraine to do that, and we're ready to stand as witness to humanitarian issues and humanitarian needs. And that's why, if I may, just to round up, that's why I think launching this appeal is going to be an important moment of statement of possible need. And we'll answer some of the questions that you have about scale and numbers. And I hope that we'll be able to do that, launch that very early next week in Geneva. Thanks a lot.
Great. Martin, thank you very much. I hope to see you soon again for further updates, but thank you for taking the time. And now I'll go on with the
thank you.
The rest of the world.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Cheers, Martin. Thank you. All right, thank you. Secretary General will be traveling over the weekend. He will be going to Geneva, where on Monday he will deliver remarks at the opening of the 49th regular session of the Human Rights Council. Later, he will take part in a press conference to launch the new report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, titled Climate Change 2022, Impacts, Adaptation, and Vulnerability. While in Geneva, he will also have a series of bilateral meetings. We expect him back here on Monday afternoon. And there's also a chance that he may appear in front of you later this afternoon at the Security Council stakeout. We will keep you posted on that. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the head of our peacekeeping operations, is in the Central African Republic today, where he began a 4-day visit. He's expected to meet a number of local leaders, including the president, Faustin Archange Touadéra. He will also meet civil society representatives and people directly affected by insecurity in the country. As you may have seen, 4 of our peacekeeping colleagues arrested last Friday were released yesterday. Mankeur Ndiaye, the head of the mission, reiterated that the UN will continue to work to ensure the protection of our personnel and assets in all circumstances, and we're happy they've been released. I want to highlight 3 ongoing humanitarian situations. As I think Martin said, there are other, we are also keeping a close eye on a lot of other places. On Yemen, we want to reiterate our concern about the grave situation in the country, including the impact of the ongoing conflict, which is causing civilian casualties on a daily basis. More than 23,000 people have been displaced since the start of the year, most of them in Hudaydah, Marib, Shabwa, and Taiz governorates. They join more than 4 million men, women, and children who've been displaced across Yemen since the latest escalation got underway in 2015. Aid agencies are doing everything they can to respond to people's needs, but acute funding shortages are threatening the flow of humanitarian assistance. At the start of this year, 2/3 of major UN aid programs had already been forced to reduce or close due to lack of cash. Further cuts are on the horizon if funding is not received. As it is, food rations have already been cut by half for 8 million people. Those people may soon stop receiving food assistance from the UN altogether. We call on all donors to pledge generously at a high-level pledging conference for Yemen, which is scheduled for March 16th, co-hosted by ourselves, the governments of Sweden and Switzerland. We also urge donors to commit funds before the pledging conference to avoid any major disruption in our humanitarian operations. In Afghanistan, as we had told you, I think a group of 8 senior emergency experts from UN agencies and international NGOs have been in the country. Today, they called for urgent support to life-saving humanitarian action in Afghanistan after a 5-day mission to the country. The emergency experts said they witnessed an enormity of human suffering in Afghanistan, but that they also saw humanitarian organizations able to scale up operations despite massive operational constraints, including the ongoing banking and liquidity crisis. According to our humanitarian colleagues, more than 24 million people, that represents 59% of the Afghan population, now require life-saving assistance in the country. That is a staggering 30% increase since 2021. The Afghan humanitarian response plan this year, which is our largest humanitarian appeal ever launched for a single country, calls for $4.44 billion to provide aid to over 22 million people. It's only 13% funded. And also on Afghanistan, a quick note to say that the head of UNICEF, Catherine Russell, just concluded a 3-day trip to the country. In the statement, Ms. Russell noted the streets of Kabul, scores of very young children dart in and out of traffic, chasing cars and asking for money. In a hospital in Kandahar, she saw emaciated babies lie motionless, two to a bed, too weak to even cry, amid a spike of cases of severe acute malnutrition. More on their press release. On Ethiopia, the conflict in the Afar region continues to develop displacement. The conflict in the Afar region continues to cause displacement, which worsens humanitarian needs. Regional authorities estimate that hundreds of thousands have been displaced by fighting in recent months, including some 200,000 people living in areas that are hard for humanitarian workers to reach. Humanitarian response is scaling up to accessible areas in Afar, but still remains far too insufficient. Assessments have been found priority needs for food, protection for children, and health. Humanitarian assistance also continues in Amhara region. More than 6.8 million people have received food assistance in the past 2 months. including over 230,000 that have been assisted by ourselves and NGO partners in the past week. Some areas near the boundary with Tigray, however, remain inaccessible for humanitarians. In the Tigray region itself, we, along with our humanitarian partners, are continuing to scale back operations due to lack of supplies, lack of fuel, lack of cash. No relief convoys have reached Tigray since mid-December, and we are now at the end of February. During the past week, we, along with our partners, have managed to airlift some 47 metric tons of medical supplies to Tigray, including antibiotics, medicines for malaria and diabetes. But as you know, airlifts cannot replace truck convoys in terms of volume and cost. However, lack of fuel remains a major setback in Tigray as an obstacle for dispatching supplies to health facilities throughout the region. Just a quick note that you will have seen that Geir Pedersen, our envoy for Syria, briefed the council this morning. He said militarily front lines remain unshifted, but we still see all the signs of an ongoing hot conflict. Any of a number of flashpoints could ignite a broader conflagration, he warned. Mr. Pedersen said we have now set a date for convening the seventh session of the small body of the Syrian-led UN-facilitated Constitutional Committee, and that is March 21st. Joyce Msuya, the Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, also briefed the Security Council on the humanitarian situation in Syria. She said the world is failing the people of Syria. Syria now ranks as one of the world's 10 most food insecure countries, forcing families to pull children out of school or use child marriage as a coping strategy. And a quick COVID update from Vietnam, where our UN team, led by the acting resident coordinator, Rana Flowers, continues to support the authorities in health and socioeconomic response recoveries due to the pandemic. The team and authorities have trained healthcare workers, provided health and nutrition services for pregnant women, mothers, and their children, provided water, sanitation, and hygiene supplies to schools and health centers. The team has also supported the economic recovery of women in micro and small enterprises. Vietnam has achieved the goal of vaccinating 100% of the targeted population, that's people 18 or above. Of all vaccines landing in Vietnam, over 51 million doses were received through the COVAX facility. And just to round up this note, on a happy note, which country small in size, with a very nice beachfront, has paid its budget dues in full? Monaco. 52. We thank our friends in Monaco for that payment. Edie.
Thank you, Steph. A couple of follow-up questions. On Ukraine, has the Secretary General been speaking to any Russian or Ukrainian officials? And while he is in Geneva, do you expect him to hold any talks on the Russian invasion of
I think we have to see who's in Geneva and what we are doing, what the program will be, the actual program will be once he gets there. So we will keep you updated on that. Well, I think as Mr. Griffiths told you, he spoke to the Ukrainian ambassador. Secretary General had been in touch with Ambassador Nebenzia, I think, a couple of days ago, but nothing new to report.
And on Ethiopia, are all of those trucks still waiting to get into Tigray?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a truck convoy since mid-December.
Could you get us a number of how many trucks are waiting to get in?
Will do.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Lenka.
Thank you, Stefan. Follow-up, and just to confirm, the Secretary General spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov on February 14, but has he spoken to Putin at all within the past months or something?
He has not.
And one more question, please. Would he like to go to Moscow, or has he requested the meeting?
I think, excuse me, as he said, his good offices are available. All the parties involved know that. Benno and then Stefano.
Thank you. Did the Secretary General lose trust in Russia after constant war and then actually doing it?
I think the Secretary General works cooperatively and fully with every member state in the Security Council, in every member state in the UN, and will continue to do so.
Then I have a follow-up. How does the SG intend to work together with one of its most powerful members, one of the most powerful members of the UN, when its leader seems to be the opposite of everything the UN stands for?
I mean, I think the Secretary General has expressed his opinion and his feelings pretty strongly in the last 2 days about how he feels about the situation. That remains that lines of communications with the head of every member state in this organization needs to be kept open if he's going to fulfill his responsibilities as Secretary General. Stefano.
Yes, it's a follow-up on this last two. So you say practically the Secretary General has been saying the door is open. I'm here. But shouldn't the Secretary General be the one active and ask actually to President Putin, or I think I need to talk to you?
I think it is, and I can't speak for others, but I think all the parties involved know very well that the Secretary General's good offices are available. Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question is, today Kremlin seems to send a conflicting message. First, they still have this operation near Kiev, but yet they said they're open to a negotiation, probably will take place in Minsk. So what would be...
Good afternoon. Today, as we watch freedom and liberty under attack abroad, I'm here to fulfill my responsibilities under the Constitution to preserve freedom and liberty here in the United States of America. And it's my honor to introduce to the country a daughter of former public school teachers, a proven consensus builder, an accomplished lawyer, a distinguished jurist, one of the nation's most prestigious courts. My nominee for the United States Supreme Court is Judge Ketanji Jackson. You know, 4 weeks ago, when a member of the court, a friend of mine, we used to work together in the Senate, Justice Stephen Breyer, announced his retirement, I said then, choosing someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court is one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has, and I mean it. I promised the process would be rigorous, that I would select a nominee worthy of Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence and decency. Someone extremely qualified, with a brilliant legal mind, with the utmost character and integrity, which are equally as important. And that I would bring this decision, my perspective as a lawyer, former constitutional law professor, chairman of the Judiciary Committee for many, many years, and I'm almost reluctant to say it, someone who's presided over more Supreme Court nominations than almost anyone living today, which makes me 28 years old. I started doing it when I was 32. And who has devoted much of my career to thinking about the Constitution and the role of the Supreme Court. With that perspective, I carefully studied the record of candidates. I've invited senators of both political parties to offer their ideas and points of view, and I've met with a number of them. As a result, because I truly respect not only the consent, I know they give consent, but it says the Constitution says advice and consent. And I sought the advice of Democrats and Republicans. I've consulted with leading legal scholars and lawyers, and I've been fortunate to have the advice of the Vice President Harris. I mean this sincerely, an exceptional lawyer, a former Attorney General in California, and a former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And during this process, we look for someone who, like Justice Breyer, has a pragmatic understanding that the law must work for the American people. Someone who has historical perspective to understand that the Constitution is a resilient charter of liberty. Someone with the wisdom to appreciate that the Constitution protects certain inalienable rights, rights that fall within the most fundamental personal freedoms that our society recognizes. In the end, someone with extraordinary character will bring to the Supreme Court an independent mind, uncompromising integrity, and with a strong moral compass and the courage to stand up for what she thinks is right. For too long, our government, our courts, haven't looked like America. And I believe it's time that we have a court that reflects the full talents and greatness of our nation with a nominee of extraordinary qualifications. And that we inspire all young people to believe that they can one day serve their country at the highest level. I've admired these traits of pragmatism, historical perspective, wisdom, character in the jurists nominated by Republican presidents as well as Democratic presidents. And today, I'm pleased to introduce to the American people a candidate who continues in this great tradition. Judge Jackson grew up in Miami, Florida. And by the way, the mayor of Miami, Republican, endorsed you. I thought that was interesting. Her parents grew up with segregation, but never gave up hope that their children would enjoy the true promise of America. Her parents graduated from historic black colleges and became public school teachers. Her mom, a principal. Her dad, a teacher who later went back to school and became a lawyer representing that very school district, that school board. Judge Jackson describes finding her love for the law from an apartment complex at the University of Miami where her dad was attending law school. She'd draw in her coloring book at the dining room table next to her dad's law books. She grew up to be a star student, elected mayor of her junior high school and president of her high school class, where she was a standout. She was a standout in the speech and debate team. And it was after a debate tournament that took place at Harvard when she was in high school that she believed she could one day be a student there. There were those who told her she shouldn't set her sights too high, but she refused to accept limits others set for her. She did go on to Harvard undergraduate school, where she graduated magna cum laude. She went to attend Harvard Law School, where she was a top student and editor of the prestigious Law Review. Then she applied for a highly competitive and coveted clerkship on the United States Supreme Court, and she was selected. The justice who thought she was worthy of this high honor was a young lawyer, was none other than Justice Stephen Breyer, whose seat I'm nominating her to fill. Not only did she learn about being a judge from Justice Breyer himself, she saw the great rigor through which Justice Breyer approached his work. She learned from his willingness to work with colleagues with different viewpoints, critical qualities, in my view, for any Supreme Court justice. Now, years later, she steps up to fill Justice Breyer's place in the court with a uniquely accomplished and wide-ranging background. She served both in public service as a federal public defender, and in private law practice as an accomplished lawyer and with a prestigious law firm. If confirmed, she will join Justice Sotomayor as the only other member of the United States Supreme Court who has experience as a trial court judge, a critical qualification in my view. And once again, following the footsteps of her mentor, Justice Breyer, she became the only member of the court who previously served as a member of the United States Sentencing Commission. And she brings additional perspective to the court as well. She comes from a family of law enforcement, with her brother and uncles having served as police officers. That's one reason I expect by the Fraternal Order of Police, the national organization today, said, and I quote, "There's little doubt she has the temperament, the intellect, and legal experience and family background have earned this appointment." And they went on to say, they're confident she will, quote, "approach her future cases with an open mind and treat issues related to law enforcement fairly and justly." Incredibly, Judge Jackson has already been confirmed by the United States Senate 3 times. First, to serve on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, A bipartisan independent commission I helped design to reduce the unwarranted disparities in sentencing and promote transparency and fairness in the criminal justice system. On the commission, Judge Jackson was known for working with Democrats and Republicans to find common ground on critical issues. Second, she was confirmed by the United States Senate with bipartisan support on the federal district court to administer justice with the special rigors and fairness that come with presiding over trials. And third, she was confirmed with bipartisan Senate vote to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, considered the second most powerful court behind the Supreme Court itself, and the court she once argued cases before as a distinguished advocate. And when Judge Jackson was nominated to the Circuit Court, one of his distinguished retired members, Judge Thomas Griffith, a former general counsel of Brigham Young University and a George Bush appointee to the court, said he backed her enthusiastically, hailing her exemplary legal career in both public and private practice. And he went on to say her careful approach as a trial court judge. Judge Jackson's service on the District Circuit Court to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals is another superb qualification for service on the Supreme Court. Three of the current Supreme Court justices also served as the D.C. Circuit judges, where Judge Jackson now serves. Her opinions are always carefully reasoned, tethered to precedent, and demonstrate respect for how the law impacts everyday people. It doesn't mean she puts her thumb on the scale of justice one way or the other, but she understands the broader impact of her decisions. Whether it's cases addressing the rights of workers or government service, she cares about making sure that our democracy works for the American people. She listens. She looks people in the eye, lawyers, defendants, victims, and families. And she strives to ensure that everyone understands why she made a decision, what the law is, and what it means to them. She strives to be fair, to get it right, to do justice. That's something all of us should remember, and it's something I've thought about throughout this process. As a matter of fact, I thought about it walking over here with her. One floor below, we have several displays celebrating Black History Month. One of them includes the judicial oath of office taken and signed by Justice Thurgood Marshall himself, an oath that will be once again administered to a distinguished American who will help write the next chapter in the history of the journey of America, a journey that Judge Jackson will take with her family. I hope I don't embarrass him, but her husband, Patrick, a surgeon, Dr. Patrick, stand up, let him see who you are. There you go. They met when they were undergraduate students at Harvard, and he's a distinguished cancer surgeon at Georgetown. And like so many women in this country, Judge Jackson is a working mom. She had her eldest child, Talia, when she was a private lawyer in practice. She had her second child, Layla, when she served as on the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Stand up, Layla. I asked Layla when I showed her through the office whether she'd like to be president. She looked, no. There's other things. Anyway, Layla, you're welcome to be here. Thank you so much. And welcome your sister who's up in school in Rhode Island now. I have children and grandchildren. Let me tell you, Judge, you're always a mom. That's not going to change no matter what you're doing. Whether you're on the Supreme Court or not. And I've always had a deep respect for the Supreme Court and judiciary as a co-equal branch of the government. I mean it. The court is equally as important as the presidency or the Congress. It's co-equal. So today, I'm pleased to nominate Judge Jackson, who will bring extraordinary qualifications, deep experience and intellect, and a rigorous judicial record to the court. Judge Jackson deserves to be confirmed as the next Justice of the Supreme Court. I've met with the chairman and ranking members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Dick Durbin, Senator Chuck Grassley, and my hope is that they will move promptly, and I know they'll move fairly. Judge Jackson, congratulations, and the podium is yours. Let me pull this out for you. Where is it? There you go. You got it? But okay. See, presidents can't do much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am truly humbled by the extraordinary honor of this nomination, and I am especially grateful for the care that you have taken in discharging your constitutional duty in service of our democracy with all that is going on in the world today. I also offer my sincere thanks to you as well, Madam Vice President, for your invaluable role in this nomination process. I must begin these very brief remarks by thanking God for delivering me to this point in my professional journey. My life has been blessed beyond measure, and I do know that one can only come this far by faith. Among my many blessings, and indeed the very first, is the fact that I was born in this great country. The United States of America is the greatest beacon of hope and democracy the world has ever known. I was also blessed from my early days to have had a supportive and loving family. My mother and father, who have been married for 54 years, are at their home in Florida right now, and I know that they could not be more proud. It was my father who started me on this path when I was a child, as the president mentioned. My father made the fateful decision to transition from his job as a public high school history teacher and go to law school. Some of my earliest memories are of him sitting at the kitchen table, reading his law books. I watched him study, and he became my first professional role model. My mother, who was also a public high school teacher, provided invaluable support in those early days, working full-time to enable my father's career transition while also guiding and inspiring 4-year-old me. My only sibling, my brother Kitaj, came along half a decade later, and I am so proud of all that he's accomplished. After graduating from Howard University, he became a police officer and a detective on some of the toughest streets in the inner city of Baltimore. After that, he enlisted in the Army, serving 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. I believe that he was following the example set by my uncles who are in law enforcement. You may have read that I have one uncle who got caught up in the drug trade and received a life sentence. That is true. But law enforcement also runs in my family. In addition to my brother, I had 2 uncles who served decades as police officers, one of whom became the police chief in my hometown of Miami, Florida. I am standing here today by the grace of God as testament to the love and support that I've received from my family. I have also been blessed with many dear friends, colleagues, mentors, law clerks. I could not possibly name all of the people to whom I owe great thanks. But I must mention specifically the 3 brilliant jurists for whom I had the privilege of serving as a law clerk at the outset of my legal career. U.S. District Judge Patty Saris in Massachusetts, U.S. Court of Appeals Judge Bruce Selya in Rhode Island, and last but certainly not least, Associate Justice Stephen Breyer of the Supreme Court of the United States. Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also exemplified every day in every way that a Supreme Court justice can perform at the highest level of skill and integrity while also being guided by civility, grace, pragmatism, and generosity of spirit. Justice Breyer, the members of the Senate will decide if I fill your seat, but please know that I could never fill your shoes. To my dear family, those who are here with me now and those who are watching from home, I am forever indebted to you for your love and support. To my beloved husband, Patrick, thank you for being my rock today and every day for these past 26 years. I love you. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, you are the light of my life. Please know that whatever title I may hold or whatever job I may have, I will still be your mom. That will never change. There are so many other people I would love to be able to address and to thank, but time is short, so let me end by sharing an interesting coincidence that has actually meant a great deal to me over the years. As it happens, I share a birthday with the first Black woman ever to be appointed as a federal judge, the Honorable Constance Baker Motley. We were born exactly 49 years to the day apart. Today, I proudly stand on Judge Motley's shoulders, sharing not only her birthday, but also her steadfast and courageous commitment to equal justice under law. Judge Motley's life and career has been a true inspiration to me as I have pursued this professional path. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, I can only hope that my life and career, my love of this country and the Constitution, and my commitment to upholding the rule of law and the sacred principles upon which this great nation was founded will inspire future generations of Americans. Thank you again, Mr. President, for this extraordinary honor.
I forgot to introduce the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and the second gentleman. That seems strange to say that, but the second, Douglas Emhoff. They're both here as well. So thank you. Thank you all.
All right, then there you have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. She's honored to be a part of the team, man. You heard her. Market kind of moved up with that. It was all positive here. Spot stayed up in the air the whole entire time. 437.60 is the new high here for the day. Right back at 437. As that goes off, we're seeing stocks pick up here. So it looks positive, man. We got some color in the White House. We're going to take a quick break real quick, ladies and gentlemen. All the indices are still in the green here. So it looks like breaking news, U.S. microchip powerhouse NVIDIA hit by cyber attack Telegraph. I don't know how much of an effect that'll have here. Checking in on the video now here. Looking at them, don't look like that isn't affecting them badly. But it looks like that is breaking news, though. I will keep an eye out on that, though. They're not breaking resistance anyway. U.S. microchip powerhouse NVIDIA hit by cyber attack, a Telegraph. That's what it says here. That is breaking news there. So I don't know if that's going to be positive or negative there, but it will have an effect on NVIDIA stock here within the next couple of weeks, probably. Maybe today here before the closing bell during power hour. We're going to take a quick break, though, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back, we're going to go live with the Ukraine's ambassador. Looks like she's discussing Russian.
You can't expect your team to manage work with this.
She's explaining the Russian invasion, excuse me. Let's see how long it's been on. It just started about 13 minutes ago. So actually we're just gonna tune into it now because it just started. I thought it might have been on for a while. So we're gonna start it now.
Will not only be stopped by us and all the civilized world, but there are forces in Russia, there are citizens in Russia who do not want and do not support the brutal attack on its neighbors. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions.
Hi, I'm Sarah McKelvey with the BBC. President Zelensky said that citizens need to try to eat Molotov cocktails to defend their homes, and the Ukrainian defense minister has asked Congress for additional Stingers and anti-aircraft weapons. Can you tell us what progress you're making in convincing Congress to give you the equipment, the military equipment that you're requesting?
Thank you. We have very productive discussions with the United States and with all of our friends and allies. We will be informing, of course, when there are decisions, but I want to say that, that the help that the United States has provided Ukraine, the 650 million worth of defense support in 2021, which is the highest number since 2014, and all the discussions that we have and all the support that we have from the United States right now is at a very high level. So we are working closely with our friends and colleagues here on the additional support.
What was the reaction of President Biden's remarks yesterday, and when did he and President Zelensky last speak? You said that they spoke, when that last conversation was?
The last conversation was just a couple of 10, 15 minutes ago. So if you would take a look, there is a tweet from our president, just a recent tweet about it. And you have to understand, the situation is very tense in Ukraine. And as you probably saw from the President Zelensky is tweeting and also doing the video messages to keep Ukrainians, but also to keep the rest of the world informed about what we are doing. President Zelensky is in Kyiv together with the head of our government. Just recently, they put out a video in front of the president's office, essentially with a very simple message saying we're here, we're in Ukraine, we're in Kyiv, we defend our country, and we intend to continue doing so.
And my second question is, what were your reactions to President Biden's remarks yesterday? Do you think that he went far enough with President Putin?
Well, we are grateful for the sanctions. If you look at the sanctions, it covers a very broad range of topics. As a former Minister of Finance, I was very happy to see the sanctions against major Russian banks. I was very happy to see the export controls. I was very happy to see the personal sanctions and all of that. Now, we also heard from President Biden that it's a first wave of the strong sanctions package. So our reaction has been voiced by our president right away. We're very thankful for this very strong sanctions that will be heard and felt in Russia, and we look forward to the next waves.
Madam Ambassador, do you think, on the question, will those sanctions be strong enough? What is your impression as far as will that do what it needs to do to get the Russians to step back?
Look, there is only one person knows what we need to do for him to stop, and it's Mr. Putin. He's the one who started this war in 2014. He's the one who started this war in 2021 with the escalation. He's the one who started really hot, full-fledged war right now. So we can guess what will make him stop, but I think what we should do, and we should be very united in it, and that's why we're very happy that we have 73 countries together with us, so that we together can do and will do everything that it takes for him to stop, disappear from the territory of a sovereign country where he and his armed forces should not be, and stop this war against our country. Now, there will be another event which you probably will be covering today, the meeting of the Security Council of the United Nations, where we will be discussing and hopefully adopting the resolution on this issue. And we also call on all of the friends and allies on the countries not only to co-author the resolution, but also be very strong and decisive, because we need all international platforms and venues at moments like this show that actually we together can react on this, we can react quick, and we can actually decisively take decisions.
Do you have a comment on where a diplomatic avenue might stand? Putin said he might still need? Is that on the table at all?
As our president said, since he was elected in 2019, bringing peace to Ukraine is, and will always be his number one priority. Number two is we've done everything since 2019 in order, even though, whether we might like them or not, but to comply with the Minsk Accords and ensure that we're moving forward in returning through diplomatic solution the territories of Donetsk and Lugansk. And we also started the Crimean platform to create another diplomatic platform and solution and path to return through diplomatic solution the Crimea, which also is illegally occupied and annexed by Russia. So our devotion and our president's devotion to peace does not need to be proven. During the past 3 years, that was his actions, all his actions were to actually get to lasting peace and through diplomatic solution to restore the territorial integrity of our country. Even days before Putin attacked us, our president was very public and always said that he's ready to meet with Mr. Putin and discuss these issues in a peaceful and diplomatic manner. Yesterday, again, in his public statement, our president said that we will defend our country. This is the priority number one right now. But of course, we are ready for the peace talks. Now, he also made very clear, we are ready for peace talks, but we are not ready to capitulate or surrender.
Ambassador, it seems that the US are going to personally sanction President Putin this afternoon. How do you feel about that?
Well, I cannot comment on something that didn't happen, but I can say that what seems already a decision that was made public that the European Union implemented the sanctions, it seems the very right move because it was President Putin's decision to attack Ukraine. It was his public decision, and he is the one who's responsible for the war that Russian Federation is now waging on Ukraine.
Madam Ambassador, among the tools you're using to defend your country are US-supplied Javelin missiles and then Baltic-supplied Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. How extensively have those weapons been used by your forces, and how successful have they been? Do you have a rough order of how many tanks or helicopters were destroyed by US-supplied and Baltic-supplied weapons?
Let me answer it this way, without disclosing what I shouldn't be disclosing, but I want to tell you that we are using them actively and very effectively.
Are you asking for more formally?
Yes.
And when might that request come down? In the next day or two?
That I cannot tell you, but we're working very closely, not only with the United States, but with other friends and allies. And you probably already saw the statement by Mr. Stoltenberg after the NATO meeting that not only the US but other allies will be providing us with additional defense equipment. Thank you.
Madam Ambassador, just to follow up on that, what would you like to see NATO do? Would you like to see an expedited admission of Ukraine into NATO? Would you like to see NATO more aggressively deploy troops?
I think you know the answer, but let me answer it this way. In 2018, we changed our constitution and we included our desire to join European Union and NATO in our constitution. Our parliament did so because the majority of Ukrainians, 62%, actually support Ukraine joining the NATO. Now, NATO is an alliance, and we need the decision of all 30 members to accept us. And we have been on a very strong path towards working with our friends and allies in NATO on our plan to, in the future, become member of NATO. In 2020, Ukraine became the EOP partner with NATO, and that allowed us already to cooperate in so many areas, from training to getting our army more NATO compliant, to transforming the country. Because again, contrary to what Russians think, NATO is not a military alliance. NATO has so many other cooperation paths, especially focused on the rule of law and democracy and everything that we will be able to discuss with all of you when the war is over and when my country is free from the attack. But right now, of course, priority number one is to defend the country. So we are talking to all of the friends of allies, whether they are members of NATO or not members of NATO, to provide us with all the security and defense capabilities right now. And, as a citizen of Ukraine, of course, I hope that we soon will win, that the peace will return to the country, and then we will return to the discussions of so many strategic issues and items on the agenda, including the NATO membership.
Do you have an update on civilian casualties? And just a second question, I've seen some Ukrainian activists call for a no-fly zone to be imposed over Ukraine. Is that something that your government is planning to ask for or that you support?
Thank you. On the casualties, I do not have the numbers for you right now. You have to understand that we are collecting the information from everywhere, and I just want to only use the numbers. So as soon as closer to the end of the day in Ukraine, we will have the numbers, and we would be happy to share it with you. But it has been very hard this day, especially when Russians deliberately targeted some of the civilian infrastructures and hospitals and emergency rooms and others. It has been very hard. There's the no-fly zone. Well, there are so many things we are talking about with all of our friends and allies. And of course, as a country that is attacked, is fighting for our existence right now against a much stronger enemy, we are discussing and we are asking our friends and allies for any type of support or any type of sanctions or restrictions that they might provide. Now, I will not be discussing the specific of them, because I think it's also very important for us to stay united, to discuss them and implement them when we all agree on what is it that we together as the anti-war and anti-Putin coalition are ready to do.
Madam Ambassador, can you give an update on the security situation in and around Kyiv? How are you holding out? How long do you expect you can hold out for?
Well, Kyiv has been Ukrainian for the past couple of thousand years, and we intend to keep it for the next couple of thousand years. But the situation in Kyiv, of course, is very difficult right now. There has been air assault on Kyiv. There is destruction of the civilian infrastructure. There were groups that tried to get into Kyiv, and some of them got into some parts of Kyiv. So there was a combat in some parts of Kyiv, but Kyiv is fully under control of Ukrainian armed forces, the National Guard, territorial defense, and even though the situation is remain tense, because as we all heard from Mr. Putin's speech, that is his goal. His goal is to attack all Ukraine. His goal is to capture Kyiv, and his goal is to have a pro-Russian government in Kyiv. Now, all three of those, we Ukrainians not only believe is not possible, but together with our armed forces, we are doing everything possible to prevent that from happening.
Ambassador, last night the president said to EU leaders that this may be the last time that they see him alive. With that in mind, is President Zelensky still in Kyiv? Does he plan to stay there? Sort of retrenching to the west or going somewhere else?
President Zelensky is in Kyiv. He regularly records the messages from Kyiv, and he intends to stay there. And our armed forces also intend, as well as all people who live in Kyiv, to fiercely defend our capital.
Madam Ambassador,
you talked about the possibility of us meeting refugee cases. What extent does your government believe that that's a legitimate offer to speak, to negotiate, and use that
All that shit you got brought up, they're gonna block it.
Does that strike the Ukrainian government as a legitimate option?
Well, the only thing I can say now is what our president said, that at any stage we are ready to, of course, for peace talks, but we are not ready to capitulate or we are not ready to surrender. When we have, or if we have more information about that, because we only heard what we heard, like you, in the press.
But there has not been any direct communication about potentially setting anything up, even through
Nothing I can share with you now. More questions?
Can you authenticate that the now famous audio clip from Serpent Island is actually authentic, the F Russia? Is that an authenticate or is that disinformation?
It was shared by our commander-in-chief, and we're proud that those 13 military men responded like they should have responded to a proposal to surrender.
So you're authenticating that as an accurate clip audio clip. It's not made up or accurate.
Well, you know, I being in Washington D.C., I cannot check personally, so to authenticate. But yes, it's you know, it was shared by the official sources of Ukraine.
We heard
Yes.
warnings that Russia would attempt to demoralize Ukrainian forces before false reports of surrender. Are you seeing any evidence that that is occurring?
We see the attempts, but we know that so far during the 48 hours, only people who surrendered, and we have it on the video, and we have actually them in captivity, are the Russian forces. So we also would like here to ask all of you to take information from the official sources from Ukraine. Our commander-in-chief, our territorial defense, our armed forces, they all are very active and putting all the information in Ukrainian, English, and other languages. And we also duplicate it on the embassy resources on a regular basis. So please take it from there. And our security service is also monitoring closely all the disinformation attacks, because again, this attack, even though now we all focused, of course, on the direct military attack, but the hybrid attack didn't disappear from there. So they're trying to spread the disinformation, they're trying to spread fakes, that's why in Ukraine, and I also want to tell you that all Ukrainian channels now work as one. They united not only our political parties, all united, not only our parliamentary groups united and work together in light of this attack, but also all the TV stations in Ukraine now work together and provides our citizens with the up-to-date, correct information on a regular basis, plus informing citizens what they should do, where they should go, what are the numbers to contact, also on a regular basis. So, you know, we know that there is a lot of many disinformation efforts, but we seem to battle them quite successfully for the moment.
Madam Ambassador, on Chernobyl, have you received any guidance from the United States or NATO, considering there is fighting going on there and how delicate that region is? Has anyone reached out to give you some next steps and share intelligence, that sort of thing, about that specific area?
Well, we are reaching out to everyone, and we are informing everyone and all the regulatory bodies that have to do with, especially the nuclear stations. Again, nuclear industry is quite large in Ukraine. A large portion of our electricity generation is nuclear. We have quite a number of power plants. That's why we put special emphasis on guarding them against the enemy, so that we responsibly can run them even during the time of these attacks. So with the Chernobyl plant, our National Guard fiercely defended it until it was taken over. But again, in defending these plants, we are trying to be very responsible and careful so that there is no damage to it. We cannot say the same about Russian Federation. So That's why we're warning, and that's why we're reaching out to everyone. So this is the issue that has to be discussed, that Russia has to be specifically pressed on this particular topic.
Пані Пасо, скажіть, будь ласка, багато українців зараз слушні що це потрібно Україні. Але багато хто хоче повернутися додому, але не може. Зараз повітряний простір так закінчується візи. Як діяти в таких ситуаціях українцям, які застрягли, заблоковані?
Would you like me to answer in English or in Ukrainian? If in Ukrainian, I can stay and answer later on, so that. But the question was that many Ukrainians are leaving the country now, looking for essentially saving their children from the attacks, and some Ukrainians want to come back, but because there is no air flights to Kiev, it's also difficult. So. And the question was what we can recommend as the embassy. So first, I would like to ask all Ukrainian citizens here in the United States, be in contact with the embassy, our consulate here in Washington, D.C., but also in Chicago, in San Francisco, in Houston, and in New York, are working 24/7. We also at the 24/7 regime, like all Ukraine right now. So any questions that Ukrainian citizens have here, please contact us. We would be happy to assist. Second, yes, there are many Ukrainians who are actually coming back home now to fight for their country. And even though there are no flights, they are all flying to the closest European places, and there is no problem with crossing the border. So we know many Ukrainians who, as we speak, are flying back home and will be in Ukraine through any checkpoints on the western border. And on people who are taking the kids out, and we're very grateful to the neighboring countries for the help that they're providing these people while they temporarily leave the country. Now it's understood that if it's old people or women or small kids, we value every life of Ukrainian, and we would like to protect every life of Ukrainians. So we are making everything possible. Plus, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine today had a special meeting, and they actually, made it easier to deal with quite a number of procedures and processes that are required to get the humanitarian assistance into the country. So that we can be more effective in supplying our people. And we are working with the United States, by the way, actively through USAID. And I had a very productive call yesterday with Ambassador Power, who's coordinating the assistance that the US can provide us on this very important topic.
Процессу вступления Украины в НАТО. Мы будем просить о программах Ленд-Лиза, о поставках новых вооружений и техники для армии, которая защищает всю Европу. Мы будем требовать пакета мер, который обеспечил бы интеграцию Украины в евроатлантическое сообщество. Но в ответ мы наталкиваемся на молчание. И пока будет это молчание, не будет молчания.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna bring it back to America here. We got Secretary Jen about to speak here shortly. We're gonna bring it back this way, live from the White House. Secretary Jen is about to speak here shortly. It's 2:50 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. It's almost power hour. Option expiration is about to happen in 10 minutes, you guys. So long to those February contracts, man. They were history. They're going to be history, man. But we getting closer and closer. It's almost the weekend. The market is up here in the green right now. All the indices are in the green here. Take a break, you guys. Get up from your screens here. Get off your phones real quick. Go get some water. Walk outside and walk your dog. Go check the mail. Just get some fresh air. Get some sunlight. Get the blood flowing. Get up. Get the blood pumping. Do some jumping jacks. Do some sit-ups. do some push-ups, do anything, man. Just jog in place there. Move around, move around, move around. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live here with LCAOD. And we're going to take a quick break here right before Secretary Jen arrives at the podium, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. And what she's saying ain't gonna sell. With me, I'm gonna prevail. No limit, I'm top shelf.
Pull off with your safe.
Pull off with your safe.
Pull off in the Wraith.
Pull off in the race.
Pull off in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm about to catch a case. Pull off with your safe. I'ma pull off in the Wraith. Pull off in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm about to catch a case. I'm about to catch a case. Yeah, my nigga, when I pull off in this Wraith. Yeah, in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, yeah, I'm trading just like a race. I'm in first place. Yeah, I'm winning this race. No, I ain't a disgrace. Yeah, talk shit, you get misplaced. Yeah, call a search warrant. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, searching like Warren. Yeah, you gon' need a dog. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, you feel foggy leak like a frog. Yeah, it's going down. I pull off with your safe, then I'm dipping out of town. Pull off with your safe. Yeah, my nigga, I'ma pull off in the Wraith, in the Wraith. In the high-speed chase, catch a case. Yeah, in the Wraith. Yeah, pull off in the safe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'ma pull off with your safe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pull off with the Wraith. Yeah.
Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like Malachi. Told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like Malachi. Told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Hey, Lego, stack it up, my money, how they props. Don't fuck around with static, unless you tryna get shot. They bridges in my pocket, they more lives than living. If you try to juke my profit, then boy, you ain't even living. My money got them so living. I see right through them, they glitching. They nervous now, they twitching. They ain't competing now, they switching. If you a nigga acting like a lady, boy, no, that's bitching. If you a boss, bitch, shout out till you get money, keep winning. I'm in love with money, I'm sending. Please, Father, forgive me. At least I'm admitting. I know this money forbidden, so I'm trying to remotely keep on clicking. And you can never ever catch me switching or snitching. Staying on the motherfucking money mission. My intuition, you can't even picture it. Gotta stack it up, can't stop. Hey, middle finger to the cops. And middle finger to the ops. Hey, and shout out to Chop, But nigga, I'ma keep choppers. My niggas team full of robbers. If they bet, man, I'm robbing. Man, they don't want no problems. My money jump in out the gym. Yeah. Shit. My money jump in out the gym. Sink or swim. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money grow like my lot. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money grow like my lot. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block.
Yeah. Nigga try to block me. But no, nigga, no, you will not stop. No. Yeah, you a op. Fuck around, yeah, you're gonna get popped. Yeah, I'm headed to the top. A young nigga, but my grind won't stop. I'ma shop till I drop. Put my bread, yeah, you're gonna get dropped. My dreads tryna drop, nigga. I'm tryna get some top. Chasing at the guap, so my nigga know the grind don't stop. It won't stop. Not gon' stop. Till I make it to the top. Yeah, the grind won't stop.
Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money grow like Malak, she told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money grow like Malak, she told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. If you can get the 850 off some bad news over the weekend, 750 off bad news over the weekend. Yeah, 700 back to action. Quickly. I think they wanted at least 840 plus. Or about 750 or 730. Time goes here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back. About to begin here shortly with Secretary Jen. She's having a live briefing here. Market is doing well, holding up above 435 on the spot here. Volatility is kind of like really don't know which way it want to take itself here. Is right here, right back at VWAP. So, but the SPY is holding above VWAP here a little bit. It's been doing it right here all day, holding it at about 435, 436 here. A lot of consolidation here on those numbers. Why you're not really seeing? That's why you're not really seeing the stocks move too much right here. We're not really seeing anything change here with the ETFs here. But like I said, man, the market sobered up here. Don't mean it cannot just turn right back up. But you know how it is when you sober up. Yeah, you get back in that groove. That's just what the market is doing here right now. Trying to find that groove again. Amazon is holding their gains up about 40 here, leading the market here up right now. Google is only up about 24 now, so they pulled back here. So Amazon is your leader to the upside for today right now. Booking holding and ZS ticker symbol is still your leader to the downside for today. ZS is down about 45 right now. Keep that in mind there. Target is up about $7 right now. I do got earnings approaching next week. Speaking of that, we will get into a list of that here. Before the closing bell, we'll go over the earnings for next week. Won't have the list ready yet. We'll have it ready Monday, but I'm gonna give you guys a little heads up before Monday, so you guys know who reports earnings next week. Who report their earnings next week? So yeah, 1 second here. We are still awaiting Secretary Jen here live. This is the stock market live with LCAOD. It's consolidating and chilling out right now. That's all the market is doing, ladies and gentlemen. And it is officially Power Hour. Horn. You know what? Since it's Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen, I think we got an idea here. You guys want to play LCAOD Jeopardy out there in the crowd? Anybody want to play LCLD Jeopardy today? It's Friday. It's Power Hour. I'm feeling good. I'm offering $50 to I have an LCAOD client here with me. I don't know if he wants to reveal himself, but he's here with me. I'm talking to you. Would you like to play LCAOD Jeopardy here live with LCAOD Live Stock Market? The offer is if you can get the section right with 10 questions, you can only miss 3. If you can get 7 out of 10 right, you win 50 bonus dollars towards your bond power. You can pay that out today, or you can keep it and add it and reinvest to your capital. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a player here. So the first, hold on, let me get a horn. We are live here, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to play LCAOD Jeopardy before Secretary Jen walks out. She is stalling, and this will be the first one we catch on the live stream here. Give me 1 second here. Hold up. Let me get these earnings and stuff. Hold up. Stuff pulled up. 1 second. But we are going to play though. We are going to play. And we are about to play here. So you ready, man? You ready? You ready out there? You ready? You ready? Good. Think you gonna win $50? Think you can walk away with $50? Huh? Think you can do it? Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, we can double it. I mean, if you win 50, we can double it here. If you can try a chance to win 100. Or if you don't get it right the second time, you lose all of it. So you can just walk away with 50 if you win the first round, or you can double it and try to walk away with 100. Boom. Or you know what I'm saying, you don't hit, you lose it all. So you feel me? Kind of like the market here, right? Kind of like the market. LCLD Jeopardy though. This is a game, ladies and gentlemen. So hold on, Joyce. Hold on, because I know they was going crazy in the Discord. I had mentioned it in their comments too. Was talking. So we're gonna hold on. Let me figure this out. They asked me a lot of questions here. Mountains and hills. Hold on. Freak. All right, hold on. Oh man, it's about to get exciting though, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start LCLD Jeopardy. Okay, boom, got it ready here. So I'll have the earnings and all that stuff pulled up here. Let's go ahead and get the game started here. Another horn! Another horn! You guys ready? Let's see. And we will be doing this. We're going to try to do it every Friday, man, for real. We're going to really try to do this every Friday and start just going viral with it. We're going to have more clients here soon, ladies and gentlemen. Once we do, we're going to have more clients. We have clients now, but they're not tech savvy yet. They're not ready to get to the live stream yet, but we're about to have that here soon, probably next week. So, yeah, once we do, we're going to do this again next Friday, you guys, and they can replay the live stream or y'all can replay it. But if you're catching this live right now, we're about to play LCLD Jeopardy, ladies and gentlemen. And it's about to get really exciting. Yeah, I'm going to let the client pick the category, everything, you feel me? Boom, boom, just read the question out. He call out the answers. He picked the right answer. He moves on. He get it wrong, and you can only miss 3. Remember that. Keep that in mind. You can only miss 3. So let's get the game started here.
Grammarly helps you work.
All right, here we're going to let you pick the category here. So, would you like abbreviations, definitions, formulas and ratios, stock symbols, or sorted? Ooh, he's going with definitions, ladies and gentlemen. He's going with definitions, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get the game started here. Let's get the games. Let the games begin here. First question. First question. It says alternative investments, right? Using pooled funds that employ different strategies to earn active return is hedge funds, distressed funds, emerging funds, macro funds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard him. He said, hey, hedge funds. Let's see if he's right here. Let's see if he's right. He said, hey, hedge funds, right? You guys heard him on the live stream. We heard him. Hey, correct. 1 for 1. He's correct there. That is right. Next question. A transaction used to finance ownership of bonds and other debt securities, short-term sales of government securities with an agreement to buy it at a higher price is A, repurchase agreement, B, liquidity agreement, C, ownership agreement, D, debt agreement. D, debt agreement, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. That's what he said. And you heard it. It was repurchase agreements, ladies and gentlemen. A fee, you can only miss 2 more. A fee that the fund pays to its investment advisor for overseeing the portfolio is A, an overseer fee, B, an investment fee, C, a Viking fee, D, a management fee. You need me to read it over, or you heard that? D, as in dog, D. Management fee. He's going with management fee, you guys. Let's see if he's right. Ding, 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 that's correct. Management fee was right. 2 for 1 there. Bonds that have a rating lower than BAA, BA, for Moody's Investor Service, a rating lower than BBB from Standard & Poor's, or both. So they're talking about bonds here. You need me to reread that? Bonds that have a rating lower than BAA from Moody's Investors Service, a rating lower than BBB from Standard & Poor's, or both. A, speculative grade, B, sustainable risk grade, C, high grade, D, high speculative grade. B, he's going with sustainable risk grade. Ladies and gentlemen, see if he's right. And speculative grade, he was wrong. He missed 2. He can only miss 1 more. Ladies and gentlemen, this is LCAOD Jeopardy. You're tuned in. New York Live. They're going in the comments. A condition where government enters the loanable funds market, which thereby increases the interest rate. I'm laughing at the comments. They want to play too. I'm not about to play this all day with you guys. No. He's here. He's participating. No. I told you, next week we're going to have more people in the live stream participating. We'll play with somebody else next week. 1 person a week now. I'm doing too much. I'm trying to read. I'm looking at y'all comments. I'm changing it off, taking it off the screen. Okay. So, you with me now. You missed 2 so far. You can only miss 1 more. All right? You got, what, 2 right? What, you got 2 5? Okay, so all right, we out here at 5. You got 5. You got 2 out of 2 right now. So you got 5 here. 5 for 10 here right now. All right, ready. A condition where government enters the loanable funds market, which thereby increases the interest rate beyond where it is feasible for private sector borrowing. A. Crowding out. B. Security uproot. C. Out of rate. D. Government bound. D. He's going with D. Government bound. Ladies and gentlemen, if he's right, he moves on. If he's wrong, this game ends here immediately. And crowding out, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good try. Good try there. LCL decline. Oh, man, not everybody wins. I don't think nobody won yet. LCLD Jeopardy, but good try, man. Good try. Try again next time, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But ladies and gentlemen, that is LCLD Jeopardy. The game is over there. So, that being said, we're still waiting on Secretary Jen here. It's 3:11 p.m. We're waiting on Secretary Jen. She might bring a spark in the market. We don't know here yet. It's consolidating right at resistance / support right now at 435 on the SPY. The VIX is really playing with the middle here. So it can go either way right now. If the VIX come back down, I think the stocks will shoot up here, obviously. If the VIX go up, stocks are going to come down, obviously, at this point here. So the VIX is on the middle here. That's why the stocks are really not moving at all. Kind of chilling out here. Just taking a little breather. They all might be exhausted, a little hungover from the week, man. But we're going to take a quick break here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting on Secretary Jen. Like I said, when we still walk to the podium, we will go live here. All the indices are still in the green, so keep that in mind. We'll give you guys an update real quick on that here because I think the briefing is about to start here momentarily, shortly. We're about to see here. So, yeah, the Dow is up about 2% here, leading the way here. The S&P 500 is up right behind it at 1.73 here. The NASDAQ is up at 1%. And that is all your indices right there in the green here. The top 3 anyway. So, yeah, the market's in the green here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back.
Bricks on the beat.
Leonard P. Shout out Bricks. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse or a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might want to treat her. That you might want to beat her too. But I don't beat them physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't bleed, she told the judge that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from the quick little break right there. We are live here right now with the State Department here. It looks like we're a tad bit late here. He's been live for about 30 minutes, so we're just going to tune in and see what he's saying here until we can see Secretary Jen arrive to the podium. Yeah, he's been live for about 30 minutes here, so let's just tune in here. This is the State Department here. This is a live briefing here. with spokesman Ned Price. So let's see what Ned Price got to say.
It's suspension. It's not permanent. So should Russia change its
the
its
point
course, these would resume.
much like sanctions, these are a means to an end. What we are trying to do is to change on an urgent basis Moscow's behavior, to bring this violence to an end, to bring this conflict to an end, to bring the suffering that Russia is inflicting on the Ukrainian people to an end. Wally.
Context of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, you know, India has a strong relationship with Russia and so has with the United States as well. Has the Ukrainian crisis strained India-US relationship?
We have a broad strategic partnership with India. As you know, we had an opportunity to see our Indian counterpart, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, in Australia just the other day when we were in the Indo-Pacific for a meeting of the Quad. What we have done, including in the context of the bilateral discussion we had with Foreign Minister Jaishankar in Melbourne, was to share our fervent belief that countries around the world, especially those countries that have a level of influence, of clout, of leverage with the Russian Federation, needed to use that to good effect, needed to use that to protect the rules-based international order, again, that have worked to the benefit of the United States, that have worked to the benefit of our European allies, that have worked to the benefit of India, and, quite frankly, have worked to the benefit of the Russian Federation over the course of some 70 years. We share important interests with India. We share important values with India. And we know India has a relationship with Russia that is distinct from the relationship that we have with Russia. Of course, that is okay. What we have asked of every country around the world is that they use that leverage to good effect to uphold those norms, those rules that have been at the center, again, of unprecedented levels over the past 70 years of security, of stability, and prosperity.
Do you believe that India has that influence or leverage over Russia?
Well, India has a relationship with Russia that we certainly don't have. India and Russia have a relationship, including in the defense and security sector, that we don't have. And again, we have asked every country that has a relationship, and certainly those countries that have leverage, to use that leverage in a constructive way.
I have one more question on Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan was recently in Moscow when Russia attacked Ukraine. This is the first time in 20 years the Pakistani Prime Minister have visited Russia. Do you see realignment of forces there?
Well, I will leave it to our Pakistani partners to speak to their position on this. What I can say is that we communicated to Pakistan our position on what was then the threat of a Russian invasion and what is now the ongoing Russian invasion against Ukraine. Just as India does, Pakistan knows precisely where we stand on this. These are, again, rules, norms, guidelines that benefit India, Pakistan, the United States, and Russia as well. Yes, sir.
I have a follow-up on Minsk talks and a broader point about the conflict. Has the United States been explicitly asking the Ukrainians not to take part in the proposed talks?
We have been in regular contact with our Ukrainian partners. We want to see diplomacy. We want to see diplomacy succeed. And we want that precisely because only through diplomacy can we bring an end to this needless, unprovoked, brutal conflict, and only through diplomacy can we save lives on a sustainable basis. So first and most important, we want to see diplomacy. We want to see diplomacy succeed. A corollary to that, we want to know that Russia is actually interested in genuine diplomacy. It now appears quite clear that Russia was not and has not been interested in genuine diplomacy. They were interested in the pretense of diplomacy. As I said before, in the context of the ongoing invasion, diplomacy at the barrel of a gun, that is not genuine diplomacy. That is coercive diplomacy. That is coercion with the guise of diplomatic niceties. That is not something that can bring an end to this conflict in a way that we know it must end.
And my broader point, if I may, why do you think this military operation is taking place? Is this because the Russians are so inherently evil that they woke up one day and decided to attack a neighboring country? Or is it because of some broader and deeper roots that needs to be addressed? Like, for instance, the international security architecture doesn't work in its current form.
You'll have to ask that question of President Putin. Only he can give you a good answer only he can give you an answer. I'm not sure it'll be a good one to explain his decisions. But let me make one point. This is not and was not a decision of the Russian people. This was a decision that was made for them. This was not a decision that was made by them. And even in recent hours, in recent days, we have seen thousands of brave Russians take to the streets peacefully to demonstrate against what they see as precisely what we see, an unprovoked, an unjustified, a needless war that will inflict costs not only on Ukraine, but also on Russia. The fact is that Russians are unlikely to see their countrymen come back in body bags because Putin controls just about every instrument of communication, every mass media, every element of the mass media. But Russians will be coming home in body bags. This has already had a devastating consequential effect on the Russian economy. This has already had consequential implications for Russia's strategic ambitions, both at the present and going forward. So this is not a decision, judging by what we're seeing from the Russian people themselves, that they wanted to see. This is not a decision that many of them support. The American people, the United States government, we are standing on the side of those Russians who are peacefully taking to the streets to voice their concern, their criticism, their, in some cases, deep condemnation of what is going on, and to exert the rights that are as universal to them as they are to anyone anywhere else. They are doing this in the face of continued crackdowns against the exercise of these same, very same universal rights. This is, just as we have said of so many other tactics, straight from Putin's playbook. The fact that dissent of this nature, peaceful protests, peaceful demonstrations are quashed and crushed in short order, that is symptomatic of a deep-seated insecurity on the part of President Putin, of those around him. So I want to be very clear that even though this was a decision, a reckless, brutal, costly decision by President Putin and his lieutenants, we are under no illusions that this has the support of the Russian people. And in fact, we're seeing the Russian people indicate very clearly, many of them, that this is something they reject. Sure.
Would the United States like to see a resumption of talks on Euro-Atlantic security and maybe even talks with China about the international security architecture overall, to maybe try and update it or overhaul it as necessary?
So I'll make 2 points. Prior to the onset of this needless war, we had made a genuine, good faith offer together with our allies and partners to discuss with the Russian Federation certain areas where we thought we could make progress on a reciprocal basis. These would have been discussions about, just as you said, broader European security architecture, the placement of offensive missiles in Europe, arms control protocols, arms control agreements, steps when it comes to stability, transparency as well. That was very much on the table. The Russian Federation, again, engaged in this pretense of diplomacy with us. There was an exchange, as everyone knows by now, of written proposals, written responses. There were high-level meetings, all of which culminated in what we've now seen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, perhaps an invasion that was planned all along. That is not our near-term priority. Our near-term priority for diplomacy going forward is to bring, as quickly as possible, an end to this needless violence, this brutality that the Russian Federation is directing against the Ukrainian state, against the Ukrainian government, and against the Ukrainian people. That is our near-term focus.
Can I go back to the trilateral process for a second? Because I think I asked the wrong question. I should have, instead of asking you what is exempted, because I've seen the list of exemptions, and it's frankly huge. Can you give us an example of the kinds of talks that now are no longer going to take place?
You're asking me to...
Well, I mean, are we talking about cultural exchanges or what? I mean, because if
Matt,
you look at the list of stuff that's exempted, you start with the JCPOA, you go to climate, you go to COVID, you go to anything having to do with consular affairs.
What you will see...
to anything that the seventh floor thinks is significant enough, which could be anything. So I'm just wondering, what is it?
You will see
Arctic Council in there.
You will see
every single.
You will see a focus on our core national security interests.
Yeah, but every international organization, you know, contact with the Russians in every international organization is carved out. It's exempted from this.
Matt, I'm not sure this question.
From the ICAO to the Arctic Council to the OSCE.
We are going to pursue.
So what has been banned or halted because of this directive?
We are going to pursue what is in our national security interests. Some of the things you just listed are fundamental to our national security interests. Just because Russia has taken this action doesn't mean that we should stop caring about our own security, the well-being, the welfare, the safety, the security of the American people. You've seen for yourself at least what purports to be a list of areas where we need to engage, we might need to engage to pursue those core national security interests. I will leave it to your well-informed imagination what might not meet that criteria.
I'm just wondering, can you point to something specific that is now no longer able to be talked about with Russians bilaterally because of this? Because it just seems like almost everything that one can imagine, except for, I don't know, you know, licensing for artwork to come to be loaned to a museum.
The Russian,
included,
the unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine has contoured, has changed our bilateral relationship. So, please, Vivian. About what talks?
Arms talks.
So,
are they off the table completely now?
At this point, we do not have any plans for the next iteration of the Strategic Stability Dialogue. Arms control is an area, whether it's in the context of the JCPOA, if you want to consider that an arms control agreement, or the fact that the United States and the Russian Federation have the two largest nuclear arsenals on the planet. It would remain in our national security interests to see to it that material, nuclear warheads, that nuclear stockpiles remain under control in the positive control of the Russian Federation, that stockpiles that remain, that nuclear arsenals remain small as possible. Certainly, arms control is something that will continue to be in our national security interest, but we don't have another iteration of the Strategic Stability Dialogue planned.
So today, in London, they canceled the performance of the Bolshoi Ballet. Yesterday, the Kennedy Center canceled the performance of a Russian ballet. Are cultural exchanges or commercial cultural visits now off the table in the U.S.?
I don't want to be categorical about it. Again, this is not a decision that was taken by the Russian people. This was a decision.
I mean, is it still? I understand that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I understand that the Russian people didn't do this. But still, is the U.S. Will the U.S. be blocking this? I mean, you've had a member of Congress, a Democrat, who suggested that Russian students should be expelled from U.S. schools and expelled from the U.S. So, are we going that far that we're not going to allow Russian cultural visits?
We are exacting costly consequences for President Putin, for those around him, for the Kremlin, for the Russian government. Our goal is not to punish the Russian people. Our goal is to stand with the Russian people, many of whom are taking to the streets in protest of this war that has the potential to devastate their country, their economy, their society as well. So again, I'm not prepared to tell you today precisely what will be canceled, whether the Bolshoi will be coming to Washington within the next several days or several weeks. What I can tell you is that we are going to continue to exact costly consequences for the Kremlin, but we will continue to stand up for the universal rights of the Russian people.
Should we go ahead and follow suit, not you personally, but Treasury or whoever is going to be announcing the EU sanctions that were introduced today against President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov? I just want to be clear, would that complicate any communication between the President and the President, or the Secretary and the Foreign Minister, or any meetings?
So you've just posed a hypothetical wrapped in a hypothetical. So it's a little bit difficult for me to answer that. And I appreciate the breaking news updates from Reuters.
Again in 10 minutes?
Hopefully I'll be out of here in 10 minutes. What I would say is that we will always keep the door open to diplomacy. We would not do anything that would shut the door to genuine diplomacy.
So such talks would that are like
you're not gonna extract anything else from me on this front at this time, at least. Dimitri. Sure.
You announced, the State Department has announced recently the expulsion of the Russian DCM. From your point of view, it's a response to what the Russians have been doing. The Russians are saying pretty much the same thing. This vicious cycle has been going on for some time now. And this is not a policy stuff. This is purely technical issues. Why can't you resolve those problems of at least letting your diplomatic missions to work properly? The Russians are saying, guys, let's reset all those mutual claims that we have. You're saying no, or that's my understanding.
Yeah, I
would like to hear your take on that.
I think you might be misinformed. We have been very clear that especially during times of tensions, especially during times of crisis, especially during times of conflict, it is important for governments to be able to communicate, to correspond with one another. What we've seen from the Russian Federation over the course of months now has been a constriction on the part of our embassy operations in Moscow. Most recently, we saw them on an unprovoked basis expel our DCM. The watchwords, the buzzword for us is parity. That's precisely what we are seeking. The Russian embassy here in Washington is more resourced, better resourced than is our diplomatic mission in Moscow. We're looking for parity, we're looking for fairness. So the step we announced yesterday, the fact that we had expelled or indicated to the Russian Federation that we would be expelling their second-ranking official here in Washington, it was not a response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was a response to what Russia has done to our bilateral mission in Moscow. All right, thank you all very much.
The Shake Shack Buffalo Chicken Sandwich. It's everything you love about wings meets everything you love about Shake Shack.
To be a Barnea state right next to
So a lot of chatter, a lot of excitement in the White House today. Everybody excited. Like the State Department briefing ended. But everybody excited here on Friday, man. I think everybody probably just excited. It's the weekend, man. Just ready to be with their families, you know. Spend some time with their loved ones. Things of that nature. Ah, man. Looks like let's go ahead and get into some. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys the earnings calendar here before she even walks out here, because I don't know how long she'll talk. She'll probably talk to the close, and then we're gonna wrap it up here with LCLD for the week, man. It's been a short week. Man, but a lot happened in this short time span, but more to come. We obviously know that. So let's look at the earnings. Going into next week, I'll have the list ready on Monday, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a little heads up of what to prepare for here on Monday. We got Novavax here; they report after the bell Monday. Zoom reports after the bell on Monday. You guys, Zoom video communications. Those will be your top two there on Monday. It looks like Smile Direct Club, all that stuff. AMC Tuesday after the bell. Baidu before the opening. Salesforce after the bell. Target before the opening. C before the opening. Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday, looks like you got Snow after the bell. Looks like that'll probably be your best one on Wednesday. Like I said, the list will be out Monday. I'm just skimming through real fast here. You got Costco wholesales here. Thursday after the bell, and Boardcom. Here's Secretary Jendo. That's really it. Nothing really Friday, so that's it.
And I know there are a few topics to discuss today during our time together. On Monday, the President will host a celebration to mark Black History Month. He will be joined by the Vice President, Black members of the historically diverse cabinet, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, state and local elected officials, civil rights leaders, and Divine Nine leadership. On Tuesday, as you are all tracking, the President will deliver his first State of the Union address. We'll have more of his address to preview in the coming days. On Wednesday, the President and the First Lady will travel to Superior, Wisconsin to discuss how the bipartisan infrastructure law delivers for the American people by rebuilding roads and bridges and creating good-paying union jobs. And on Thursday, the President will hold a cabinet meeting. With that, Steve, why don't you kick us off?
The EU earlier today agreed to hold to place sanctions and asset freezes on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Foreign Minister. Is the United States going to follow suit?
Following a telephone conversation President Biden held with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and in alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and members of the Russian National Security Team. I expect we'll have more specific details out later this afternoon.
Thanks. Additionally, could you detail the level of support the United States government is currently providing operationally to the Ukrainian military and intelligence services as they try to fend off the Russian invasion? Is the U.S. continuing to send weaponry into Ukraine? Is it providing intelligence on Russian movements and tactical communications and the like?
Well, without getting into too many specific details that are sensitive for a range of reasons, we are continuing to deliver on the security assistance package that was announced earlier last fall. All of that has not been delivered yet. We're continuing to provide that assistance. Obviously, we remain in very close touch, of course, with President Zelensky. I think you may have just seen the readout that we just put out that included the president spoke with him earlier today again, and we are in very close touch from our national security team with members of his team as well. And we continue to consider a range of options to provide additional assistance.
President Zelensky last night said he was target number one of the Russian military. Does the United States have a warning to Russia in the event that they were to target the Ukrainian president and attempt to capture him or to physically harm him?
Do we have a warning to them?
Yes, specifically regarding a head of state.
Well, let me first say that we have been warning for months for weeks, if not months, that Kyiv falling, that attempts to overturn the leadership of Ukraine is very much in the aspirations of President Putin. So their attempts to do exactly that and their continued progress in moving toward Kyiv and moving toward Ukrainian leadership is aligned with what we have predicted. Obviously, going after the head of state would be a significant, horrific act by Russian leadership, but we remain in contact, as you all have seen from the readout we provided with President Zelensky. He's made clear that he's still in Ukraine, proudly and courageously standing up in the face of the Russian attack, and we are certainly continue to be concerned about the ongoing Russian assault on the country.
Topic, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention right now is announcing new federal mask guidelines that including under them 70% or so of Americans right now live in areas where they are no longer recommended to wear masks indoors in public settings. Is that guidance that will be followed here in the White House, as Washington, D.C. is now not an area recommended anymore for wearing masks?
Sure. Well, we are evaluating our protocols. Obviously, this guidance is just going out now as we speak. I believe Dr. Walensky continues to provide a briefing call with some of your colleagues right now. DC currently has a mask mandate until March 1st. We have always followed the most stringent guidelines. That has typically been the CDC. So we will plan to follow that. And in the meantime, we are evaluating our protocols here at the White House. Go ahead.
On President Zelensky, in President Biden's phone call with him, did it come up whether President Biden bring up whether President Zelensky, he thinks he should leave the country or not?
That is not. I don't have any additional details to provide. President Zelensky continues to serve as president of Ukraine. He continues to do that courageously in the face of attacks from Russian military. This was a call for the president to reiterate our strong support for him, for the Ukrainian people, and to reiterate and condemn the actions of the Russians.
And on sanctioning Putin and Lavrov, yesterday President Biden had said that was on the table. What changed between yesterday and today?
Well, it has been under consideration and on the table for some time, as you know, and as I just conveyed, the president's strong view and strong principle from the beginning of this conflict, and even before, I should say, has been to take actions and steps in alignment with our European partners, and this is certainly evidence of that.
Just finally on that one, what does sanctioning Putin himself do in the opinion of this administration? A lot of analysts have said that this is more of a symbolic move than anything.
Well, without getting into any specific details, I know you're not exactly asking me this, but sort of about financial assets, et cetera. I will leave that to others to speak to. Certainly the this step that we are doing in alignment and in coordination with the Europeans just sends a clear message about the strength of the opposition to the actions by President Putin and the direction in his leadership of the Russian military.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and continuing my questions on sanctions.
Yep.
Today we saw that the Italian government and the German government both said very clearly that they would not veto a move to remove Russia from the SWIFT transaction system. Can you say a word about how quickly you think something like that would happen, and whether you believe that would be another productive tool and perhaps another symbolic or rather important measure?
Sure. Well, The president's principle is taking steps in alignment. We are stronger together, especially as we stand in the face of the Russian military's actions and their invasion of Ukraine. As it relates to SWIFT, we've never taken that off the table, of course, and I'm certainly not taking it off the table today. So certainly there'll be ongoing discussions about that. As you know, SWIFT is a messaging service that connects 11,000 banks, and many would argue that there are ways that the Russian leadership could get around that over the course of time, but it certainly remains an option on the table. In terms of the timeline, I don't have anything to predict for you on that.
We were also reported today that China has actually increased its reserves as opposed to releasing reserves, which could help perhaps with the energy price increases that we're seeing. Have you had, what do you think of that move? And then also, has there been any further communication? Does President Biden intend to talk to President Xi, or can you say a word about what you're doing in terms of trying to convince the Chinese to be supportive?
Well, I would note that also today, the IEA had an informal meeting where they discussed options they could take over the coming days and weeks to help address any volatility in the global markets and the heightening of price volatility. And certainly that meeting today was a chance to consult and continue coordination with partners on global energy supply and security. There's also continuing conversations that we have had from here with partners over the past day. Secretary Granholm spoke with French, German, EU, and UK counterparts yesterday, and we'll continue those conversations. As it relates to China, I would say that the president's view, of course, is that now is the time for leaders of the world to not just speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine, but this is not a moment for equivocation or hiding or waiting to see what happens next. It is already clear what's happening, and as a part of that, it's also important to be a part of the effort to mitigate and minimize the impact on global markets and global oil markets. And so I don't have any additional conversations to read out for you, but I would say certainly we all want to be part of the solution here and stand up in the face of aggression to help address the problems.
Are you saying that China is in fact equivocating?
All I'm saying is that every country should think about what side of history they want to be on here, and they have the ability to do that. Go ahead.
When did President Biden make the final decision to sanction President Putin?
It was made, it's been on the table for some time, but through coordination and discussion with our European partners over the last day or so.
So he decided in the last 24 hours that he was going to do that?
Again, it's been on the table for some time. His priority and his focus has been on taking steps in coordination, and obviously that decision was made over the course of the last 24 hours and in partnership with our European counterparts.
Does it include a travel ban by chance?
I believe that would be a part of the U.S. Component, yes.
So President Putin would be banned from traveling here?
There's more details of it that, again, will be out later today. There are very limited examples of this being done, as you all know, but that is a standard part. But again, there'll be more details we'll have available later today.
Another question on travel. The UK is banning civilian Russian aircraft from its airspace, saying that no aircraft on a service owned, operated, or chartered by a person connected with Russia shall fly in their airspace. Is the United States planning to do the same?
I'm not aware of that being in the plans, but I don't have anything to preview for you.
Okay, and another question. We've seen these predictions from the Defense Department, from the State Department about Kyiv falling to Russia. They've made clear that they believe that is in Putin's sights and that he wants to overthrow the government there. If that happens, what does the U.S. do? What is the response and the role that the United States takes after something like that happens?
Well, I would just reiterate, as we've been warning for months, that Kyiv falling is a real possibility, and we've continued to see Russia's progression, even as we've seen resistance on the ground. Russia's military continues to advance toward Kyiv, so there is that real possibility. I'm just not going to get into, at this point, hypotheticals of what that will look like or what our response would be. Go ahead.
Jen. I'm going to follow up on the Putin sanctions again.
Sure.
Based on what you've said so far. So was this decision to coordinate with allies meant to show unity, meant to show that Putin is a pariah, or do you think it will actually have an impact on Putin in practice, given the uncertainty about the extent and location of his wealth?
Sure, I understand what you're asking. I'm just not going to get into specifics about his financial assets from here. Again, I think what is important and what we are hoping the world takes away from this is the unity through which the United States, President Biden, is working with our European partners and allies.
Without getting into details, can you even say if this will or will not impact him, other than showing that he's, an outlier?
Again, I'm not going to get into his personal financial assets. That's typically not something we would do from here. But I would note again that the steps that were taken yesterday and announced yesterday, sanctioning the 10 of the largest financial institutions in Russia, accounting for a huge percentage of their banking capacity, of their financial system capacity, I should say, and even the anticipation of that. Has had an enormous impact on Russia, whether it's the currency, the ruble that has fallen, the markets, skyrocketing inflation in Russia. And we also have taken steps to sanction oligarchs around President Putin, people who have benefited from corruption and cronyism in the system, and even their family members to prevent them from having the capacity to move around their assets.
And on the Supreme Court today, it's a good day, it was exactly 2 years ago today that the president made a pledge that he would nominate a Black woman to the Supreme Court. Did he factor the timing of that into his decision to announce it today?
No.
Okay. And then can you share any details about the process now that it's over?
Finally, we're free.
How long the interview or interviews were, what they talked about, what led the president to choose Judge Jackson over the other candidates?
Sure. Well, I will share with you the details that we're comfortable sharing at this point in time. And obviously, Judge Jackson will be filling out a range of questionnaires. She will be testifying. She will be considered by the full Senate, and she will be asked a range of questions there. The president interviewed Judge Jackson, Judge Childs, and Judge Kruger on Monday, February 14th in person. He made his final decision and called Judge Jackson last evening. I would note it was after the press briefing last evening. The president called Leader Schumer, Senator McConnell, Speaker Pelosi, and Whip Clyburn all separately this morning to inform them of his decision. I'd also note that the vice president has been very engaged, not just in the decision-making process, as the president talked about during his remarks, but she called former President Obama and former President Clinton as well, and she has also been calling a range of members of Congress as a part of the announcement process.
Did you personally call Kruger and Childs to let them know that he had chosen Judge Jackson?
I don't have any other details on that, but I can tell you that he called Judge Jackson to to tell her he was going to nominate her last evening. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The State Department just said about the U.S. and Russia that there are still some areas in which the fulfillment of our national security priorities and imperatives require us to engage and coexist. How is it that we are still engaging and coexisting with the Russians?
Well, Peter, I would say diplomacy around the world requires us to engage with countries even where we have strong disagreements, strong opposition, strong condemnation. We have been very outspoken and taken actions against China's human rights abuses, but we have worked with them in other capacities. We are working Russia as a part of the P5+1 as we're working and making progress on an Iran nuclear deal. There's no question that achievement of that would make the world safer. So it is our responsibility, and diplomacy means engaging even with countries where you have strong disagreement and strong opposition.
And just so that we can understand then the approach, that means that you guys will sit here and sanction Vladimir Putin and then send diplomats to go sit on the same side of the table with the Russians to hash out the Iran deal. Is that what's happening?
That's right, Peter, but I don't know why you sound so skeptical. What our job here in the United States and from any government is to take steps that are in the interest of the American people and the United States of America. And part of that would certainly be reducing Iran's capacity and ability to have a nuclear weapon. I think there's no question about that. Russia is a part of the P5+1.
Okay, there's a report in the New York Times that you guys kept asking China to help you stop Russia from invading Ukraine, and they didn't. So what have you guys done throughout this slow-moving Russia crisis that has worked?
In what capacity?
Well, the president talked to Putin. He talked to the G7. He threatened sanctions. He put sanctions in place. Now he says the sanctions are going to take 30 days. Or about a month. Do you guys think the people in Ukraine have about a month?
Well, Peter, let me just take a step back and explain to everyone how diplomacy works and how our approach from the United States has worked. What the president has done is he has built a global coalition to stand up in the face of President Putin and President Putin's aggression and invasion of Ukraine. What he has done is he has rallied the world, our European partners, even at cost to them in some capacities, to put in place significant sanctions, historic sanctions that would have a enormous impact on the Russian financial sector. It is President Putin's choice to go to war and invade Ukraine. That is what he has done. It is our choice and our responsibility and the role of the President of the United States to rally opposition and make sure they feel significant pain from that choice. That's exactly what we have done.
And I understand that you're saying that these sanctions will have an impact on Russia, but what good does that do these people in Ukraine who are seeing the news and these U.S. intel assessments that Kiev is going to fall any day?
Well, Peter, first of all, we are the largest provider of humanitarian assistance, of security assistance in the world to the Ukrainian government, which still stands and the biggest supporter of the Ukrainian people, and we will continue to be. And we are leading this global effort to stand up against the aggression of President Putin. And so the president is doing nearly everything in his power to lead the world and stand up against the actions of President Putin. What he will not do is send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine, because he is not going to put the American public, the American people, or the United States in a position of fighting a war with Russia. Go ahead.
If I can ask you about, we've been watching a lot of the pictures play out from overseas. We've seen anti-war protesters rounded up and arrested in Moscow and elsewhere throughout Russia. We've seen awful pictures coming from throughout Ukraine, including one today that was dramatic of a Russian tank literally rolling over a Ukrainian civilian vehicle. Can you just give us a sense, is the president watching this happen, his reaction to this, his message to those anti-war protesters?
Well, I mean, it's horrific to watch. It's heart-wrenching to watch. And we've all seen the images. The president, the vice president, members of our national security team, and it almost doesn't matter how much you've been through, how many conflicts you've watched over time, and he has unfortunately watched many in a variety of national security roles, to feel heartbroken by what you're seeing happen in Ukraine, in a sovereign country that is having its right to exist threatened by Russia, the aggressor in this case. I would say our message to the Ukrainian people continues to be that we stand with you, we support you, we are going to do everything, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, continue to provide security assistance, and rally the world to condemn the actions of President Putin.
And to the anti-war protesters in Russia?
Well, first, I think we would say that we are amazed by your courage, your remarkable courage in standing up against what President Putin is doing. It is not easy to protest in many scenarios, but it's certainly not easy to protest against the actions of an autocratic leader, and that's exactly what these protesters are doing.
There's a large room. I'll ask only one last question, which is as it relates to the Supreme Court, following up on the questions here. The president wanted it to be a bipartisan process. His met with many Republicans, Chuck Grassley, the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee. 3 Republicans helped confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson in the spring of last year. One of them, Lindsey Graham, today said, among other things, that this election means the radical left has won President Biden over yet again. The White House's response.
Well, I think what's most important for everybody to know and understand is more about Judge Jackson's record. And what was very compelling to go back to Weij's question, sorry I didn't answer this part, what was compelling to the president. I talked to him about this morning, and you heard him lay this out in great detail in his remarks. Judge Jackson is someone who...
The market's about to close, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute here. The SPY held 437.65 here all day. We're closing high green. In about 30 seconds here, 15. Make your final plays here. It's going to be a 5-day trading week. Next week, we're back to the normal schedule here. The Fed is coming up soon.
The judge that was very compelling to the president. She's issued opinions without regard to partisan considerations. She's ruled in favor of Republicans and Democrats. She's ruled for and against the government, regardless of whether the government is led by a Democratic president or a Republican president. Litigants, lawyers, and judges across the ideological spectrum appreciate.
The market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. The market is closed here. Oh, man. The SPY is rallying into close, so we got a little 10-minute read. They're still going here. They're trying to mark here, 437.94. They wanted to do 438. Oh, I don't know what they're going to mark here. It's still going into the closing bell. Oh, man, it's game, though. It's done. It's done, ladies and gentlemen. That's it, man. That's it here. This was the Stock Market Live again and again and again and again and again. And again, all week here we've been live, ladies and gentlemen, with LCAOD. This was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, man. Secretary Jen is still speaking here, so we're going to turn it to what she got to say here, and then we're going to wrap it up, man. But I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend here. Go get you some rest, man. Get your mental relaxed. Come back to the drawing board on maybe Sunday night. Like I said, we got a long week ahead of us next week, ladies and gentlemen. A long, long week. There's going to be a lot going on. We got more taxes entering the market. We got more invasion with the war possibly over the weekend. It's a lot going on, man. Stay safe out there. We're going to wrap it up here. When Secretary Jen is done speaking here, let's tune in and see what she got to say to end it all here.
Certainly means an openness to accepting refugees from Ukraine, but also making sure that all of these neighboring countries who are willing to welcome these refugees, have our support in that effort. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I know the White House has said the U.S. won't be sending troops into Ukraine to rescue Americans who are still there. So what is the U.S. doing about Americans who are still left in Ukraine as the situation gets more dire?
Well, I will first start by saying that we have been warning for months now about the dire circumstances developing in Ukraine and conveying very directly to American citizens they should leave. We have also been in touch from the State Department with every American we can reach. I would point you to them for more specifics on that. And we continue to have the capacity to, help them in a range of ways, even as we don't have a diplomatic presence in Ukraine. We don't have people in the country right now, obviously, but they are in neighboring countries. I'd really point you to the State Department for any more specifics.
The President is obviously now going to be in Delaware this weekend. Can you share what he will be doing there? Will he be traveling with members of his national security team? Will he be receiving regular updates on Ukraine?
Sure. He will have a meeting with members of his national security team tomorrow in Delaware. I will note that while every president can work from anywhere they are, because that is how presidencies are equipped, he is traveling to Delaware for the memorial service of a family member, and he will be, that is why he's traveling there this weekend. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that question, does the president have special secure facilities in Wilmington? We know that obviously at Camp David, that is something available. Given the national security crisis, is that something that is also available?
The president has the capacity to make a secure call from anywhere he is, yes.
Okay. And then on the Supreme Court, how important is it to the president that Judge Jackson receives bipartisan support if she is confirmed, and how much political capital and time and energy is he personally going to put in to getting Republican support for the nomination?
Well, I think, Tyler, let me flip this around a little bit for you and just say the president's view is that when you look at somebody like Judge Jackson, who is extraordinarily qualified, has impeccable credentials. She has been lauded by former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, who said on her behalf when she was put forward last year, I know she's clearly qualified, but it bears repeating just how qualified she is. Our politics may differ, but my praise for Ketanji's intellect, for her character, for her intellect is unequivocal. That she is somebody who has, and I would also note that former D.C. District Judge Thomas Griffith, appointed by President George W. Bush, publicly supported her D.C. court nomination, and she received a bipartisan letter of support from individuals who co-clerked along Judge Jackson. So I think the bar here should not be what is the president going to do? Of course, he's going to engage with Democrats and Republicans. You've seen him operate in that way to date. It is what are Republicans going to do in terms of considering an eminently qualified judge that the president has nominated, who by many standards has shown herself to issue opinions without regard to partisan considerations, and ruled in a way that certainly anyone, regardless of their political affiliation, would be proud to see.
And just one more quick one on the State of the Union. How much is that speech being changed by the Russia-Ukraine crisis? Can you just give us a little bit of a preview about what we may hear from the president on Tuesday?
I certainly understand the question, but I can't give you a preview of a speech 4 days from now quite yet about and how it will address a developing conflict.
Yeah, President Biden stated from the outset, and you've reiterated today, that he won't send U.S. troops to Ukraine to fight Russians. Given the high stakes, President Biden yesterday said Russia has aspirations beyond Ukraine. Why isn't this a fight worth sending U.S. troops for? Why, why has the president assessed that shouldn't be an option?
Well, I would say first it's important to note that we have certainly made clear, not just by words, but by actions, that we are going to continue to support and even plus up our support for NATO defense operations. And there was an announcement yesterday of an increase of additional 7,000 troops. And obviously there was a significant announcement made today by NATO. We will firmly stand behind our Article 5 obligations. But I would say, as it relates to sending U.S. troops into Ukraine, the role of the President of the United States, any president, is to make an assessment about what is in the interest of the United States, our national security interests, the American people, and certainly weigh very heavily how we're leading the global community. But it is not in our interest to be in a war with Russia. And so, no, we are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine.
But by stating up front that this is not an option, didn't President Biden take away what could have been a threat to deter Putin from invading and to further push into Ukraine?
I think the president believes he has a responsibility to be very direct with the American people about what his intentions are and what his intentions are not. And that is his first priority as president.
And finally, what was the White House's reaction to President Zelensky's today in a video address saying that Ukraine has, quote, been left alone to defend itself against Russia?
Well, as you know, the president spoke with President Zelensky and made clear to him during that conversation that he commended his brave leadership, his brave actions, the brave actions of the Ukrainian people who are fighting to defend their country. He also conveyed our ongoing economic, humanitarian, and security support that we will continue to provide. So that is hardly standing on the sidelines. We are providing, again, the largest provider of security, economic, humanitarian assistance of any country in the world, and we will continue to support President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people.
So the White House doesn't think he's been left alone?
I think I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Jen. Does the administration have any plans to offer TPS to Ukrainians who are in the United States or who might end up coming to the United States? Does it support the idea?
Well, it's a process that would be overseen by the interagency, go through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security. I know there are many advocates for that, but I don't have an update on the process or if it will happen.
What plans does the administration, in regard to refugees, what plans does the administration have to take in, for the United States, to take in some refugees in the United States? Have there been any planning discussions, perhaps with refugee groups, to prepare this? Do you have an anticipated number of how many refugees may come to the
I don't have an anticipated number to project. What I will convey to you is that we are always in constant contact with the refugee organizations who do incredible work around the world. But I would also reiterate that what we've seen happen over the last couple of days is countries like Poland, Germany, and others in Europe make clear that they are opening their arms to welcome refugees from Ukraine. Those are neighboring countries, so we do anticipate the vast majority will want to go to countries in Europe.
But you do anticipate that some would come to the United States?
We are open to that, yes.
And if I could ask one more. Senator Coons floated the idea of a $10 billion emergency supplemental package. Does the administration support that proposal?
We are having ongoing conversations with Congress about additional assistance to Ukraine. Our OMB leadership is having those conversations, and so I will leave it to them to put out any updated specific number from our end, but those are underway. Go ahead.
Why doesn't President Biden want to talk to Vladimir Putin right now?
Because he's invading a sovereign country.
Isn't he going to be potentially invading that for years on end?
Well, I would say that a moment where a leader is beginning and in the middle of invading a sovereign country is not the moment where diplomacy feels appropriate. It does not mean we have ruled out diplomacy forever. Obviously, the president remains open to engaging at a leader-to-leader level, but this is not the moment.
And why are you guys waiting to apply maximum pressure on Russia with, sanctions on everything? It doesn't seem like, are you guys waiting for Kiev to fall or
sanctions on everything? How do you mean?
Like sanctions on all Russian transactions and oil and gas, or like do you think that Americans are not willing to take a hit at the gas pump?
Well, I would say there's a couple of principles through which the president has approached sanctions. One is maximizing the impact on Russian leadership and on the Russian financial system, so that there will be a particular squeeze. We've obviously taken steps already that have gone far and above what has ever been done in the past. If you look at just the 10 financial institutions that we sanctioned, they hold a huge percentage of, they're about 80% of the Russian banking sector. That is a significant step that was announced yesterday. The export controls step that was announced yesterday means that they won't have the ability to get access to the technology and semiconductors and AI that President Putin desperately wants to continue to innovate his economy moving forward. There's also, of course, European countries are also looking at some of their reliance on Russia, whether it's for energy or other purposes, and they're making their own decisions about diversifying. And as I noted a little bit earlier, the ruble remains about 10% weaker year to date and the worst performing emerging market currency in the world. So what should be clear here is that there are already huge impacts. There's already an enormous squeeze on the Russian financial system and economy. What the president is also focused on as a principle is taking steps and making sure we are minimizing the impact on the American people, on the global economic system, and we of course weigh that as we have a responsibility to do, and we want to, first and foremost, I should have said this first, take these steps united with our partners and allies in Europe.
Does the administration have any message to American companies that do business in Russia with entities that are not necessarily on the sanction list? Would you like to see U.S. citizens not buy Russian products? Would you like to see U.S.-based CEOs not look for business in Russia?
We're not trying to hurt the people of Russia or the Russian people. We're trying to squeeze the financial system and sector to make sure there are significant consequences for the actions of the president. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So understanding there's no plans for Presidents Biden and Putin to speak, is there any line of communication between the White House and the Kremlin right now?
I don't have additional details on that at this point in time. Obviously, our national security team has a range of means of communicating with the Russians.
And we take what you said earlier in your answer to mean that the president won't speak with Putin unless Putin de-escalates or withdraws.
Well, again, it's not the appropriate moment right now. I'm not going to give you a forever or never, because that's not how he feels. But they are actively invading Ukraine. They are moving on the capital. They are looking to overturn leadership. This is not the moment for President Biden to have a diplomatic conversation with President Putin.
More on refugees. It's been noted that the EU response to Ukrainian refugees has been quite different to the response to refugees from other nations. And I wonder what the White House view is on that, given that some countries like Poland and Hungary were actively trying to keep out many refugees, largely from the Middle East.
Well, I don't think I have any further comment on that from here about the decisions of other countries and where they accept refugees from. What I can speak to is what our approach is here in the United States. And obviously, we have welcomed with open arms tens of thousands of Afghan refugees. And certainly, while it may be, to go to the earlier question, that the majority of refugees from Ukraine go to Europe, we are certainly open to accepting refugees from Ukraine as well. That is our policy and our approach, and certainly what we will continue to implement. Go ahead.
Just following up on the question and your discussion of sanctioning oil and gas, and understanding that the president in any decisions he makes around sanctions or any other actions he takes against Russia is thinking about the American people. Is there a point at which he would consider doing that? Is that
like the energy sector?
Yeah, is the energy sector at some level on the table if Putin gets even more aggressive? And also, there are also some other countries that have worked for carve-outs, for instance, Italy and luxury goods. What is the U.S. view of those kinds of exceptions being made for things that are maybe a lot less essential, as much as we might like them, than oil and gas?
Speaking for yourself. So I would say in the energy sector, no option is off the table. But again, to go back to some of the principles here, our sanctions are designed to harm Russia's economy, not our economy. And that's a key balance that we're clearly trying to strike. And I think when Dilip has been in here a few times over the last week, he has conveyed we do risk assessments, right? And impact assessments. And that's a part of it. The other factor here on the energy sector is that starting out with energy could actually benefit President Putin and pad his pockets, because given high oil and gas prices, cutting off Russian oil and gas could drive prices up to Putin's benefit. So that's obviously a factor as well, but it's not off the table, but we look at a range of issues.
In terms of what other countries have thought as far as carve-outs or areas that they're not sanctioning, does the administration have a view of that?
I think, look, our focus right now is that we are working in close coordination and in lockstep with our European counterparts. It does not mean everything is identical. It is not identical. But what you have seen across the board is very strong, impactful sanctions that the shared hope is that they will have significant economic and financial consequences.
Does the administration have an estimate of how many Russian deaths or casualties there have been in Ukraine at this point?
I don't have that assessment from here. I don't expect we would have that assessment from here.
Ukrainians have this number 3,800 that they've been putting out, or 2,800 that they've been putting out today. Do you have any sense of the accuracy or the order of magnitude?
I don't have any assessment from here, and I don't anticipate we would. I know that the Department of Defense is doing regular or daily, nearly, briefings on kind of the movements and what they're seeing on the ground, but I don't believe even they were able to make an assessment of casualties earlier today.
One more quick question on the Supreme Court process. You mentioned 3 candidates that he interviewed in person. Just want to make sure, those the only 3 candidates he interviewed in person? Did he interview any candidates virtually?
Those are the candidates he interviewed.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Did you have another one?
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Go. Thank you. Jen, does the White House stand by the support you guys gave to Brazil to become a global partner and NATO after President Bolsonaro met last week with President Putin, and still President Bolsonaro didn't condemn the invasion?
Again, as I said in relation to a question a little bit earlier, I mean, our view and our push for every country in the world is to stand up in this moment and decide where you stand, where you want to be in history as the history books look back. But that doesn't, I don't have anything in terms of our change of our view of our overarching relationship. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just follow up on that question in terms of building a global coalition against Russia, right? I mean, India, for example, a Quad member, it's the only Quad member that's not implementing export controls, for example. I think the president yesterday mentioned that issue still hasn't been resolved. Is he planning to call Prime Minister Modi? I think Prime Minister Modi called President Putin yesterday. And just can you speak more broadly in terms of bringing all these other partners that maybe, not in Europe, but, the Quad, as well as perhaps ASEAN members who are pretty ambivalent and cautious about condemning the Russian invasion?
I would say some were, but I wouldn't say the majority were. And we continue to engage with the Indians, with other ASEAN partners on both what we're seeing on the ground, our continued condemnation of the actions of President Putin in Ukraine, and we will continue to push others to follow suit.
And just to follow up, Delta announced today that they're suspending code sharing with Aeroflot. Did the White House have anything to do with this decision? And are you urging other American companies to urge them to do the same?
That's a decision by a private sector company, so I don't have any more comments
More
on
on
it.
the State of the Union, Jen, can
Okay.
you preview a little bit on the foreign policy portion of the President's State of the Union? I mean, obviously with the crisis in Ukraine, I know that you're not gonna be able to preview that, but just in general, now with Ukraine, before that with the Afghanistan withdrawal, what can the President say to show that his foreign policy doctrine is succeeding?
Well, without previewing the State of the Union, which we'll do later this evening or later this weekend. Sorry, it's kind of all one day that's running together. We will do later this weekend, I expect. So look ahead to that, or we'll have more to say later this weekend. It's also as it relates to Russia, Ukraine. We are unfortunately still in the middle of this conflict, right? We are in the middle of an active invasion. So I just can't give you a preview of what that will look like in the State of the Union. As it relates to how the president views his approach to foreign policy, the president has ran for president wanting to return America's seat at the world, wanting to return to a time where other leaders around the world could trust the word and the commitments of the United States. And what you have seen over the last few months is the president deliver on exactly that. He has been leading the effort in the world to stand up to Russia, stand up to the efforts, the aggression, the invasion of a sovereign country. Well, I'm not going to get into the specifics of what is going to be in the State of the Union. That's exactly what he said he would do when he was running. Go ahead.
So the president said he's doing everything he can to bring down energy prices,
Yeah.
gas prices here in the U.S. Is on the table then, or is he considering reversing some of the policies and regulations that they put into place that constricts the long-term supply of it to let Europe be more reliant on the U.S. for oil and natural gas?
You mean like LNG exports or something like that?
But also oil prices, allowing, opening up drilling again, reversing the ban on leases on federal lands?
Well, I think what's important to note here, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, is that there are a range of available oil leasing sites that oil companies are not utilizing. So you should ask them about that. The president's view on reducing our dependence on foreign oil, and actually his view is that this makes that case even stronger and diversifying the range of means of energy production everywhere around the world. As it relates to LNG exports, I don't have anything new on that. Our focus right now is on working with or engaging with a range of countries. I mentioned Japan yesterday and having conversations with others who may have the availability of supply, natural gas supply, that was coming from the United States to provide to Europe in this time where they need it. And we're seeing some encouraging developments on that front.
Yeah. OPEC is making moves now to get ready to include Iranian oil if the U.S. is successful with the Iran nuclear deal. Would the president then welcome Iranian oil coming into the U.S. to lower gas prices?
Well, again, we're not quite at the point of a final deal on the nuclear deal, so we will talk about that if we get to that point. Let's see, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You talked a couple times about the U.S. engaging in diplomacy with Russia going forward. When he announced the sanctions today against Putin and Lavrov, the British Prime Minister told NATO leaders that there could be no normalization with Russia after the attack on Ukraine. Does this administration share that view?
Well, again, in this moment, I've conveyed pretty clearly the president has no intentions at this moment to engage with President Putin. He was just sanctioned. We just made a decision in coordination, in close lockstep with the Europeans, to sanction him ahead of state. That is a very rare step to take. And obviously, we've issued significant sanctions that cover 80% of the financial sector. So, no, we're not in a business as usual moment at this point in time. And obviously, de-escalation would help return us to a state where that could proceed.
Does the White House right now believe that President Zelensky is safe in Kyiv?
We are in close touch with him. Well, I'm not going to give you updates on his security state. Certainly the president just spoke with him earlier today, and he continues to be the president of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Hi. In regards to the new CDC guidance on the pandemic, which of course will then be the new Biden administration guidance. What is the what will the message be to Americans in regards to these new metrics and the new guidance as to where we are in the pandemic?
Well, I would say if you look at the specific of them, we are moving. The president. We've talked a little bit about how we want to move to a time and a place where we are, have the tools needed so that COVID and the pandemic did not disrupt our daily lives. Obviously, there's more. The president's been talking to his COVID team about exactly that. This is a part of that process, and we're moving forward in that process. As a result of this announcement today and these updated recommendations, today more than half the country, 70% of Americans, live in areas where the CDC no longer recommends universal masking. Obviously, if people want to wear a mask because they're immunocompromised, because they have concerns about their safety in their communities, they should have the ability to do that. But that is certainly a step forward. So, that this is part of that process, and I expect we'll have more to say soon.
Concern that this might imply or have folks think that then therefore the pandemic is over and can issue all caution. And then secondly, or kind of added on to that, are you confident that there will be an ability to reverse course if things get bad again?
Well, if nobody is saying means it's over, including anybody who has a big platform, for example, then we're not concerned about that. That is not what we're conveying from here, right? What we are conveying from here, and what the CDC is conveying, is that America is in a stronger place today as a nation. We have more tools than ever before to protect ourselves from COVID-19, vaccination, boosters, treatments, testing, high-quality masks, improved ventilation. Over 200 million people are vaccinated. Nearly 100 million Americans have been boosted. And the CDC is providing public health guidance that has a couple of different clear levels so that people can understand what their recommendation is as it relates to wearing a mask. That's exactly what this is. There are still people dying every day of COVID. There are still immunocompromised populations. But what we are trying to work towards is a period of time where where COVID is not disrupting our daily lives. Go ahead.
Just wanted to know, you said that the president has done everything in his power. We've seen the sanctions, shoring up the NATO eastern flank, all of that, but no troops. You repeated that. Doesn't that also send the message to Vladimir Putin, clearly it hasn't stopped him, that other nations in the region that are not NATO members are also free game for him, since he's not going to have that stop?
Well, I don't think the crippling sanctions that the president has issued or approved, and we announced yesterday, that cover 80% of the financial sector, that are having an impact already on the financial sector there, or steps that the president has taken, including banning export controls, or steps he's taken to sanction oligarchs and to rally the world to take not only significant financial steps, but also to treat President Putin as a pariah, send a message that there's a free walk for anything. In fact, President Putin is isolating himself further. If his objective here is to, as his stated objective is to divide NATO, if his stated objective is to divide the West, it's having the opposite effect. So I don't think that would be our assessment.
But can I just a quick question on the cyber attacks?
Yeah.
The NATO Secretary General again said that he would view a cyber attack on a NATO member, this time talking about NATO members, as something that would be under Article 5. Is that the view of the United States also, that a cyber attack?
Yeah, I answered this yesterday, and I said that it would be up to NATO members to determine what that looks like and what any response would look like. Go ahead.
Has the president been in touch with, before or after the decision today, with Congressman Clyburn? He, of course, was a big booster.
Yeah, he called him this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, one more, last one.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Jen. You've said that the U.S. will not go to war against Russia. Obviously, Russia is heavily armed. The U.S. is heavily armed, and I'm just wondering if you're not being pragmatic here in Russia. Are we not being pragmatic to recognize that it may not be in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to be a member of NATO, which is the key request from Russia?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Are you asking me if
in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to be a member of NATO?
It is up to every country to determine what alliances they want to join or not join, and that is not a pressure point we issue from the United States. And we think it's important for that to remain open.
That you are looking for a job at CNN or MSNBC.
I have more than enough on my plate here, so you can't get rid of me quite yet. Sorry, Peter, for you on that. And so I will see you all on Monday. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Secretary. I'll see you Monday, sweetie. All right, man. All right. Thank y'all for joining, man. Thank y'all for joining the Stock Market Live here with LCAOD too as well. But that is a wrap, folks. Hope you guys have a good weekend. Stay safe out there, man. This market's just pick back up here. So like I said, back to the drawing board. We don't really know where the market's gonna go from here. Still underneath resistance in the overall sectors here in the ETFs, but man, it's a long weekend. Go have a beer, man, or have a beer or two or something, man. But just kick back, relax, get your mind off of this charts and numbers here, and everything will come back and play here next week, man. But like I said, man, I hope you guys have a good weekend, though. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream here with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to pick up with it next week on Monday. We will be live again Monday. We'll be back with more market data and more market action, ladies and gentlemen. The market can go either way from here. We are still kind of in a downward trend here. This possibly still might be a top, and it might read bottom here next week. We don't know. This might, it did just come off the bottom, remember, so official bottom we can say it's in action here at 410, since it's at 437 now, the overall market, but I'm just talking about the SPY for an example. It's at 437 now. So this could be, the start of a rally here, a big upward trend here can turn around here from a downward trend. But, that is what it is right now. We're going to respect that going into the weekend here. And I hope y'all enjoy y'all weekend, because we will here at LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. But that's it. I'll see you guys Monday. We'll get into all the earnings and all that good stuff next week, man. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Be safe out there, like I said. Love and peace, man. Love and peace. Be careful out there. See you next week. And we are out. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys Monday. See you guys and gals Monday. Peace out. LCAOD.